Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Saudi Arabia and welcome along to Riyadh, to King Abdulaziz racecourse for the first of two significant days, two of the biggest days racing outside of the Saudi Cup meeting, which comes up here on the 21st and 22nd of February. Today is King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cups Day, and it's also about the Saudi Cup qualifiers as well. Three of those to bring you our first race, a qualifier for the turf sprint, the 1351. We've got a qualifier for the Neom Turf as race 3. That's a listed race. It's the Prince Qadir Abdullah Turf race, and also we've got a qualifier for the Manifa as well as race 5. 12 races in total, and delighted to say once again alongside me is Tom Collins, and a real touch of class today and again tomorrow. Tomorrow's something really special.
From myself or from the racing?
Well, you're always a touch of class yourself.
Well, I've got the shirt on today. I know, look at this, I'm stepping up a gear. Albeit you've gone for the blazer, so I now look even more underdressed. Yeah, it's good racing today. Turf racing, as you talked about. Good to firm on the turf track. We should mention that early. Go and stick reading is 10.0. Looking forward to the turf events. And you also talked about the Al Manifa qualifier. Two big non-runners in there. Paddock Al Khaladia is a scratch, that's the top horse, and Mubarazat Al Khaladia. They would have been favourite and second favourite, obviously both for Saeed Mutlaq. So you're going to have to reevaluate race 5. I've already done so, hoping we're going to get some winners early in the card because the end of the card is mighty tough. And on the inter-studio tipping competition, we both had a good day yesterday. We found 3 winners apiece. Yep. Callum, unfortunately, only got half a winner. He did. He's not happy about it still. No, but if you have 2 selections, you only get half points. It's fine. I agree.
I think today there's got to be there's a bit of value to be found on the card as well on the international markets. Yeah,
there are a few short price favourites, but there are plenty of races that are wide open. Race 6 has no market for due to an administrative error, but we'll still provide selections and do our best to get as many on the board as we can.
And a couple of big name jockeys riding more tomorrow, by the way, but Mike Smith and Joel Rosario both got a couple of rides today.
Really exciting. Yeah, Mike Smith, everyone knows Mike Smith, no matter where you are in the world. He's one of the best riders there's been in the last 30 years, let's say. He's going into his veteran years right now, but he's still very capable, and he's got 2 mounts today. Joel Rosario has just the 1 ride, I believe, and that comes early on.
In race 1?
In race 1, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on. They've got loads of rides tomorrow as well, so it's not all about just today for those 2.
And Alberto Salas in town today as well, with a big chance with Matt Duff.
Yeah, really good chance for a horse who ran in Qatar last time. I'm excited about that run. He's 5-1 in the international market too.
That comes up as our 3rd race of the day, the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup, that qualifier for the Neom Turf. So much to look forward to. It's a beautiful day here in Saudi Arabia. Temperatures around 20 degrees. It's been quite windy the last few days. That wind has dropped. It's a lovely, calm afternoon. And our man out and about today, let's say good afternoon to Callum Helliwell.
Thanks very much, guys. Yes, really excited to be here today. Still upset that I've only got half a point, but I won't dive into that. The first thing we need to do, obviously, before we get racing is a quick fit check because there's been an update. We start with blue jacket, we go to blue shirt, but we have a belt as well, so we're flying along now. Trousers staying on per usual, and much nicer shoes than normal as well. We're really stepping up because the next couple of days are absolutely top class action. Can't wait to get stuck into it. And it starts off here in our opening race on the card, the qualifier for the 1351. That's a turf sprint on Saudi Cup night, won by some really good horses in the past, and that big race obviously won by Anas last year. So this is a hugely interesting race from an international standpoint, and we've got some big name jockeys in here. As mentioned before, we've got Mike Smith and Joel Rosario both taking their chances in this race. Mike Smith will have another ride later on in the card, but we'll look to grab Joel as soon as possible. Remember, he was inducted into the American Racing Hall of Fame earlier last year, I should say, and he's really flying along at the moment, so looking forward to catching up with him. There's a real buzz about the track behind me as well. They've sold plenty of tickets for today's action. It's all part of the King Abdullah Foundation race day. Plenty of big prizes on offer for connections that you wouldn't normally see at this level of meeting. It's a big, big day for local traders and local owners, and it's really been supported by the local community as well. So we're really looking forward to getting stuck into the action here, and I can't wait to do it all with you here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Martin, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully you are too.
And it's good to see that Callum got the message as well. Blue jacket, blue shirt, looking very dapper. The walking, talking fashionista is out and about today. But our first race of the day, race 1, is the Turf Sprint Qualifier, the 1351 qualifier, and it's sponsored by Nova.
لو الأرض عطتك جوهرة كيف تحافظ عليها؟ كل شيء له ثمن، والثمن فيما كمن. تاريخنا تقديرنا له وحاضرنا احتفائنا فيه. الشي قدره بمحطة ومحله، والنقاء يظهر في المكان اللي يحتويه. نوفا من قلب هذه الأرض.
So Nova sponsoring our first race, the Turf Sprint Qualifier, over the distance of 13:51 here on the turf. 12 races to look forward to today, and we're thrilled to be joined in the commentary box today by Gareth Topham. Hello there, Gareth.
Hi Martin, Tom, Callum, everyone watching. Our first race, the runners and riders. Number 1 is Army Ethos with Berto Ramos. Number 2, Ebin Shaddad, Mike Smith. Number 3 is Knight, Fahad Al-Faradi. Number 4, Love de Vega, Alexis Marino. Number 5 is Malian, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Number 6, Medhar, Camilo Ospina on board. Over the page to number 7, Msaya, the Mount of Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Number 8 is My Dubawi, Alberto Sana. Number 9 is Sarden, Louis Morales, with Adel Al-Faradi, I beg your pardon, now taking the ride. Believe that Louis was meant to be riding yesterday, but didn't. But yeah, he's not well at the moment, so yeah, he's been stood down for the day. So 9, Sarden, Adel Al-Faradi. Number 10 is Sotiu, Saeed Al-Tarisi. Joel Rosario, partners number 12, Zef. And number 14 is Snafio with Mohamed Aldaham. Take out numbers 11 and 13 here. They are non-runners. Over the page to 15, Mokdar, Mohamed Al-Nassar. And 16 is Al-Moases with Ali Al-Mutib on board. 17 and 18 are also scratch, which leaves us with a field of 14 to contest our opening contest for a prestigious day's racing. And it's back to Callum down in the paddock.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to this one, Gareth, and we're going to have a look at the first horse here. Really intrigued by Army Ethos, making Saudi debut today, currently trained by Fawzi Nas. Used to be doing his running in the UK, second in a Coventry behind River Tiber in his 2-year-old days. Not quite been the same horse since, has been beaten at some short prices in what looks to be easier contests as well. So looking forward to seeing how he goes here on Saudi debut. He'll need to step up from what he's shown before, and he's not particularly blowing me away in the paddock. We'll just focus on the next one here, Ebin Shaddad, who looks in really good shape as well, and then I'll go jockey hunting. So Ebin Shaddad is the 2 here. Look, as a horse, he's not really shown much so far, but I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do now with a couple of runs under his belt. The last time out was a much better effort than we've seen previously, and I can't wait to see how he goes today. He looks in great shape right now, and he's certainly a much better mover than what we saw with the first horse. So, guys, I'm going to go back to you, and I'm going to do some jockey hunting, so I'll leave you to it.
And just confirming that Sarden is now the mount of Adel Al-Faradi. Luis Morales not well. To quote someone earlier on, Tom, he's as sick as a dog.
Yeah, that's,
which means he's not very well at all, I guess.
Yeah, hopefully he gets better soon. It's unfortunate that he's missing the last 2 days.
It's a rough time, hasn't he? The injury and then being sick on a big weekend like this.
Yeah, not the best of seasons for Louis. Hopefully he's back on Saturday, but we'll see how he gets on. All the best to him, and hopefully he feels better.
Okay, overall, give us your assessment of the quality of the field for the qualifier for the 13:51.
Yes, a pretty good race. Usually, as I'm sure everyone knows, I'm a little bit downbeat about some of these qualifiers and races in general in terms of quality, but I feel like this one's really good. It's super competitive, loads of horses have a chance of winning, and I'm looking forward to seeing who gets the job done.
Okay, we'll have more from Tom in just a second. First off, Callum was off jockey hunting. Let's see who he's found.
Thank you very much, team. Joined by Joel Rosario, just grabbing some last-minute instructions with Jimmy Jerkins. Firstly, Joel, it's wonderful to see you down here in Saudi Arabia. How was your journey over? Has it all been smooth so far?
Yeah, very good. I mean, everything well. So we got here a lot yesterday, and you know, we are very excited to be here. And you know, thanks to everybody, you know, Faisal and all the people, you know, to bring me here. And yeah, it's a beautiful day.
And it's been a really great period of time for you, recently inducted into the Hall of Fame. That must have meant so much to you, coming from the Dominican Republic, such humble beginnings, and now look at you thriving.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I mean, a lot of hard work, and you know, at my young age, got into the Hall of Fame is really very, I mean, unique, and really appreciate it to all the people that really give me the opportunity to be where I am today.
Yeah, and I'm just talking about sort of riding here. You've obviously got experience coming to Saudi before. It puts you ahead of some of the jockeys that might be coming here for the first time.
Yes, it is. I mean, just I become here for a long time, and I love it here, and then the people and everything, the horses, just it's very exciting always to be here.
It's exciting to have you here. The bell's gone, so jump on and best of luck.
Yeah, best of luck to him as well. He's a face we see here through the season on and off, isn't he?
He is indeed, yeah. He's a very good rider. If you haven't seen Joel before, he rides out in the US, and we've seen him at Royal Ascot, we've seen him here. He kind of goes around the world picking up some nice rides. So, look, he's a very good rider. I personally think he's better in sprints, which will stand him in good stead here. Dirt sprints would be the ideal spot for Rosario, I'd say, but in the turf sprint, he's got a great chance as well.
Let's look at form for a couple of these. Towards the top of the betting, we've got the 2-1 international favourite backed in from the 3-1 is Malian, but Snafia is in the same colours. We'll have a look at this horse. A winner last time up, makes it 6 wins from 20 starts. A winner over the 1400 on dirt last time out.
She's been a really good filly for Tamar Dahani and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah this season. You can see her strut away from her opposition. This day she's won 6 of her 20 starts. That includes this 1400 metre cup contest last month. It was on dirt, she's going back to turf, but she's got turf form in the past. And look, she's got a chance of winning today as well.
And she had been second on turf in a handicap 2 starts back.
Yeah, exactly. The only issue with her is she's now facing the boys.
And Jcsa also goes for the birthday boy. We just heard from Joel Jimmy Jerkin, 66 today. He's got Jcsa here, who's won 3 of his 7.
Seems to have found a new lease of life since joining Jimmy last season. Big breaks between his last 2 successes, but he's unexposed on turf. He's dangerous in this kind of contest. The negative, and where you need to see Joel be at his very best, is that this horse is drawn in 14. You need to save ground on the turf track. It's absolutely key. And
he's a lightly raced horse, given his age, when he was 8th to my map in the Saudi Derby qualifier 2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. He's still open to plenty of improvement. 3 from 7, as you say. Despite the fact he's a 5-year-old, there's still a lot of upside to Jcsa.
And he's also got the turf form as well. He won a handicap here back in February last year.
Yeah, I think he prefers turf, to be honest. He's every bit as good on dirt, but there is turf in the pedigree, and the draw's the issue, as we've talked about, but otherwise he's got lots of ticks in the right boxes.
Well, Malayan heads the market. We just saw that horse in shot a second ago, also for Tamar Dahani. The horse is 4 from 12 so far, and has been a bit of a winning machine. He's won his last 4, looking to complete the 5-timer, and on ratings he just keeps on improving with each start.
Yeah, he was 0 from 8, and he was a bit of a frustrating type, and then subsequently won 4 straight. It looks like Al Dahani's found the key to Malian. He draws inside here. He's partnered by Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who I believe is the best turf jockey over in Saudi Arabia, and he's banging form. He's got course and distance successes that came, one course and distance success that came on his only turf attempt and victory. He's got tactical speed. He holds Ebn Shaddad on form. There's just a lot going Malian's way, and I know punters will be drawn into the form figures, but the depth of his form is actually pretty strong as well. I think the 5 is definitely the horse to beat, and he will be my pick.
Okay, well, we've got a few of these who are unexposed on turf. What about Sarden, horse number 9? Lightly raced, only had the 8 starts so far. And there's, I think, 3 horses on the card today who finished behind Defunded last week. Defunded, of course, goes in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques tomorrow. So there are a few chances of that form to be boosted, and this is one of them. Finished 5th last time.
Yeah, 3-time winner from 8 starts. Not disgraced in dirt opens recently. Pedigree suggests he should handle turf, being by Mendelssohn. Chad Brown is a famous, he's got a famous quote with Mendelssohn's. He says, no matter what the downside of the pedigree is, whenever I've got a Mendelssohn, I'm putting them on turf, regardless of anything else. There was one instance this year with a horse called Weigh the Risks, owned by Claridge Stables up in New York, where Weigh the Risks is by Mendelssohn, tried that horse on turf, showed nothing, went back to dirt, and is now 2 from 2. So they do handle turf, and I don't feel like Sarden will have an issue with the surface, but it is still an unknown.
It's an unknown, but he could improve for it, and that Defunded form could get a bit of a boost as well. OK, we'll have a word on a few more of these in a second. First off, though, we can rejoin Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Abdullah Manif is here. You've got Moqdam in this race, a winner last time out, and in good style, I thought.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to get Moqdam qualified to this kind of very important qualifiers to the Saudi Cup Day. He's a competitive enough. I mean, I'm happy for him that he reached to that stage. If he wins or not, and if we are talking about numbers, he shouldn't be very favorite. He should, maybe he's the lowest rate. He's rated 84 or 86. So, but as long as we reach to that place, and he already secured three wins only in this season, I mean, I'm happy for the achievement so far, and I look forward to see him on the turf. He's a definitely turf horse. I wish if he can, I mean, show the ability that we saw in the dirt and the turf as well. Even if we have like a very good horses with us today, I'm very keen to see him how he's doing on the turf.
I tell you what, Abdullah, if he wins, we'll tear the roof off this place. If he wins, we'll be celebrating long into the night.
If he wins, you have a special gift for me.
Certainly, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's focus in on some of the horses towards the top of the international market. The second in currently, in from 7 to 1 and attracting support. In fact, no, it goes back out again. Let's start on the number 2, Ebn Shaddad, who was formerly with the Gorsons in the UK, and he showed a high level of form over there. He was sold for €190,000, but hasn't quite shown the same sort of form here, albeit on dirt.
Yeah, I thought he shaped well over the course and distance on the local debut when third, but last time up, yeah, he just completely failed to handle dirt. So going back to the grass is a positive. He has got a wide draw out in 12. Mike Smith's on board. I am used to seeing Mike Smith on dirt, and my own personal opinion is he's nowhere near as good a rider on turf, but he's still a veteran. He's had loads of, everyone knows what Mike Smith's capable of. I just think he's a better dirt rider. So from 12, he's going to have to do something that I haven't seen from Mike Smith in the last couple of years, and that is produce an A+ ride on this surface. That being said, the horse has plenty of talent, and he could have a chance if he saves ground.
Yeah, he was third to City of Troy in Dewhurst in his early days, 7th in a French 2000 Guineas as well, and as Tom said, third over the course and distance in open company on his debut here. But it's been easy to back, 7 to 2 on the international prices, out to 11 to 2. The money really is for Sanafair into 5 to 1. Got to give a mention as well to Army Ethos, comes across here for Fawzi Nas representing Bahrain, a horse who had some good form in the UK and was Royal Ascot placed.
Yeah, it was a really precocious 2-year-old. That was for Archie Watson. He finished second in the Group 2 Coventry at Royal Ascot, as you say. He makes local debut after 3 runs in Bahrain last season. Fawzi had a couple of runners here last year, not many, just a handful, and he didn't have much success with them. That being said, this horse has some talent. Whether he can beat this group, I'm unsure, but he's drawn well. That's a big positive.
Well, do get your comments in as well, any selections and thoughts you've got on today's racing. If you are watching on the YouTube channel, do leave a comment for us, and also let us know where you're watching from. That's always interesting. Hi to Cameron, to Greg, to Shutter, also to Farios, going with 2, 8 and 12 in the opener, so Ebn Shaddad for him. Jose with Love to Vega in the first, quick turnaround for a horse who ran second here last week and has been really consistent here in the Kingdom since arriving from the Charlie Johnson team. I'm going to go Sarden, hope that he transfers his form onto the turf. He's around 10 to 1 on the international markets, 3 from 8 so far. You might be with a Al Dahani selection?
Yeah, I'm going to be with the favourite in here, Malyan, just in banging form right now. Gets the best turf rider on board and a good draw.
Yeah, I'm really keen on Zefzaf here, lads. Coming here off a break, but has proven to go well fresh before. Joel Rosario on board to give him a very, very positive start to racing here. Jimmy Jerkin's team is in dire need of a winner, and I think this horse can be the one to provide it. I think coming back into this company, they clearly earmarked this race for a very long time, and there's a reason why he's in there. Will he have some fitness concerns? Maybe, but certainly I'll be keen on him. Looking forward to this one, boys. The first of 4 really, really exciting races, and let's get it started with Gareth Topham.
Yeah, hi Callum, hi everybody. The runners then are at the post for our opening contest, our first race of the day on the turf track, and runners are about to head behind the starting stalls. Malyan, 7 to 4 favourite on the international betting market, and certainly looks to hold strong claims. Arrives very much as a horse in great form at the moment. Army Ethos, once placed at Royal Ascot, is heading in to the stalls. So too is Knight. Another out of line is Ebn Shaddad, but there certainly aren't too many more. Our first race of the day, we are just about set to go. The starter holds the field. Best of luck here. Field of 14, and they're off and running. Jumping away with one of the first ones to show. Well, Malyan's out quite smartly. So too is Snaffia up towards the outside as they settle themselves down, and it is Snaffia moving on into a narrow lead. Army Ethos in the red colours is prominent, and Jcsa in the dark green is down along the inside rails. Almoases is racing next with Malyan a little wider out in the green sleeves and cap. 2 lengths away is Zef, and they're being followed by Medhar as they race towards the end of the back straight. So Deuce is running at this stage a place better than Love de Vega as they now turn left-handed out of the far straight and on towards home. And it is Snaffia, a narrow leader, from in second position Army Ethos, and they're being followed closely by Jcsa, who's over along the inside as they're racing on into the home straight now, and switching towards the outside Malyan to deliver what looks to be a strong challenge. And as they race on down to the final 200, Malyan has taken over, going strongly. Malyan and Ricardo Souza Ferreira booting away by a couple of lengths over Zef, who now comes out of the pack to give chase, but has got 3 lengths to find on Malyan, who's going to win again. It's Malyan home in front from Zef, who's all out to try and hold the second spot from the running on Love de Vega down the outside. It's a win for Malyan. Malyan tipped up by Tom in the studio beforehand and has scored for the 5th time in a row. Ricardo Souza Ferreira in the saddle, and Malyan finding plenty, having swung wide into the home straight to deliver his challenge. And once Ricardo Souza Ferreira pushed the button, Malyan kicked away. And as you can see there on the slow motion replay, Ricardo, and rightly so, absolutely delighted, and winning in a time of 1 minute 18.97 seconds and comfortably ahead at the line. It's Malyan getting home in front in our first race of the day. A real prestigious afternoon of racing. Zef is home in second, Love de Vega back in third, the winner scoring by 3 lengths. It was a head back to Love de Vega in third place. Malyan is our opening race winner.
لو الأرض عطتك جوهرة كيف تحافظ عليها؟ كل شيء له ثمن، والثمن فيما كمن. تاريخنا تقديرنا له، وحاضرنا احتفائنا فيه. الشيء قدره بمحطة ومحله، والنقاء يظهر في المكان اللي يحتويه. نوفا من قلب هذه الأرض.
By winning trainer Sama Al-Dahani, who's told me we have to keep this nice and tight because you really want a photo with this horse. Sama, you're definitely going to the Saudi Cup.
Yeah. He's a good horse. He never lose last 4 races. I trust him very well, and you know his friend Snaffia made the race for him very well. I make a good plan for both horses to go with one horse, and I'm glad to have Malyan in Saudi Cup.
Was that the tactic, to let Snaffia take them out at a strong pace and just allow Ricardo and Malyan just to cruise into the race in behind?
Yeah, because it's a fast race, you know. There is good horse from Bahrain coming, you know, and there is another good horse, Musayyih, and there is Zef. He need, you know, a race, easy race. I make the race fast for Malyan. I know, I trust him very well.
And Zef was actually coming on the outside. Were you ever concerned that Malyan might be caught?
No. Malyan is a good horse. Even if it's a mile, Malyan, he will win.
And he can do it on dirt as well. He's a hugely exciting horse.
Yeah. I'm afraid about the grass because second time for him, but today he hacked in the grass very well, you know.
Well done for qualifying for the 13:51 sprint.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
So there's Sama Al-Dahani. For a little while before Malyan makes his way down to the winner's enclosure, but you would have seen Ricardo Souza Ferreira's celebration as he crossed the line. As Tom said in the preview, this is one of the best turf jockeys here in Saudi Arabia. He's a hugely talented rider based in France and Spain and Portugal, but now does most of his riding in Spain. He's come here to Saudi in the Riyadh season and has absolutely turned this season upside down, and really looking forward to seeing what he can do. I've just noticed we've got Sheikh Abdullah's son is with us now, and Faisal is just in front of us. And I'm going to grab Faisal now because he's looking at me and he knows me, so it's going to be fine. Faisal, congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a lovely win by Malyan. He showed what is his ability, and alhamdulillah.
He's been such a star this season, winning back to back to back. He can do it on the turf, he can do it on the dirt. He must be a wonderful horse to own.
Yes, this is 5 in a row now for Malyan, and I think he prefers the the grass much more than the dirt today. Yeah. And alhamdulillah, and now he's going to the 1,351, and hopefully he will prove himself how good he is.
It will be a much tougher race, the 1,351, but do you think he's good enough to win it?
I think after today he's more than good to be competitive in this race.
Well, he's going to come in now. I'll let you enjoy the moment, enjoy the photo. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful scenes down here. The winner is just coming in behind me. What a really good horse this is. The definition of tough and consistent. He found himself on this dirt surface and has now really beginning to turn that form onto the turf. And he's not been given easy tasks either. He's not been a too short a price in any of his victories, but he just keeps on winning. And look at the reception he's getting in here as well. Wonderful to see Faisal here as well. This one of the really important cogs in this machine that keep this reel rolling. Remember, you'll see these colours, these Al Sabah stable colours running all over the world, in Europe, in America and in Saudi Arabia as well. Hugely exciting ownership group, and look to see how many people have arrived in the absolute scenes here down here in the winner's enclosure. And well done to Ricardo as well. That would have been a high pressure ride, but you can see the team tactics played off perfectly. Snafia allowed to bowl along in front and set a rocket fast tempo, and Malian always in the box seat, able to cruise around and take the victory. A good performance from Zef Zaf, I thought would run well on seasonal return there in second. Love De Vega, what a performer he's been all season. That's another great effort in third, and Army Ethos not too disappointed in fourth, but well done to all the connections. Huge amounts of people here. Everyone just watch out for the back of the horse, because remember, the front end bites and the back end kicks. And now we will grab a word with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who's had a red hot start to proceedings here on such an important day, King Abdullah Foundation Day. And we're really looking forward to hearing from him, a jockey we've heard plenty from. He should be weighing in at around 58 kilos. So let's go and see what he does. And wonderful scenes all around. Let's see if he comes in at 58. The all-important weighing. Oh, yeah, oh, you can tell already that's strong. There you go, half a kilo over. Perfect. He's over the moon with that. We'll just let him hand over the saddle as well. Fantastic start, Ricardo. Well done.
Thank you. I'm really happy. First win for my stable. Second for Melian. Amazing horse now, 5 wins. Today I scared a little bit in start because all the time start very fresh. Today a little bit slow. But you know, this big race, all jockeys, all horses want to go to Saudi Cup. But I think this race, my race, because 4 years, 4 wins this race. And I'm very happy, you know, go Saudi Cup with my stable, not more happy.
Well, you are the man to follow on the turf here. Tom Collins in the studio has called you the best turf jockey in Saudi Arabia. I'm sure you think you're the best dirt jockey in Saudi Arabia as well.
All jockeys, you know, is good. Inside is a family, you know. But yes, you know, sometimes in turf track, here if style European is good, you know. All the time I go second or front with Melian. Today fast. I respect the pace, close him a little bit. I know Senafia is fresh. Maybe go in the line. I go with this filly. Just travel behind, breathe, relax, and for the last 400.
4 races, 4 wins in this race. Congratulations, well done. You're off to the Saudi Cup.
Thank you.
Well, it's win number 101 here in Saudi Arabia for Ricardo. Got the 100 up yesterday. And once again, he's proved a cut above here, Tom.
Yeah, unbelievable ride again. I know it looks so simple and it's so easy to say that a jockey's given a good ride on a winner. I'm very much not of the opinion that every winning ride is a good one, but when it comes to turf, Ricardo always produces his A game. When we take the full race replay, I'll go through why I think it was such a good ride. But the best horse has won the race. It's just he was always well positioned as well. Compare his run through to the likes of Sardin or maybe even Ebn Shaddad, and you'll see a big difference. It obviously means a lot to Ricardo there. Take it from the start. Malian, the winner, breaks from 4. Green cap, white body, green sleeves. Gets briefly short of room, actually, at this point as his owner mate Snafia goes on. But Ricardo's keen to get on the heels of Snafia in the early part of the race. And you can just see he's in 5th here. The horse is within himself, but crucially, he's not so far back and he's not covering extra ground. He's just in behind the speed, getting cover, but in the perfect spot.
Well, I think I said to you about this stage watching it,
yeah.
Box seat.
If you could choose a point, if we pause that right there and you could choose a point where your horse would be sat, Malian is exactly in the right position. Ricardo very, very rarely gets it wrong in terms of positioning.
And he sat fourth here with the pace coming from his stablemate. Also up there early was Al Mossesez, and the red colours of Army Ethos, who's another one who's ran well for Fowles. He was always in the firing line that hits the frame to finish fourth. Yeah,
I mean, a few horses shaped nicely from in behind, but it was all about one horse in the whole race. And Malian travelled the best and just dominated. Army Ethos was also on the speed and kind of ran his race early. The same with Snafia, never ever had an excuse in the contest. I thought Sarden shaped better than the finishing result. And Jcsa, Joel Rosario gave that horse every chance of winning from his wide gate, and he ran a good second. We were kind of questioning the Jimmy Jerkins yard form just because the last few weeks haven't been ideal, but Jcsa ran a nice race there, and he's one to keep on side as well, considering he's got 2 wins from his last 3 starts.
Well, I mean, Jimmy said himself it's been a tough few weeks, but it was De Viro yesterday who had every chance and looked at the momentum going forward, but just looked a little bit flat, if anything.
Yeah, just looked a little bit flat. That can happen occasionally. Jimmy's got a fair few runners tomorrow, so we'll see if he can get that elusive win on the board as we see connections of Malian lift the trophy for the Turf Sprint qualifier.
Deserves his place in the lineup. I mean, I put against his figures today that he's climbing through the ratings. He's got up to 96 again today. He's probably going to be over 100 now.
Yeah, well, he's a very good horse. The issue is when they come to the actual Turf Sprint, if he can sit in that box seat. If he can, he's got every chance of winning on Saudi Cup night. It's all about positioning with him. He's got tactical speed and a lot of ability.
Yeah, well, that's him qualified for the 1351. Our second race of 12 here at King Abdulaziz today is race 2. It's for horses sold at the 2023 Jcsa auction. And this race sponsored by Kinza.
So on to the runners and riders for race 2. Number 1, ACs with Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 2 is Al Waliya Adel Al Faradi. Number 3 is Al Borwazi, the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. Number 4 is Al Kamal with Ali Al Mutib. Ricardo Souza Ferreira looking for a quick double. He partners number 5 Blayhan. And number 6 is Daktora Salwa, the mount of Camilo Ospina. Number 7 is Hajan, the mount of Nawaf Al Mudiani. Abdullah Alofi partners number 8 Mona Fisahom. Number 9 is Mostaheb America, now the mount of Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 10 is Rana with Ahmed Al Tayar. 11 is Tandia Alexis Marino. Number 12 La Solitaire with Azil Al Zahani. It's a full field of 12 for our second place.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, let's have a look at the 2 here. This is Al Waliya. She would have a massive chance in this contest if she runs up to the level that she's shown in her last 2 starts. A good winner last time out as well. It doesn't look to have taken too much out of her. You can see where she gets the talent from. It's all in the back end. She's big, strong and powerful and certainly cannot be ignored. She walks out really well and she's handling the prelims perfectly. Let's drop back to the 5, Blayhan, for the connections that had the winner of the last race, Al Sabah Stables, Sama Al Dahani and Ricardo Souza Ferreira. This is the 5, Blayhan. Still, as you can just see, needs a lot more development in the hindquarters. This horse isn't roach-backed, but he's just got no back end. This is a horse that just needs to develop a little bit more, but certainly looking really well in the coat. And you can't ignore the connections who have been flying along all season. Let's go back to the 6. This is the next one. This is Dr. Salwa. I think Dr. Salwa looks in great nick here in the parade ring. A really fit individual, strong. Again, another one who hasn't fully developed in the back end, but she's certainly nice enough. Really looking forward to seeing her make only her 8th career start. She's had 2 wins to her name, but they came much, much earlier in the season. I'm keen to see what she can do here. She'll know what she's doing, and she's got plenty of experience. Let's drop back to the 8. Mona Fisahom is the next one we'll look at. Now, this is a horse who's only run the 4 times, but has had some tough tasks in that time. And this looks to be a little bit of an easier contest in this sales race. Again, you're just thinking that coming towards the end of her tether here, the coat is just beginning to turn on him. And he's not exactly walking out like a superstar. I'd probably be looking elsewhere, but Mona Fisahom cannot be ignored. And finally, we drop back to the last horse we'll look at. This is the 12, La Solitaire, who's got a little bit of place form to the name here. Second in 2 of the 4 career starts, and certainly one of the prettier runners in this field. She's got a gorgeous head on her, but she still looks quite immature. As you can just see, she's very light of frame, and she might find it hard against some of these tougher boys and girls in this field. Now, she's just having a bit of a think, looking around. She's got the earplugs in, but for me, the paddock pick has to be the 2.
And the 2 is the international market leader, 5-6 currently for Adele Alfaredi's mount, who's won 3 of her 6 starts. And we can have a look at this filly in winning form on her most recent start in open company over the 1200, beating La Solitaire into second.
Yeah, she's a very short price, 10 to 11 in this contest, but she was good this day. You can see she battles on the front end. She's on the wrong lead, so there's every chance of the horse in behind going by. But this was her 2nd consecutive victory. She's open to improvement, definitely the horse to beat. Will she make the front from gate 8? I think that's the big question.
And she's lightly raced, and she is top rated in the field off 76. There is ASEs, who's another one who's got a big chance on the international figures. 3-1 third best currently, rated 75. 1 win so far from 5 career starts. That was a win in a Taif maiden over the 1200. Had 1 go over this trip, didn't excel over it.
Clambered home to win a 1200 metre maiden. I thought 1200 was the limit of this horse's stamina. 1400, I don't think he's going to stay. He's by Distorted Humour, which is a sire, a US sire, who does put stamina in his progeny, but this horse just doesn't seem to want distance. Draws outside as well, so he could cover more ground. He's not for me.
Well, he's 3rd best on the international figures. Also towards the top of the international market is number 6. This is Dr. Salwa, now into 9-4 from 11-4. Camilo Ospina takes the ride, 2 wins from 7 starts so far, and has been over the course and distance on the last couple of runs. Arguably his best form was back at Taif.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, she's a 2-time winner in Taif this last summer, the summer just gone, which included a 1400 metre cup contest. Not only does it prove that she handles the trip, especially considering that's a deeper surface, so she should easily handle it on this faster surface today, but she won a cup contest, proving her quality. That was when she was a 2-year-old, and she was against 2-year-olds, so it's worth noting that. Maybe she hasn't progressed now that she's 3. Her recent runs just haven't been great. However, she does drop in class here, and I think she's got a big chance.
Yeah, she's been in better company the last couple of starts, finishing 12th and 9th over the course and distance. They're the only ones really fancied on the international markets, 2, 6 and 1. Would that sort of tally with your top 3?
Kind of, yeah. I've got 6, 2, 5, 1 as my top 4. So I would say the market is relatively close, but the only horse they haven't included in the top 3 in the market is Blayhan, who is only rated 58, which is probably why he's not up there in the top of the betting. But he's lightly raced, he's only had the 3 starts. He represents a banging form team, as we've already seen. Tamar Adahani's had a winner, and he draws well. So don't give up on the 5, but yeah, we'll talk about these in a second after we speak to Callum.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, joined by Sam, the handicapper here in Saudi Arabia. You do have a last name. I'm going to call you Sam, the handicapper, from now on.
Yeah, hey, that's fine. Sam Watson is my name anyway.
So, Sam, firstly, I just want to say you must be over the moon with how the fields are looking for these qualifying races today, but especially for tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic racing. As I said on my interview a couple of days ago, the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques, we had 25 horses rated 100 and above, which is just fantastic. So we essentially got all our best rated horses in Saudi Arabia all competing against each other, which is great. That's one of the great things about racing. It's what we enjoy seeing. So I'm looking forward to a very good contest tomorrow and watching the winner hopefully secure their spot in the Saudi Cup.
And to everybody at home that might not know how qualification for the Saudi Cup works, could you just explain it in very simple terms?
So we have 2 aspects. So we guarantee 2 spots to the local horses. So that's the Saudi trained horses. And then we basically run a field of 14. So we have 12 international horses as well as the guaranteed 2 with the local horses. So we go through a process where we allocate ratings to all these international horses, and then we actually invite them. So we've invited about 16 to 18 horses currently. Not all of them have accepted. We've had a few knocked back, whether it's injury, retirement, they don't want to travel, etc. So we're working through. We've got a really good current field locked in, and then after tomorrow we'll have a guaranteed local locked in the field, and then we'll have one more on top of that to add in the next couple of weeks. So it's all happening.
And that one more local is going to be such a controversial decision, isn't it? Because obviously everyone feels they've got a right to run in the race, and people are looking to run in the race to get ratings. Other people are trying to find out whether their rating's not high enough. It must be the toughest job comes at your door, surely.
Yeah, look, it is tough, but it's a job that needs to be done. So our current highest rated local horse is El Musmak. So I spoke to the connections over the last couple of weeks. He's rated 112. So they opted to not run this weekend and roll the dice. So they'll be holding their breath a little bit come tomorrow night, hoping that 112 is good enough to get them in. So we'll see how things go tomorrow. Yeah.
It'll be fascinating to see how it goes. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us, Sam.
No worries. Good luck to all the runners tomorrow.
Cheers. Thank you.
That's going to be fascinating. Bottom rated in the custodian, just rated 100. We've got 2 American horses coming over. Al Musmak in his box of 112. We're talking yesterday. He should be safe off that mark to get into the Saudi Cup. But much more to talk about on that and the other qualifying races over the next couple of days. Let's focus back in, though, on this sales event for horses sold at the Jcsa auction, sponsored by Kinza. We started to touch on Tamer's horse, Blahan, who, as we say, only got a mark of 58, but only had the 3 starts. The potential is to improve. And just watching the video back, I thought it kept on quite well last time out over the 1200. Ran 5th over the course and distance previously as well. There's the potential. It's just like this horse is bubbling under the surface.
Exactly. The market's gone the way of the horses rated 76, 75 and 72. Understandably so. But if there is one that is the joker in the pack who's rated below his actual ability, it's definitely Blahan. Yeah, I thought he stayed on well last time over over 1,200 metres, considering he was wide from the outset. He was drawn wide in the well, obviously at the start he was drawn wide. So he never managed to cover ground, save ground on the inside. He was covering way too much ground and wasting energy. I think this horse could easily be a 70 rated horse. So I wouldn't give up on Blahan. And we've seen with Al Dahani, he can improve anything. So yeah, the 5 is a major player in here. I just had a tough time putting him above Al Waliya and Daktora Sawa, just because Al Waliya's prolific and won 3 races, Blahan's won none, and Daktora Sawa was already a cup winner over the trip. So they ticked a couple more boxes than Blahan, but look, if you're looking for an each-way play, I prefer the 5 to the 1, definitely.
And it's been backed on international markets, 16s, 14s, and now 12 to 1. One horse has been very friendless in the market. It's the horse who was second to Al Waliya last time. That is La Solitaire, rated just 50. So second on that occasion. But I thought the rating of 60 flatters the horse because it went into the race last time rated 43 and got a bump of £17 for finishing second. So the 60 is questionable.
Yeah, exactly. It was a much better effort than what she had previously shown, and the handicapper treated it as such and gave her a hefty rise. I don't think she's good enough to win. Obviously, she gets an allowance in here, being a filly against the boys. But, yeah, she's already been beaten and put in her place by Al Waliya. I don't see how that form's going to be reversed based on what we've seen so far from her. Very,
very easy to back. And also, just one of the horses to mention, easy to back as well towards the top of the betting. Goes 16 to 1 out to 22s on the international market. Number 10, Rana, also rated 60. 3 runs, but not been seen since Taif back in August.
I mean, fair pedigree on this horse. He's by Caravaggio out of a dam called Truly Mine. Draws well as well in 2. The unfortunate thing for the 10 is that there's no form. Those 3 runs were in Taif and they just weren't great. Minor improvement from one to the next to the next. Not seen for 5 months. First start of the course. Hard to make solid claims for the 10.
OK, at the start of the race 2 over the 1,400 metres for the 3-year-olds, and there's been really good money, Tom, for this Blahan. 16s, 14s, 12, now 10 to 1, and Al Dahani can do a little wrong at the moment.
Yeah, if our studio competition was including each way selections, then I would say my selection is the 5 each way. But it's not, it's just for win purposes, so I'll be with the 6, Daktora Sawa.
Well, we did see yesterday that we do make up the rules as we go along.
We do.
Right, Blahan for me, I think has got a big chance here, potential improver. You're with?
The 6, Daktora Sawa.
Daktora Sawa. As we see the favourite Gareth about to go forward here, loading into stall 8, all yours.
The runners then heading into the stalls, and Al Waliya at 10 to 11 then, the market leader, as the lads were referring to on the international betting front, with Daktora Salwa at 15 to 8, ASC's at 130, 10 to 1 bar those 3, as they currently try and load ASC's into stall 12 in the black and gold colours. This race very kindly sponsored by Jcsa. Thanks going to Jcsa for the very kind and most valued support as the field continue one by one to head into the stalls. Al Walia in the red coloured jacket, slotting in now with Mostahab America, and also out of line is Mona Fisahom. And then we'll just about be set to go for this second of the day. Plenty of prize money on offer throughout the course of the afternoon today, and in particular tomorrow, where we've got a real high quality programme of racing to look forward to. As is this, and we are just about locked away and loaded for our second event, with Mostahab America, the last, into the stalls, slotting into gate 4. So the starter holds the field. We're ready to go. Racing over 1,400 metres this time. Our first race on the dirt track, and they break away. Off and running. And Mona Fisahom has broken out very alertly, but is now being undertaken by Al Walia, who wants a view of the front in the red-coloured jacket, and Blayhan is racing prominently as well. With not too far away, Al-Khimar down along the inside in the blue headgear. That one just in front of Al-Burj-Al-Wazay as they continue their progress going down the back straight, and picking up the running here, Blayhan by a neck over. Al Walia in at second place. Keen, Al-Khimar towards the inside is in third. Then Mona Fisahom a little wider out with Al-Burj-Al-Wazay. Back in behind those as they make the turn is Ranar, who's now being niggled along towards the inside of Daktora Salwa, and then ASCs, who heads off the others in advance of Mostahab America, but two of them breaking clear as they run back towards the straight. And up ahead it is Blayhan in the green sleeves and cap, going a bit better than Al Walia at the moment. Al Walia being strongly driven. Al-Khimar is 3 lengths adrift of Al Walia back in third as they make the journey on to the final 200 metres. And Blayhan, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, going for this first and second race double from as many rides here today, and has got 4 lengths in hand. Al-Khimar is the finisher towards the outside. That one moves into second place as Al Walia very quickly backs out of it, but keeping up the pace is Blayhan, and it's a double for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Blayhan, always prominent and wins, beats Al-Khimar, who's home in second place. ASCs has run home pretty strongly in the latter stages, possibly grabbed the third in front of Daktora Salwa down along the rails. It's Martin Kelly in the winners there with Blayhan. He sided with Blayhan and sided with Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who from 2 rides here today has won both of them. And this was just as comfortable as our opening race winner, really. Blayhan always looked to have the measure of Al Walia, who faded out of contention very quickly. Blayhan in a time of 1 minute 27.6 seconds scores by 3.5 lengths in the end over Al-Khimar, who's through for second, and ASCs was third.
بكنزة ما نشبه أحد.
Joined by a winning trainer, Samar Al-Dahani. Again, he'll be very, very happy with this success. Blayhan still hasn't even made his way round to us, but that was his best career performance so far.
Yeah. He's a good horse, all the time blazes, but the distance salt of him, and I tell Ricardo all the time, we are waiting, today just go, and he do it, perfect, and the horse running, the best in his life.
The fact that he's won so well, and Al Walia, who was upsides him all the way around, has finished really, really tired, suggests just how good a horse he can be.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. Thank God he bring us the winning today. He's a good horse, like I told you, and his performance after the last race, I saw his training is too much good now. I think he made what he got.
And Ricardo, 2 winners from 2 rides, you 2 winners from 2 runners. This is meant to be the King Abdullah Foundation Day. We're taking it up with the Al Sabah stable.
That's I thank God, that's our luck, and our work. We are happy for our horse.
And you should be happy for your horse. We've talked to a couple of connections yesterday about how long the season is. Is he a horse that we'll see running in March at the end of the season?
Yeah. He's okay. I trust him. He can run every day, you know.
Well, hopefully he doesn't have to run every day. You'll have plenty of winners. But I'll let you go and greet him as he comes in behind you. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
We'll just let Sama come in with his horse this time. This is Ricardo again amongst the winners. 2 wins from 2 rides. And again, Blehan here just absolutely thrived at 1400s today. Was able to sort of not dominate the race in where you sometimes see, but actually just sort of take control of the contest and not allow any other horse really to get into it. Our Lear was upsides under Adele. Adele's no slouch and he can often lift a horse home at the finish. But on this occasion, he could get absolutely nowhere near this horse, who just repelled challenge after challenge after challenge and won very well in the end, giving Al Sabah Stables a second win in as many races. Faisal will be over the moon with that, as will the rest of the team. They barely finished celebrating winning the last race and they're already celebrating again. Now, we see them do very well previously. Ricardo's had 5 winners at a card already so far this season. It wouldn't be a surprise to see him dominate here again today. And this Chestnut individual, his chance to get a good look at him as he stands up. He's a really tall horse. He's a lot taller when the jockey's on than he is when he's walking around the parade ring. He almost grows up when the jockey gets aboard, and it's just absolutely lovely to see. So many people, young and old, all joining in here, just making sure the child doesn't get too close to the horse there, make sure everyone stays nice and safe. But well done to everybody who's involved here. And this Blehan is probably a later maturing type who I imagine will do more in time. And like Sama said, the end of the season could be where we see this horse really, really thrive later on, where it's not that the competition drops, but just these 3-year-olds are allowed a chance to grow into themselves and really step forward at the end of their juvenile careers. And hopefully Blehan is no different and can go and win another race. Ricardo weighing in, and we'll grab him once he's weighed in. He's waiting for a nod. He's been given the nod. Well done, Ricardo. 2 rides, 2 wins. This is very easy.
Yes, you know, this horse, all the time, I ride in the morning, you know, I like this horse. And the timer all the time speak about this horse. The last race for this race, he changed too much, you know. Today without maiden, but all the time plays 5, 4. I know today he ran better, but you know, not easy race. You look the rating, not too much, but I know he more rating at 58. Thank you.
Tell me a little bit more about him in the morning. Why do you like him so much?
He clever, you know. He's a little bit skinny, but he's big. I think in the future this horse is better. He improve maybe more next season. But he professional. You win because professional, and in the head, he's very good. He's very, very clever.
Well, you're a professional in the saddle as well. Well done. 2 rides, 2 wins. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Al Dahani and his jockey dominating through the early part of the card today in these colours of Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Alamek Al Sabah. And Blehan, who was unexposed coming to this, had a bit to find on the figures, top off 58. But as we saw yesterday, Ricardo's got up there from stall 5, got the rail, and has dominated.
Definitely an inside and pace bias, I think, personally, on the dirt track. You can all have your own opinions on that. I think there is. I think it's a disadvantage to be wide. I think it's a disadvantage to be off the speed. Ricardo knows it. Al Dahani knows it as well. Go straight to the front here with Blehan. We discussed this horse in good detail. Good selection from yourself as well, by the way.
Thank you, thank you.
We discussed this horse in good detail in the preview, and saying he was the one, outside of the obvious 3, when it comes to official ratings, he was the one who's easily going to take a step forward. And the great thing about the international market with these kind of races is that the traders just look at the ratings, and they look at the owners, and that's it. So I'm pretty sure a few of our listeners would have followed you in there, and hopefully joined my positive praise about the horse pre-race as well. He was just never in danger, was he? Al Waliya came alongside at this point of the race. It looked like she was going to throw down a challenge, but once she turned in, she had nothing left. She was on the wrong lead as well, and she faded back. Didn't even end up placing in the end.
And even at this stage, they've kicked clear of the field.
Yeah, those two had the race between them from a long way, and once Al Waliya was gone, I mean, Blehan just coasted home, really. The runner-up, Al Kima, is only rated 51 and hadn't really shown much so far, which kind of gets rid of the former touch. That being said, he was drawn in stall 1 and he rode the rail. So he could have been flattered by the way the race panned out. He ran second. In third was Aces, who actually did stay a little bit better today, but was ridden differently. It kind of ridden much more efficiently than usual due to the wide draw. He ran third, and my selection, Dr. Rosario, was fourth. She ran okay, but she's not progressed from 2 to 3. Bleihan broke so well at the start, perfect, was immediately in front, and Ricardo knew what he was going to do. He was instantly trying to get across to the rail, get ahead of Dr. Rosario at this point, and once he got the rail, it was almost game over, really.
And you can see the eventual third up on the outside, ASCs who were discussing, you said, barely stayed the 1200 to win. The 1400 is a bit of a question mark, but I still think looks a hard horse to win with, given, okay, he's finished third, but well behind the main protagonist.
Yeah, he's not run to his rating of 75. But, I mean, neither have the likes of Al Walia or Dr. Rosario, to be fair. They haven't run to their ratings of 76 or 72 either.
Well, Dr. on the sort of starting to beat a retreat even at this stage.
Yeah, she finishes fourth. She actually starts to find again in the home straight, but she's only beating tired rivals. She is a 2-year-old that's not progressed into 3. AC's is just, in my opinion, pretty average, and I don't think he's a 75 rated horse by any means. Al Walia was a touch disappointing, but at least she went with the pace, and she kind of ran her race inefficiently and got tired. There is a future with Al Walia, definitely, but the other two, not for me going forward. Bleihan is obviously the horse you're taking out of this race. He won the race. You're saying, well, of course he is, but he's in a rate of 58. He's probably going to go up to a mark of 70, you'd suggest, based on this victory, and then from there he'll be able to find a non-winners of 2 event, and then maybe even into opens next time.
Trader in great form. What was the horse yesterday who backed up from last week over the 4? Transferred. Doubles up on the opening couple of races today. Surprisingly, of all the people who comment on the YouTube channel, Jose, normally a big fan of Ricardo. He went against him in the first race, but has come back full of praise. Wow, 2 rides, 2 wins. What a start to the day. And he's only got 1 more ride left. And that's, of course, because the latter part of the card is the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cups, and that's their race is restricted to Saudi jockeys.
Yeah, Saudi jockeys only. Yeah. No royal runners either from royal stables. So it allows the jockeys and owners who wouldn't necessarily have winners to have winners on a big day.
Yeah, opens it up, and big fields as well for those races a little bit later on. But it's a cracking couple of days here in Saudi Arabia. We're 2 races down. We still have 2 more qualifiers on today's card for Saudi Cup night. We saw in the first race, Malayan booking his spot in the 1351. Next up, though, Gareth, another one of the qualifiers. This is a prestigious race in its own right. It's a listed event. It's the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup, and one of these horses will book a place in the Neom Turf on February 22nd.
Indeed, Martin, plenty at stake, and number 1 is Alucard with Naif Al-Anazi now in for the ride. Number 2 is Flying Spirit, Adel Al-Faradi, with number 3, Grocer Jack, American veteran Mike Smith in the saddle. Number 4 is Iron Lion, the mount of Joel Rosario. Number 5, Loving Feeling, with Mohammed Aldaham. Number 6 is New Pursuit, Alexis Marino booked for the ride. Over the page to number 7, Step by Step, with Muhammad Al Nassar. Number 8 is Agualito with Abdullah Al-Orfi. Number 9 is Al Abjar, Abdullah Al-Odib, with number 10, Arpen Tur, Fahid Al-Faradi. Number 11 is Bolid Porto with Camilo Ospina. And then number 12, Juan Viaggio with Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who's looking for a treble. Over the page to Macduff, number 13, Alberto Sana takes the ride, and number 14 is Ridhaz with Fawaz Wanas on board. Take out 15 through to 18. We have 14 runners for the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup, and it's back to Callum in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, here is Grocer Jack in really good shape at the moment, looking like he's really enjoying himself. He's got a good constitution about him. He's taking everything into his stride. It is worth noting, much bigger crowd today than we would normally see, but he's walking out in really confident fashion and handling himself really well. You'll see he's got the cross nose band on. That's not too much of a concern for me. The concern is the fact that Jimmy Jerkins hasn't had a winner in recent weeks, but if we saw how Zef performed in our most recent contest, you'd have to give him every chance. Obviously, you've got Mike Smith on board as well. Mike Smith, who recently won the California Crown over in the States as well, and was voted Jockey of the Week back in October. He's certainly a jockey to keep on the right side of, and we'll go and grab a word with him now because I can just see him in front of me. So we'll leave Grocer Jack alone, and we will go and interrupt Jimmy Jerkins and Mike Smith. Mike, firstly, thank you very much for taking the time to join us on the channel, and welcome back to Saudi Arabia.
Great to be back, man. Excited.
It's very exciting that you're aboard Grocer Jack here, a horse who last time out really shaped with some promise.
Yeah, he won this race last year. I'm really happy to be riding for Jimmy, man. We go way back for many, many years. Won a lot of big races together, and hopefully I can pull this one off.
And you've been riding plenty of big races winners yourself, the California Crown and that new meeting. You were thriving over there.
I'm hanging in there for an old guy, man. I'm hanging in there.
No such thing as hanging in there. We'll let you jump on and we'll grab a word with Jimmy. Must be lovely having the big man back to ride for you.
Oh yeah, like you said, we go way back, and you know he's tireless. He keeps on going. He keeps himself in great shape, and you know he's hasn't lost much, if anything, over the years.
What's the main advantage of having with someone with so much experience in the saddle on your side?
Well, just like I said, the experience, and he's been on a million different types of horses, especially horses like this. He's good. He's always been very good with horses that want to lay up close and get a little rank like he does. He seems to get him settled a little better than the next guy. So we're just taking a shot. Hope it works out.
We understand today's a very special day for you. Happy birthday is what I've been told in my ear straight away.
Yeah, I forgot about it, to be honest with you, but thank you. Yeah.
You may have forgotten, but we haven't.
Yeah, you know, getting up there, but trying to keep going. Mike, good luck, and you know, just keep plugging along.
Well, Zef Zafran, I saw a stormer in the last race. Hopefully this boy can go one place better.
Yeah, he ran good. You know, the turf is so fast, and it's just hard to run horses down. Not that anybody's running that outfit's horses down anyway lately. So, but I was happy with him. He ran his race at least. That's all he could hope. All he could ask.
And will you try and get him into the 1351?
Well, I don't know how it works. I think if he broke in such a tangle, it kind of, you know, he doesn't help himself in that regard. If he just bound out of there a little bit, he wouldn't make it so, you know, then he has to run hard. He wants to lay up close and be close. Then he had to run a little too hard. And that horse that won it, he looked like a winner all the way. He sat off him just as easy as a horse could sit off him. I knew he was going to be tough. But you're right. Once he went by him and he drifted over in front of him and he switched out. He came back on a little bit, so which was good to see.
Well, hopefully he can bounce out with Mike on board this time and lay up early, maintain the momentum, and shrug them all off.
Yeah, that's the plan.
That's the plan.
They always used to say back home, third time's a charm. This is his third time back, so I hope they're right.
Here we go, third time lucky. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Jimmy, full of birthday cheer.
Yeah, full of beans today. Hopefully he gets that overdue winner. It'll be good to hear from him again. He produces our best interviews here.
Well, Grocer Jack, he was a winner of this race last year. He came out of Germany, went to the UK, is now with Jimmy, and he finished second to Step by Step with a couple of today's rivals in behind on his most recent start.
He's a quirky horse. He's an 8-year-old now, so a veteran. You can see turning for home here, Grocer Jack's in front, Step by Step was alongside. Step by Step just quickens better. Yeah, there was interference midway through the straight, but Step by Step was going clear at the time. And then once Grocer Jack finds an even keel again, he stays on and finishes second. There were a couple in behind, as you say, a Lucal, Flying Spirit. I don't think either of those will be winning today. And the third place finisher was Loving Feeling, who also runs in this contest, but has disappointed since. That form is key to today's race.
As is this. This is Macduff, who's shipped out the UK, was formerly in the Judimont colours for Rafe Beckett. He went to the Derby at Epsom, ran down the field but finished second in the Qatar Derby on his most recent start.
Yes, it was a good effort from Macduff, probably a career best actually. But he's always been considered a very promising type, as you say, for former connections in the UK and then for his new connections now. He's got a lovely pedigree, especially for stamina-laden contests. He's by Sea the Stars. If he produces this effort again today, I think he's the horse to beat. The issue is Alberto Sana rides him, and it's nothing to do with Alberto, but Alberto just doesn't ride here very often. It's a very tight turf track compared to what you just saw there in Qatar, and he's drawn in 9. That being said, I think he's the horse to beat in terms of talent.
He's a fascinating contender this because he looked so promising early on in the UK last year. He was second in the Classic Trial at Sandown, 13th in the Derby. He was gelded, then put the blinkers on and he was third at Goodwood. The gelding and the blinkers going on would just suggest they were just finding it hard to put all the nuts and bolts in the right place.
Yeah, exactly. But it did look like he bounced back last time. I thought that was definitely a career best. And maybe he's just better suited by fast, firm turf. And he's going to get that today. Good to firm, obviously, is the reading, but it is very quick. So he's likely to have his ideal conditions. It's all about whether he can get in from 9. He's not going to be forwardly placed. He's going to be mid-div in the early part of the race. Yeah, it's 2100, so you're thinking, well, you don't need to really be up in the vanguard. This turf track is very hard to make up ground if you're wide on the course. Doesn't matter if you're far back, providing you save ground on the rail. That'll be Alberto's main job, to save ground.
Question for you. He was second to which horse as a juvenile?
City of Troy.
No.
Oh, I don't know that.
Very pertinent to the Saudi Cup and to the qualifier tomorrow.
I don't know.
Al Musmak.
Was it?
He was second to Al Musmak.
I didn't know that.
As a juvenile in 2023, yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
That's a good form line.
It is a good form line, yeah. One's a dirt horse and one's a turf horse now. But yeah, that's interesting.
And he's been backed as well, McDuff. He was 5-1 in the international markets. Now the 7-2 favourite, Grosser Jack's at 4-1. The horse I like, who beat Grosser Jack, I know he's not as well drawn today, is step by step rated 100, but he's had 3 runs this campaign on the dirt first time, and then a couple of good runs here over the course and distance.
Yeah, we saw that victory over Grosser Jack. It looks like he should be able to confirm that form. It just depends, again, what kind of trip he gets. This is just a bigger field turf race than we're used to, 14 runners. And when horses are drawn wide, you never know what's going to happen in the early part of the race. I have a huge bias towards rail riding trips on turf. So from stall 10, it just feels that's kind of unlikely. But you never know. He might be able to get up with the speed, just sit on the shoulder of the leader, and from there he would be very dangerous.
You've got to give us a word on Loving Feeling. It goes again for Al Dahani, won the first couple of races today. Now, this horse was an improver. You were with him last time up to 3,000 metres here last week, but that was a tactical race. But even allowing for that, he was disappointing over the longer trip. He comes back in distance today.
Yeah, he was very disappointing. I thought it was it was a ridiculously winnable race for him. He was rated 93 against horses rated 80 and below. That was 3,000. He didn't stay. He's going to stay this trip well. We just saw he's got good form that ties in with Grosser Jack and step by step. I just can't go in again because of last week, but I wouldn't be surprised if Loving Feeling went close.
And at 6-1, they're attracting a bit of money as well as number 11, Bolide Porto for the White Stable. Camilo's on board, 3 starts here so far, and has got a course and distance within a handicap before switching to dirt last time.
I'm going to change my mind on my selection and go for Bolide Porto.
Okay.
It was originally Macduff, but the price now, in my opinion, at 7-2 is a little bit short in a very wide open race, especially with the draw. So I'm going to be with the 11 now, Bolide Porto for Camilo. This colt has been in and out so far this season. Victory 9th, victory 9th. However, he's a French recruit. He didn't show his best side on dirt. Then he really impressed when coming from off the speed to win over this course and distance in a 0-95 handicap. Last time I'm willing to put a line through the effort. I think if he gets a good trip, he's drawn in 7. Camilo just got safe ground. If he gets a good trip, then he's very dangerous in this spot. He'll be coming from off the speed. And we do see sometimes when the turf fields are bigger, they go too quick. And the turf generally does tend to favour the stalker and closer. So hopefully he can come through with a rush late. But this is wide open. It's just a tentative play.
OK, but he keeps on being backed. It's now 5-1, closing in on third favouritism currently. So Callum, Tom's with Bolide Porto, horse number 11. I'm going to go step by step. Despite the draw, just his form over here and his form with Grosser Jack, I think, entitles him to utmost respect. But final thoughts back with Callum. I know you've got your favoured One Viaggio in here, Callum.
I have, team, and he's going to be the pick here. I think he's improving with every start. He's hilariously never run on turf before. All his runs in the UK were on the all-weather. But he's been a star on the dirt here since arriving for connections that often like to have a throw at a big price and at a big prize. So, yeah, Bon Viaggio is going to be the pick for me in this one. But they're loading pretty quickly. So, Gareth, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Runners heading into the stalls, and an experienced group of horses here, so it shouldn't take too long. And slotting forward is step by step Al Abjar heading in as well. And the start of this race, as you can see, in the home straight, right up in front of the stands, and a healthy crowd, a bit bigger than usual for this prestigious day's racing. This is a Neom Turf Cup qualifier. It's the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup listed event, and we're just about set to go. They're lined up, field of 14 here. Fairly long hold And off they go. They're racing. And one of the first to show is Grosser Jack, last year's winner, showing up prominently here with up towards the outside Step by Step. Two horses then who've met before, and they are the first couple. Contested early pace with up to the outside Flying Spirit in the white cap as they cover early ground. A little wider out on the course is Al Abjar as they now make the first left-handed turn. Riyadh is over towards the inside of Juan Viaggio, who's in the black and white, as they venture on out towards the side of the course. Loving Feeling is racing next, just in front of Aguiletto, as Grosser Jack strides on here by around about 3 to 4 lengths as they now turn into the back straight. Grosser Jack is coming clear. Races with the choke out, though, from in second position, Step by Step, who's closing the leader down once again. And they're being followed a few lengths adrift by Flying Spirit, without a bit wider on the track, Al Abjar. And Loving Feeling in the green sleeves and cap on the wide outside is now making up a little bit of ground. Macduff and Juan Viaggio are following those as they continue their run going down the side. Arpentur is well back. Iron Lion is the grey, who only currently has a couple behind. Alucard being one of those. A New Pursuit is whipping them in as they have less than half a mile to travel. Step by Step is now eyeballing Grosser Jack. They are 1 and 2. They're 2 lengths in front of Flying Spirit in third. And then towards the outside, Riyadh has now improved up into 4th place, and that one races ahead of Aguiletto as they're coming into the home straight. Step by Step has moved on into the lead. Less than 400 to run. Grosser Jack along the rails. Step by Step from Grosser Jack. Flying Spirit down the outside, looking for finishers, trying hard to pick up his Macduff in the grey jacket, and in the green cap over along the inside, Bolide Porto is staying on well. Step by Step is tying up, and Bolide Porto in the hands of Camilo Ospina times the challenge to a nicety and moves away by a couple of lengths to win the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup. Macduff through for second, with keeping to the task. Grosser Jack along the inside may just have held the third, and a whole host of them vying for fourth. A salute to the crowd from jockey Camilo Ospina as he produces Bolide Porto. Tom gave this one a good mention beforehand. This one's come through and landed the prize in a time of 2 minutes 8.76 seconds, and really has had to weave a passage through, has come from a bit further back. Tom was saying earlier on that this turf track, it can tend to suit those who finish off strongly. Camilo absolutely delighted. That's a fine ride. Macduff gets through to finish in second, beaten some 3 1/4 lengths by the winner. And Grosser Jack, who made much of the early running, kept to the task and was a further half length back in third. Bolide Porto wins the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup.
Baldy Porto, who had some very good form on the grass in France with a big money move over to Saudi Arabia last season. Maybe didn't quite hit the heights that were expected of him, but has absolutely thrived here and really absolutely loved that run on the turf, on this Turf Cup qualifier. What a performance and what a finish, but what a ride from Camille Ospina as well, who has absolutely threaded the iron needle to come through to win this contest. From Macduff, who also came from off the pace in second. That's back-to-back second-place efforts for him, having finished runner-up in the Qatar Derby. Grosser Jack ended up repelling Flying Spirit and taking third in a really good effort, and the White Stables Riyadh ended up finishing in fifth, step-by-step, finishing in sixth after looking very dangerous turning for home. But it all changed down the home straight, and it all fell into the hands of Baldy Puerto, who had absolutely stunned them here in the Neom Turf Cup qualifier. What a performance and what a ride from this man, Camille Ospina, who has guided this horse to victory for a jubilant White Stable team who were over the moon as he crossed the line. There were cheers all around and great scenes throughout the day, and an important day here as well for the team. Obviously, this is the King Abdullah Foundation, King Abdullah International Humanitarian Foundation Cup Day, and obviously this is huge for this team and a huge moment for everyone involved. I imagine we're going to wait here for a little bit until some more team members come down and join the winner in the winner's enclosure before we do the final photos. So you may just have to stick with me for a little while and we can talk about this horse, Baldy Puerto, who is a really big, strong individual, still only 4. Came here at the back end of last season, still only a 4-year-old, plenty of improvement to come. Camillo's going to weigh in and we will grab Camillo once he weighs in. Hugs all round, he runs over, look at him, he's like a spring chicken, he's flying along. He's going to weigh in perfectly and he'll be super happy. Just grabbing a word with Keith Otterson, our clerk of the course, and we'll find out more about him here. Camillo, he's going to keep walk and talk. We'll walk with you. What a performance, what a ride.
Yeah, you know, many thanks to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharan, you know, the White Stable. My wife and my daughter always is here with me. And this horse, he got many problems in the beginning, but thanks God I tried to correct, and I just saving the distance and just waiting my I don't know how to say, my opportunity, you know. And then I had the opportunity, you know, the horses and grasses, and this horse and grasses is moving very good, and thanks God I won the race.
Well, enjoy the photo with him. Congratulations. You can do it on the turf, you can do it on the dirt. You are flying along, Camillo.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Well, a big moment for Camilo. Big celebrations as well. We've seen before, he does get very caught up in the moment as well, and that's really exemplified by here as he's burst through late to winning for the White Stables.
This is a very good ride. Now, I don't want to question, I don't want to caveat that, but he's got the right horse for him in this spot as well. The horse has got him out of a little bit of trouble just purely because of what happened at the start. But once Camilo managed to save ground, from there he would have a good chance to picking up the pace. And crucially, Camilo found that gap with about 150 metres to run. Watch the start here. Breaks from stall 7. White body, green cap.
Gets away okay.
Yeah, gets away okay, and then is about to be squeezed out as he shuffled back in the pack. Keep watching him as the horses congregate across from the outside. He's in the middle, and then he squeezes back. And Camilo's virtually in last, just one behind at this stage.
With Macduff on his outside now.
Exactly, yeah, and Alucowell on the inside. So that wouldn't have been the plan initially to be that far back, but crucially, as I was talking about in the pre-race, you have to save ground. You've got to be on the rail or close to the rail if you're to win on this turf track, especially if you're on a closer. Camilo manages to get a rail sit. Meanwhile, Grosser Jack's out in front under Mike Smith. And at this point, I'm thinking this is a really good ride from Mike Smith. This horse has to be ridden at, not top speed, but towards the top end of his speed throughout a whole race. And then suddenly, right here, he slows down the gallop. Now, on most horses, that's the right thing to do because you're saving energy, putting more... allowing the horse to breathe better and go through the race and saving it for a kick at the end. But Grosser Jack, you need to ride him that way, aggressively from the outset, because he gets outpaced when it comes to the turn for home. And we'll see it again here, step by step, who did exactly the same thing to him last time, quicken up off the home turn, went by him, and then Grosser Jack rallied. He goes by him again this time, and then Grosser Jack rallies and picks up third. It wasn't the best of rides, in my opinion, from Mike Smith. I think you've got to be more than that in terms of aggressive on him.
And is there a bit of a pace collapse? Because those up there I know Grosser Jack rallies again, but step by step weakens into the field, and it's two from way off the pace that come through.
Maybe a pace collapse. I think they just got racing a little bit early, because you can see right now, step by step, Grosser Jack, Flying Spirit, they're all going hard out at this part of the race.
Well, step by step's going to try and win his race, isn't he?
He is, yeah. They've just got racing early. It hasn't been a collapse because they haven't all faded back through the pack. You can just see Bellido Porto on the inside, the eventual winner. Green cap, Camilo dying for a bit of room at this stage, finally gets it alongside Grosser Jack and bursts through. I just think they were more efficiently ridden, the closers, rather than the forwardly placed horses, aside from Grosser Jack, who should have been more aggressive.
But Macduff and Bellido Porto have come from the same position. They've had a similar run through, but the winners showed a far superior turn of foot.
Yeah, I think he's a really nice horse. I was impressed with how he won 2 starts back when I was here. That was earlier in the season, right at the start of the year, actually. And then last time he just didn't get to run his race because of the surface. But yeah, I feel like he's very useful. And the fact he's now in the Neom Turf Cup, I think, is a great story for Connections. And the fact they've managed to purchase this horse from France and he's really, really developing and becoming a nice one over here.
It's good for the locals. He may, though, I think, he's won this in really good style, but he's going to have to improve again.
He is.
To lay down a challenge in the Neom Turf.
He is. I don't disagree. The one positive for him is he's a European horse. So he's got a European style of running. It's not like he's a Saudi local bred who is now going to face much better horses. He was facing good horses in France, in Ireland previously. So I think he's got a good chance in the Neom Turf Cup. I'm not going to say he'll win. I think there'll probably be 1 or 2 that beat him. But because of that turn of foot, he has to be feared.
Well, he's coming here 95. He's improved on the 95. He's beaten a 104 rated horse. If Macduff's ran to his 104 and the third Grosser Jack's rated 100, he's probably improved another £10 against
exactly.
if not more.
Exactly. I think he's a 106 to 108 horse. And that would put him in with a chance on Saudi Cup. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to win because there could be 110 horses coming over from Europe, but he's not without claims.
And is that maybe with the intensity of the emotion that we saw from Camilo that he's going to Saudi Cup night with such a big chance?
I think so, because the White Stable, obviously, they've been dominant over here for a number of years. They're usually dominant on dirt. They're not necessarily dominant on turf. So I think not only because Camilo's now got another good ride on Saudi Cup Day and he's just won a nice qualifier, I think it's more that he's also got a chance on turf. So it's just yet another kind of area where we can see Camilo thrive.
Okay, thanks to all of your comments as well on the YouTube chat. Do get those in, your comments, your selections, and do let us know wherever in the world you're tuning in from, because it's a terrific day here in Saudi Arabia. We'll move on there very quickly to race 4, and this is for the Arabian horses to handicap, for those rated 0 to 85, and it's sponsored by Jcsa.
So on to the runners and riders for our 4th race. Number 1 is Raya Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 2 is L'Adversaire Hippolyte with Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 3, Jcsa Al Thab with Tariq Al Mansour. Thab Al Timiat on board for Merjan Ramadan. Number 5, Slick with Mohammed Al Yami. Number 6 is Wasam, the mount of Abdullah Al Said. Over the page to number 7, Rihanna, Yasser Al-Bakawi. 8 is Lady de Violette with Muhammad Al-Nassar. And 9 is Obid Al-Shahania with Riyadh Al-Tarisi taking the ride. This is the Arabian Horse Handicap 0 to 85 rated. And once again, our sincere thanks going to our race sponsors, Jacko, for the very kind and generous support. It's back over to Callum in the parade.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, just going to look at a couple of these in this contest because I know the boys want to really dig into this Arabian 0 to 85 handicap. Raya is the first one we'll take a peep at. This was a horse who was a winner on debut. He was a very impressive winner on debut. Could have found him at any price on that day, but he certainly did a very good job to win on that occasion. Look at his development. He actually looks like he's got a bit more frame to fill. He's quite a leggy type for one of these purebred Arabian 4-year-olds. She's only a filly as well, and I quite like her. You know, there's very little to go wrong with her. There's no negative. She's not carrying too much condition. at all. She will be probably hard to beat, but will have to carry 60 kg, which is giving lumps of weight away to everything else. Let's pull back to the other one I want to peep at, the 5. This is RB Slick, or just Slick, however you want to call it. A really, really good-looking individual here who bumped into the very smart Lacey de Violette last time out. That was a tough old contest. This should be a little bit easier. Getting weight from the top horse here. Was ready to win that race on that occasion, got a little bit tired late on, ended up dropping into 3rd. Second on penultimate started well. Certainly a horse to keep on side, and I'm a really big fan of Slick, so I think Slick's going to be the one you've got to watch. Just a bit of a Paddock negative, would probably go for the 4, Merjan Ramdan, who is just getting a little bit worked up here in the parade ring as he goes past the outrider horses. So the 5 and the 1 are the picks, but the 5 is the pick for me.
So the 5 and the 1, the 2 on the international markets, who are the first and second favourites. Raya, a shade of odds on at 10 to 11, and Slick is at 3 to 1. Let's have a look at Raya in action. We can see her finishing first with Daylight second, third and fourth.
Yes, she was very impressive first time up. Qatari bred. You never really know what to expect from a first-time starter, especially an Arabian horse. But this day she was very impressive. Rode the bias off the front end on the rail, but kicked clear and won in decisive fashion. 16 1/4 lengths. Yeah, she has leading claims now, and you know if Connections decided to go to an open with her this time, next time up after this piece of footage, you wouldn't have really questioned it. But they're going for a 0 to 85 handicap instead, where she's meeting horses who are only actually rated 73 or lower. Surely this is a really good spot for her to follow up.
Market thinks so as well. Odds on at 10 to 11 on the international figures. Slick is second best at 3 to 1. Rated £13 the inferior. Gets the weight with it being a handicap. Has had 1 go in Type, 3 goes here, and was in behind Lacey de Violette. Now, I do think Ray is going to win, but for the fact of putting Callum back in his box, because he knocked poor old Lacey de Violette, who's 4 from 4, rated 106, probably even rated higher now.
Yeah.
He was knocking her last week, so I'd just love to see that form boosted, but she was well beaten that day, beaten 11 lengths in the end.
Yeah, no, 0 from 4, but the last 3 runs have been okay for Slick, horse number 5. Lacey de Violette's would beat these. So I suppose you could say this is an easier contest for Slick, but we don't know where how much upside Ray has really got. She could easily be the next Lacey de Violette. Slick is the most obvious horse for second in here, but he's racing from £1 out the handicap. So, I mean, it's not even that well treated, actually, running off a mark of 71. Raya is just the clear standout, despite the fact she's carrying a lot of weight.
Well, the top 2 in the international market. Others to mention include horse number 3, Jaya Al Athbar, who's got a win at Type over the 2000, drops in distance and drops in grade here as well.
Yeah, stamina looks to be his forte for sure, as proven by that Type victory over 2000. Highly tried since. I think he's the second most logical winner of this. Obviously, Raya is by far and away the most logical player. She should win. But Jcsa Athab should be, in my opinion, second.
And Ladvis Hippolyte is horse number 2. International market say that's got 4th best chance of the race with a chance of 6 to 1, 1 win in 7 starts.
That victory came at Type in a 1600 metre maiden, so she's proven over the trip. That was in September though. She's been readily outpointed in 2 open races since. I don't know whether she handles Riyadh as well as handles Riyadh as well as he handles Type. I would be slightly cautious on that matter, but I still had him as my 4th pick in here. I've got 1, 3, 5, 2 in that order.
So the top 4 in the international betting, but in a slightly different order. Yep. I think we're just both in agreement that this Raya could just be far and away the best of these. A mark of 83 may well underestimate. You don't see many winning by 16 1/4 on debut.
Exactly, and she did it nicely. I know she rode the bias, but the way she kept drawing clear was a positive sign. This just isn't a great race, and the reason I have got the top 4, obviously when I do, if you're tuning in for the first time, when I do my form study, we don't know the prices. So the reason I think I've matched the market here is because only 4 of these horses are running off their actual rating. The others are all out of the handicap, including Slick. So it's kind of impossible to have the 6, 7, 8 and 9 just because they're running off wrong marks on minimum weight. Whereas when you look at the top of the market, the 1, 2, 3 and 4 are actually running off their right marks. And the 5 Slick has at least shown more form than the 4 last time, if that makes sense. So I think Raya's the clear standout. Jcsa Athab could easily bounce back to a better kind of performance after running in opens recently. and then Slick is just consistent. That's why I've got them 1, 2, 3.
And if you look back to the 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the race that Raya won here on the 2nd of January, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th were 53, 57 and 66. So I don't think on that basis 83 looks particularly harsh.
No, I don't either. Wide margin victory, probably could have been more. I think any mark around 80 would have been fair. 83, I suppose, doesn't leave much room just based on that one effort, but you never know how much upside a horse has got, and especially an Arabian. Arabians wouldn't tend to continue finding all the way.
But she slides in here just above the top ceiling for the race.
Which is why this is a great piece of placing. Yeah. They could have gone into an open and should have probably been top rated in an open race for a 4-year-old Arabian. But they're going into a 0-85 handicap instead. The reason this is such a good piece of placing is not only is she facing weaker opposition, not only are they providing a spot for her to likely get to the front, she's not going to be really taken on up front, I don't think, because these horses just aren't as quick as her. But also, it's not a cheap race. It's not like they're turning up on a Thursday in a 0-85 handicap. There's 67,500 Saudi Riyal for first place here. So
it resulted in half a point.
Yeah, he's not happy about it still.
In race 6, we're going to be kind to him. We've come up with a solution.
We have.
Race 6, he can have 4 selections, but he only gets a quarter point for each. But the 1st and 2nd are both worth a quarter point.
Yeah, hopefully he can get that extra half on the board so
he can get to a whole 1.
So we don't have to talk about fractions again.
Unless he gets 1st and 2nd and isn't 1.5.
Yeah, that would be disastrous.
Oh, no, it's only a quarter, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yes, you need the 1st and 2nd to get the 1, yeah. Okay. Okay. I hope you understood that, Callum. You can have 4 selections in race 6, quarter of a point for each selection, but 1 selection here gets you 1 point. Good luck.
You know what, Martin? I'm going to come up and fight you in a second. I'm going to come into that studio and fight you. I'm only going for 1 selection, and thank you for revealing the points totals or what winners would give me, which you didn't do the last time when I picked the best winner of the day. But this one, I do think Slick's your winner. Maybe everyone's right. Raya might be the best horse in the race, but Raya might have also won a terrible, terrible maiden and beaten some pretty average horses and have to give everything here plenty of weight. So for me, that would be my main concern. I will say that Raya has no negatives in the parade ring. She really was strutting her stuff like she thought she was the best horse in this race. So certainly no negatives in the way Raya looked, but I'm just going to go with Slick. I think Slick's form is better than Raya's form. So that's why I'm going to make that selection. It's a tricky old race, though. In typical purebred Arabian 4-year-olds, there could be anything coming through in here. So I wouldn't get too excited too early on. And it all really leads on to the next race, which is an absolute cracking contest on the turf for the purebred Arabians, a qualifier for the turf race on Saudi Cup night. So plenty to get excited about here with the purebred Arabians in King Abdulaziz Racecourse. The crowds are humming, the racing is cracking as well, and Gareth is doing very well calling them home.
Thank you, Callum. This Jcsa-sponsored Arabian horse handicap not too far from getting started. You can see the views from above as the runners are circling down at the start. They'll have nearly the full length of that back straight and shoot in front of them before the left-handed turn back towards home. And on the international betting market, Raya is at a shade of odds on here at 4-5, Slick at 3-1 with Jcsa Al-Fab at 5-1, L'Adversaire Hippolyte at 6s and 11-1 bar those as they continue to circle and are now about to head behind. Raya very well fancied beforehand, as the guys were saying, ran out an impressive winner on debut last time out, won by a long way on that occasion. Now into a handicap, and being one of 4 fillies in the race, has got plenty of weight on her back as well, giving upwards of 10 kilos and upwards to all of her rivals. But it might just be that she is the best horse in this race, and by some way. And it might just be that some of them are sort of racing from out of the handicap as well, given their marks, those towards the bottom. So we'll see how this unfolds. Heading forward now is Murjan Ramadan, and also about to slot forward Obeid Al-Shahania, who's one of the greys in this. We've got 4 greys, including Raya. Now this horse in shot is Wazam, the mount of Abdullah Al-Said, or at least will be once she's loaded into the stalls, it seems. Just being walked forward here is Wazam, who has got 3 duck eggs next to her name so far. Needs plenty more on what we've seen, but will complete the lineup for this Arabian horses handicap. Once again, our thanks going to our race sponsors. Jcsa is rearing up quite badly. Mirjan Ramadan in stall 2. And out the back door came jockey Tharbal Timyat. And given that unruly nature in the starting stalls, Mirjan Ramadan might just be backed out here. And the participation for this horse, I'd say now, is in serious doubt. The others stand. Starter is on the rostrum. There is jockey Tharbal Timyat, who is limping off, looks a little bit sore. So I can't see this Mirjan Ramadan running. All of the others waiting patiently. And thankfully that incident didn't really set off any of the horses in the closest stalls. Now, are they going to lead this one forward again, I wonder here? Mirjan Ramadan, who has just reared up badly in stall 2 and has got rid of Tharbal Timyat. Now, he looks game, doesn't he, to get back on? Goggles are coming down, and maybe they're going to give this one another try. All of the others continue to stand patiently and well. And indeed, they are just checking Mirjan Ramadan over. There's the vet, as you can see, and if he's happy, then it looks like they're going to reload this Mirjan Ramadan, and it looks like he's going to be allowed to have another crack here and take his chance. Not convinced that would have happened everywhere, a second chance after an incident such as that, but he was checked over and deemed fine by the vet, and back in he goes, Mirjan Ramadan. Let's hope he runs a good race here, as we are just about set and the starter lets them go. They're off and racing and breaking out well. One of the first ones to show, Rihanna, is showing up prominently with up towards the outside L'Adversaire Hippolyte, also prominent. And a little deeper out in the light blue colours is Slick as they settle themselves down, and Jcsa Al-Fab is over towards the inside. The favourite Rhea a little wider out in the green and yellow silks, and working deeper out of her is Lady de Violette. And they're being followed by Wasm, who's racing in midfield. Looking on towards the back end of the pack in these early stages, Obeid Al-Shahania is right towards the back end of the field, and so too is Mirjan Ramadan, who of course acted up at the beginning. They head towards the left-handed turn, which will bring them out of the far straight, and it is L'Adversaire Hippolyte, a narrow leader, to Slick in the light blue, and covering the move is Rhea around the outside. A leading line of 3, chased in fourth by Jcsa Al-Fab, who's now being niggled at, but he's racing in front of Rihanna, and then towards the outside Wasm, as Slick and Rhea now move on into the leading 2 positions as they quickly sweep to one side L'Adversaire Hippolyte, and Rhea's going strongest here as they head into the lane with less than 400 to run. And a look behind there from Abdullah Al-Saidi on the leader. He must feel confident he has them covered, and it certainly looks like this filly has got them covered as Rhea boots away by 5 to 6 lengths. No more from Slick, whose race is run, with L'Adversaire Hippolyte keeping to the task. Down the outside is Rihanna, and battling on is Jcsa Al-Fab, but they're racing into the final 150 metres, and Rhea is out well clear. She's going to record a second career win from as many tries, and has done this impressively, giving away lumps of weight. Home for second place will be L'Adversaire Hippolyte, who's beaten around about 5 or 6 lengths in the end, and it was quite close for third, with Mirjan Ramadan, the horse who played up in the starting stalls, running on well down the outside. Rhea has gone on to win. The guys in the studio would not hear of defeat, and they've been proven right. Rhea has come home a very comfortable winner in the hands of Abdullah Al-Saidi, who I personally feel he felt he had that covered around about 2 furlongs from home. A very confident ride, and he's clearly on board a filly who is ahead of her mark at the moment. She's won that by a clear margin, 5 3/4 lengths back to L'Adversaire Hippolyte in second. Mirjan Ramadan in third, Rhea clocking a time of 1 minute 51.23 seconds, and a most impressive winner of that Arabian Horses Handicap, sponsored by Jcsa.
Well, I was proven completely wrong, wasn't I? Rhea has absolutely bolted in to make it 2 from 2. There was no fluke about that debut performance as she skates in 5 3/4 lengths clear of Ladvisher Hippolyte, who ended up finishing in second. Merjan Ramdan, who was a nightmare in the parade ring, unseated the rider at the start, has ended up coming home in third. Reina getting quite tired in fourth. Jcsa Atab in fifth, and Slick got very, very tired and ends up finishing a disappointing sixth. The boys in the studio were very confident, and they were right to be confident. Hugely, hugely impressive victory for this grey, who is now 2 from 2. She could have been found at any price on her debut. She was well supported today, and the support has been justified. Well done to everybody at home who picked her and found her, and she's done that, giving away lumps of weight. That rating of 83 might just be quite legit, because she's absolutely pulverised Ladvisher Hippolyte, who came here with a rating of 73 and was getting 5 kilos. So you'd think that she's a little bit better than that rating of 83 as well, and she's done that well. Great to see Abdullah Al-Saidi is your winning jockey. He's done really well this season, still able to claim 1 kilo, which he would have been able to do in this 0 to 85 contest as well. He's thriving at the moment. Got the same style boots as Oisin Murphy with the little maroon socks. He clearly has a fashion icon there. And this horse has given him plenty of support. Thought he rode him with so much confidence as well, just shadowing Slick on the outside. Slick tried to push on the crown of the bend but could not maintain, and Abdullah was able just to guide this filly right alongside the outside and get victory. And beautiful scenes here. Abdullah's actually calling in some family and friends to all get involved in these winning photos. Again, talk about the winning scenes here. It's just lovely to see so many people involved. The one finger in the air, that's for the trainer. It means so much to everybody involved, and it is a lovely, lovely scene. And well done to Abdullah, who is having a season to remember. Not sure how long he'll keep this 1 kilo claim, though, that's for sure. He seems to be chipping in with about 3 or 4 winners every single week. Boys, you were absolutely right in the studio. I tip my hat to you. Well done.
Well, you could tip your hat. I might just what does that say? That says Tom.
Tom 6, Martin 5. Oh, comes on a half. It's a bit of a shame. I do feel bad saying that, given he's given us respect for picking the winner. But yeah, you need to get another winner, Callum. Come on, man.
Well, he could have found that one quite easily.
It was teed up for him.
Yeah,
couldn't put it home.
Mark of 83, wins by 16.5. Could be rated higher. Yeah. 1 from 1.
Yeah, never really in doubt either. We can obviously see the closing stages right here, and by this point she's away and gone, and it's game over. But we'll see as we go through the full race replay, kind of where she won the race. I was a little bit nervous actually in the first few strides when she didn't make the front, because I thought they'd just adopt the same tactics as last time, but she moved up 3 wide, and from there it was never really a problem.
And the top 2 in the market from the turn out the backstretch had the race between themselves.
Yeah, but then Slick faded so badly, finished 6th in the end, ended up being beaten 16 lengths. So was alongside Rhea turning in and finished 16 lengths behind Rhea. Take it from the start here. Rhea's in the green with the yellow sash, so 6 from the inside, the grey filly. She's only got 2 behind at this point, and I was a little bit kind of surprised about what was transpiring, because I thought she was going to be ridden aggressively. But fortunately, the 3 up front move across, and she's able to just saunter up into that prominent position. She was a bit wide on the course, and I prefer riding the rail at the moment, given the track, but it proved no problem for her. She was just way the best filly in the race.
That's a nice arrowhead formation down the back.
It was, yeah, with the one out the back. To be fair, before we talk more about Rhea and how the race worked out, the 4 horse, who almost didn't run because he reared up badly in the stalls, Saab Altimate looked like he was injured and whatnot, ended up running. Ran a great race, finishing 3rd, and needs to be marked up for that performance. He's last at this stage on the rail in the black, white and orange. But the winner, Rhea, is about to make a winning move down the outside. 3 wide on the turn alongside Slick, and the eventual runner-up, Ladvisher Hippolyte, and just powers clear.
Okay, and this is where the race really starts to develop. The first and second favourites start to go forward, but Slick at this stage not going quite as well as the eventual winner up on the outside.
But isn't it mad? The horse at the bottom of the shot in the orange, Ladvisher Hippolyte, who the top 2 have literally just passed on that turn, Ladvisher Hippolyte ends up finishing 2nd. And Slick, who managed to go by Ladvisher Hippolyte, go 3 lengths clear of Ladvisher Hippolyte, gets reeled in and finishes 6th. It's a very weird run from Slick. It's like the jockey used all of that horse's energy on the home turn, and then he was completely gone in the home straight.
Which, if anything, pays a compliment to the winner.
It does, yeah, because the winners had to race Slick around the turn rather than just sit off the pace and then retain that kind of speed all the way to the line. The runner-up is a definite stayer for next time. He was a 1,600 metre Taif winner early in the year, so when you win over that trip at a tie, you generally think they can stay further. I think those connections of La Versailles Hippolyte need to go over 2,000 with him. He lacks pace, but he does stay on. The winner is just a really useful filly, especially at 1,600, but she could probably run 1,400 or 1,800 as well. She seems quite versatile.
I reckon she could be pushing 100 this filly quite easily, quite quickly.
Yeah, I don't know what the handicapper is going to do with this, though.
Sam, come and tell us. Where are you?
Yeah, Sam handicapper. Yes, please come tell us, or at least let us know when she goes up, because she's beaten horses that are generally out of the handicap here. And the ones that weren't out of the handicap were really inferior. So I don't know whether the handicapper is going to push her up to 90, whether he'll go 95, or whether he'll just go with high 80s. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but
I reckon she's got to be. I reckon she'll get at least 10.
You think?
Mid-90s at least.
Yeah, which will force Connections Hands to run an open next time, which is probably where she should be anyway.
It's only as well as that. It's only his second start. And she's so professional.
Yeah, you don't usually see these 4-year-old fillies win like this, so there's a lot of upside to her moving forward. Lovely camera shot here, but we get the crowd in as well, yeah, she's got a lot of upside, and interesting to see where we see her next. I imagine she'll be out again within the next month or so. There's no point of putting her away now, providing she comes out of the race well, just purely because she's banging form and she's beating 4-year-olds, where next year she'll be against older horses.
And Slick was beaten by Later de Violette here last week. Now, that horse was unbeaten, had a mark of 106 coming into it. Now, she was beaten 11 lengths that day, but I'm not going to use that as a tool to crab her form because she's backed out of that so quickly.
Yeah. What is a question for you? Raya or Lacy de Violette's? Given
Lacy.
I would say so too. Despite the fact Raya's just beaten Slick by 16, whereas Lacy beat him by 12. Beat by 11 lengths.
Well, Lacy's doing it in open company.
And in small fields where she's sprinting away, whereas today they went a faster pace, which allowed them to string out more. So I think Lacy's the better.
But she's got the potential to not be far behind her.
Yeah, they're the top two in the 4-year-old filly Arabian division right now, for sure.
Yeah, really good race that. The Arabian Horses handicap goes the way of Raya, who makes it 2 out of 2. And we saw as well some of the shots of the crowd. You can see behind us as well, a big crowd here today because it is the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cups Day. That's coming a little bit later, but the crowds have turned out in force.
Yeah, and there's some giveaways right now. Could see them on the big screen a second ago with Vespers and cars as well. So I'm sure the crowd are really enjoying the action today, not only the horses, but the giveaways too. Yeah,
we'll have more of the King Abdullah Foundation and what exactly they do as we go through the card. But we have one more qualifier for Saudi Cup Day to come. It's going to be our next race. 4 more qualifiers tomorrow. So tomorrow's card just glittered with stars. But our next race is again for the Arabians. It's an Arabian Horses Open. It's race 5. It's a qualifier for the Al Manifa, and it's sponsored by Al Fakira.
Don't look at the goat. Wear the goat. In football, a legendary player is called GOAT.
I always try to tailor the attacks to Mitro. In Al Fakira, this luxury fabric is woven from the goat's birth.
Winter is coming.
Hedaf, ya bad hai.
So our 5th race, another qualifier, and number 1 seemingly not with them. We'll confirm that shortly. 2 is Hashem with Ali Al-Mamoni. Can confirm number 1, Hafedak Ala Al-Khaldiya, is a non-runner. As is number 3, Ichanda Bouzouid does not run. Number 4 is Madkor with Muhammad Al-Nassar. Number 5, Madrasa, Alexis Marino. 6 is Rad Al-Sengar with Nawaf Al-Firouz. With number 7, Sakran Al-Khaldiya, Mohammed Al-Yami. Number 8 is Al-Gabra with Khalid Al-Mamoni on board. Over the page to number 10, number 9, Mubarizat Al-Khaldiya, a non-runner. 10 is Rakud Al-Ansari with Abdullah Al-Khabis. And number 11, Shafa Al-Azam with Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Naif Al-Anazi, I beg your pardon, now taking the ride. Naif Al-Anazi on number 11. Abdullah Al-Lawfi on 12. Lamirel Lamajori with number 13, Wasib. Camilo Ospina, who's already been among the winners today. 14 is Al Nasrallah with Jimmy Carrion. With number 15, Joy de Montagu, Tariq Al-Mansour. And take out at 16, 17 and 18 as well. It leaves us with a field of 12 given the alterations. Now, thanks going to Al Fakira for the very kind and generous sponsorship of this Al Manifa qualifier. And it's back to Callum in the paddock.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, really looking forward to this. Just some housekeeping before we get started. The 1 and the 9 who were withdrawn because they were late to arrive to the racecourse. We saw them while we were in the studio. They were late to arrive to the racecourse. They were withdrawn on that reason only. That's why they're late scratches. Let's focus on those who arrived on time and who are running. Hesham has won the last 2 starts when setting the fractions early. Has won 2 of his last 3 when setting the fractions early. The one defeat coming on penultimate start was when he got it all wrong at the start. If he gets it right at the start, he might be hard to catch. He's a lovely type. He's been having a good old shout and a scream around the parade ring, but he's handled everything a little bit better now. And hopefully once he settles down, he will be the one to set the early fractions. This is a tough ask, but Ali Amamoni is in the saddle, and hopefully he will give this horse a good ride and get a good spin. Let's come and catch them coming out of here, Mustafa, because they're going to be on the other side. And just make sure Mustafa stays a bit safe. They're going to be on the other side of the parade ring here, because they're all shooting on their way out now. We're just going to miss horse number 6, who's Rad Al Sanga, who's an interesting proposition in this contest. But that doesn't matter too much because we'll go straight to number 10. Number 10 is Rakud Al-Ansari coming towards us now. A really strong travelling filly who's a lovely type. She ran a fairly decent race last time. Mustafa, mind your back. And Rakud Al-Ansari's certainly got a very, very good chance. Now the 13, Wasib. This is about a Camille Ospina just coming towards us as well. He's a nice type. He's a gorgeous roan grey, this Wasib. Always looks really well in the prelims. Certainly a horse you want to keep on side. And Camille Ospina is coming off the back of a very good win a couple of races ago. And then we have the unbeaten Al Nasarella, who is also coming into this race in great form. And Jimmy Carrion will be looking for a well-deserved winner. He's had a quiet spell for the last couple of weeks. And Jimmy will be hoping he can get this horse's head in front here. It's a tricky little contest, boys. Now the top 2 are out, but I'm really quite keen on Wasib, who just is the paddock pick for me.
Well, good luck to you, Callum. You need to get a winner on the board today.
13, Wasib. Interesting pick, to be fair.
15-2 chance?
Yep. I thought it'd probably be shorter, actually. Obviously, when we arrived, we thought the 2 Al Khaladia horses were going to be in the field, so this market has completely changed since, well, 2 hours ago. So this race has become a lot easier for all the horses that are actually still in the field than it would have been if both Hafedak Al Khaladia and also Mubarazat Al Khaladia were in the lineup.
The difficulty I've got with this, I mean, it's a qualifier for the Al Manif, which is on turf. It's a turf qualifier, but there's so little turf form to go on.
There is. And also and this is no disrespect to the race or whatnot, but whichever horse manages to win this and then qualify, they're going to have a very slim chance of actually winning the Al Manifa because it's not the best of qualifiers in terms of depth, with the 2 Al Khaladia horses now not running. For example, if Hafedak Al Khaladia was able to run, he was likely to win, and then because he's got a rating of 114, he'd have actually stood a chance in the Al Manifa. But unfortunately, maybe you could say Rakud Al-Ansari has got a chance rated 112, but the remainder, they're all way below what you'd usually think is good enough to win in the Al Manifa. We're missing a Talal Al Khaladia or an Asfan Al Khaladia in this spot, aren't we?
We are indeed, and with the absence of the Al Khaladias, Rakud Al-Ansari is the international favourite at 13-8. Now, if we're taking the official figures, 112 would be probably good enough to be competitive in a Manifa.
But are we taking that figure? I don't know. I think that's a bit over what she's capable of. Look, she's won 8 of her 22 starts, so she is relatively prolific. She's drawn inside in 7, so I've got no problem with the draw. The issue I have with her is that she capitulated in the final few strides last time, and she's not a stayer. So she's going to really struggle, in my opinion, to get home over 2,100 metres. I wouldn't want any part of 6-4. She's the class horse in the race, but is she going to stay? Not for me.
Well, the second favourite is Madrasa at 100-30. This maybe just illustrates the lack of depth in this, because this horse was well held by Talal Al Khaladia back on the 27th of December.
Exactly, and was beaten 3 lengths by Hafedak Al Khaladia in that race as well. And so if Hafedak Al Khaladia was in the field, then he would have had a much better chance than Madrasa. These connections know the time of day, but drawn in stall 13 is not ideal.
So lack of turf form. One horse that does have the turf form is the French import. This is horse number 8, Al Habra, who had 4 runs over in France and was a winner over this trip at Tarbes back in April on the turf.
And this is going to be my selection now that the 1 and 9 are taken out. Is it yours as well?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, we can team up again and get another win on the board. It's only Friday, so we don't have to be fighting each other just yet. I like this horse as well. She wouldn't have been my pick. She was actually my third pick when the 1 and the 9 were both in the field, but defaulting back onto the 8 now. She won a French Turf Maiden, as you say. That came over this trip on turf last season. The only horse that can tick both of those boxes. She's only been seen once since. She finished runner-up that day over in France again. She now makes her Saudi Arabian debut. I don't like horses first time up here, but this race is there for the taking. She stays, she handles the surface, she has the talent on figures, she's got a good draw, she's got a good rider on Arabian horses. Provided she has acclimatised to Saudi Arabia and she's going well for a new stable, I think Al Gabra is the one to beat.
Shafa Al Hizam is horse number 11. That's third or fourth best, in fact, on the international markets. 2 wins from 9 starts. Second on the dirt last time out over a shorter distance. And if you dig back through the form, ran in the King Abdulaziz Cup back in March in behind Mubzaradat Al Khaladir, but finished 4th that day. So again, in behind one of the Al Khaladirs, again showing the lack of depth.
Exactly. And the 2 victories for this horse have both come over sprinting trips in Taif. This is an unsuitable track, an unsuitable trip, and the surface is a question mark, so not for me, the 11.
Okay, it's quite hard to fancy many of these by the looks of it. Number 13, Wasib Callum, selection rated 100, is currently at 11-2. Not on backed on the international markets, backed in from around 7-1.
Yeah, runner-up on behind an unbeaten rival on the debut, and then made amends. I think Wasib is the second most likely winner in this race, but I just ended up siding with the 8 instead. He has a solid form claims. He's drawn well. He's got Camilo on board. He's already won a turf race today, and these connections are strong. Quickly, I want to mention the 14, Al Nasrallah.
Yeah, unbeaten in 3.
Yeah, who's unbeaten in 3. It's been impressive so far, but she steps up in class and trip against the boys today. Long story short, I'm scared of the 13, but that's Callum's pick, so I'm going to be with the 8.
Okay, and with the 8 as well. So we're teaming up against you, Callum. You've got to say we always do. We're not, for the first time ever, we're both against you here with the 8.
It's interesting that none of you have gone for Rakud Al-Ansari, whose last run was certainly a best effort she's shown in a while. I think we could all end up regretting that. Rad Al Senga was finally a winner at that unofficial meeting a couple of weeks ago. Will come from the back of the pack, while Hesham will certainly go from the front. For me, though, Wasib has to be the pick of the paddock, and Camille Speed will be loving riding on the turf so far, with a winner on Belo Porto earlier on in the day, so looking forward to seeing how they go here, and that's going to be my paddock pick. Al Nasrallah certainly is a winning machine so far and has a really good attitude, and has shown that in each of her 3 victories so far. And Rakud Al-Ansari, I think, could be very dangerous. Like, I understand why she's now top of the market, because it was a very, very good effort last time. Remember, the races that she hasn't won, she's been running in the big purebred Arabian races, bumping into the likes of Afsan Al Khaladir and Talal. So no harm in being defeated to those ones. But hopefully she is going to be beaten by Wasib, because that's the pick for me. Gareth, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. A reduced field then, 12 runners here in the absence of numbers 1 and 9, who are late to arrive to the track, and 3, 16, 17 and 18 who were also out earlier on in the day. And Rakud Al-Ansari at 7-4 is the market leader on the international betting, with Madrasa at 7-2, Al Gabra at 4-1. The guys in the studio quite keen on that one, and then Shafa Al Azam at 9-1, and Wasib, I beg your pardon, just in front of that one in the betting at 5s, 9-1 Shafa Al Azam and 14-1 bar those, as they are heading behind. Next to head on in is Wasib, with Camilo Ospina looking for a second winner here today. And then Sakran Al Khaladir, Mohammed Al Yami into stall 2, and another of the greys, Hashim, about to head into 1. 2,100 metres in front of these purebred Arabians, and we are set to go for this Al Manifa qualifier. Sponsored by Al Fakira, they're off and racing over a circuit of the track ahead of them this time. And Sakran Al Khaladir begins well. Hashim races in 2nd, and then to the outside, Madrasa coming through into 3rd place, just in front of Wasib, who's in 4th. Moving on past the mirror, a circuit left to travel, with Lamirala Majori over towards the inside. That one in the yellow headgear, and followed out wider in the red headgear by Al Gabra. Black and orange coloured jacket for that one, as they now make the left-handed turn. Further down the pack is Rakud Al-Ansari, currently buried away over along the rails. and being chased out towards the back straight by Al Nassarallah, who's well back at this point. Another couple of lengths off that one to find Madkur, who is up towards the outside as they now make their progress going down the back. Rad Al Sengar is another one right towards the rear end of the field with Shafa Al Azam as well, as they now make the journey on towards halfway. And up ahead, it is Hashem now coming through to apply a bit more pace to the race and moves away by about a half length to Sakran Al Kaladir, with getting a toe in off of the Madrasa Racing in third. Lamirella Majori is in fourth. And then over to the inside, Rakud Al Ansari with out a little bit wider Wasib, as they're now preparing to turn left-handed out of the back straight. Al Nassarallah is following those, is still travelling all right, and is now moving a further 2 lengths in front of Joy de Montague, who heads off the others with Shafa Al Azam over towards the inside. Less than 3 furlongs to go. That was the 600-metre marker they've just passed. Hashem in front, but now driven to stay there. From on the outside, Madrasa, Alexis Marino poised. And as they straighten up for home, it is Madrasa who now comes through to take it up. With him behind them, Shafa Al Azam in the light blue colours, weaving a passage through. Looks dangerous here, and Naif Al Anazi takes it up with a furlong left to travel. And it is Shafa Al Azam who now goes to the front. Rakud Al Ansari is into the clear and runs on well with Al Nassarallah down the outside. But racing into the closing stages, hanging a little bit is Shafa Al Azam, but is still a length and a half to the good and holding on. Shafa Al Azam will break the unbeaten run of Al Nassarallah, who's run a good race in second, with back in third Rakud Al Ansari, and the next couple in Wasib down the outside, and Lamirella Majori over towards the inner. It's a win for Shafa Al Azam in the hands of Nafa Al Anazi, who's come in for a winning spare there. Took the ride from Louis Morales, who of course today is not very well. We send Louis Morales our best. But Shafa Al Azam in a time of 2 minutes 20.68 seconds has proved too strong there and goes one better. That was the case last time out, and here records a third career success. Gets the better of Al Nassarallah, who came here trying to defend an unbeaten run. 3 from 3 coming into today, has run a good race in second, beaten 2 lengths in the end. And Rakud Al Ansari, who was the favourite on the international betting market, back in third. But Shafa Al Azam came there menacingly with 200 metres to run and quickly put a seal on the race.
Don't look at the goat. Wear the goat.
In football, a legendary player is called GOAT. I always try to tailor the attacks to Mitro. In Al Fahera, this luxury fabric is woven from the goat's birth.
Winter is coming.
Edaf, ya bad hai.
Shafa Al Azam is your winner of this Arabian Turf qualifier under a jubilant Naif Al Anazi, who has guided this horse to victory in a very messy finish. I mean, there'll be plenty for the boys to look back on. Al Nassarallah ran a big race in second, looking to try and maintain that unbeaten record, and Rakud Al Ansari was there in third place. Rakud Al Ansari travelled into the race well, but was unable to sort of hold on to her pitch, and they got into a real bumping match. Wasim ended up finishing fourth. Lamirel Namajori and Madrasa were in fifth and sixth. Wonderful scenes down here as well. Plenty of people involved with this. I can see Omar Al-Tahili is here, and he doesn't even train the horse, so there are plenty of people down here enjoying this success. In fact, now Omar's here, I'll just grab Mustafa and see if we can grab a word with Omar. Omar, you are here, but you don't train the horse? Where's the owner? Congratulations. Mabruk, congratulations. He's just arranging the headdress because he wants to look good for the picture. Of course you do, I understand this. Too much celebration. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're very happy. First time running on the turf. She did very well. You know, she's well built, big filly. She just turned 5. She's a very good filly. I was a little bit worried. First time she stays this far away from the lead. But I think it was good for her. She did a very well race.
Naif Al Anazi coming in for the spare ride, Naif. Louis Morales was meant to be the jockey, but he's a very good replacement.
Yeah. Both of Louis and Naif, both of them won riding her, so they know how to handle her. I think she did a very good time as well, as I can see. Amazing. She bested other horses that did best her last time they ran together. So hopefully she's very well set for Manifa, inshallah.
I was about to say, the Al Manifa turf is now there for her. That must be hugely exciting. It's been won by some wonderful horses in the past.
Sure, and you know, you always plan, but then it turns out different ways. We were planning for a different horse, but alhamdulillah, all turned out well.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations, well done. Please enjoy it with your family and with the rest of the connections as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lovely scenes down here as we wait to see the winner coming in. Nathan still just heading down the chute on board the winner. It was a really, really strange race because you would never have even picked Shafa Al-Hazam out halfway around the bend, but as the field started running into each other, the only one who got a true pass was Naif's mount, Shafa Al-Hazam. Wonderful to hear from the owner as well, just discussing how Naif has won on this horse, Louis Morales had won on this horse. This wasn't the Al Manifa runner to start with, but she just kept on continuing to improve, and now as a 5-year-old she's hit her peaks, and Shafa Al-Hazam is your winner, and she has done it well. That's her 3rd career victory from 20 career starts, and she's enjoyed that, and I don't think Naif was really under too much pressure. You'll see Al Nasarella was probably the main danger coming in late, but Naif was always able just to keep this horse in front and keep the momentum going. He'll be over the moon with that. We'll have a word with him once he weighs in, but what a wonderful scene. A jockey who can do it on thoroughbreds and purebred Arabians. A huge, huge figure here in Saudi Arabian racing. One of the first riders to really take us under his wing when we first came out to Taif. And it's always a pleasure to see him ride. And it's a pleasure to see him getting this level of success, and really, really pleasure seeing him getting this level of success. And it's a pleasure seeing all these people really enjoying him and embracing him as the horse comes in to the winner's enclosure. We just make sure everybody stays as safe as possible. There's a gentleman who's got an arm in a sling standing behind a horse. Sir, you've already had enough troubles. Don't get any more danger now. Stay away from the back end if you can. And fingers in the air for everybody as well, which is great to see. And then we'll grab a word with our winning jockey, Naif Al-Anazi. And Naif, as many of you who watch the channel for a long time will know, that Naif's English isn't fantastic, but is always willing to take the time to try with us. He's always willing to have a word before we go racing. Just make sure we all stay out the way, because the horse is just spinning there. Everyone just stay calm and careful around the horse. It's great that there are so many people here, but it's also a little bit of a concern for everybody. I imagine Keith Otterson is having kittens watching all of this. But great to see Omar as well involved in this horse as well. Plenty of hugs all around, and we will now grab a word with our winning jockey. There was lovely scenes when he won a cup race a couple of months ago, and he celebrated with his 2 boys, and that was great to see, and there were proper familial celebrations. He's weighed in correctly. He can hand over that. He's going to hand over the saddle, and we'll grab a word with him as soon as possible. Congratulations, well done. Are you walking?
Yeah, I can. Thanks God. Today I win with my filly, Sharfa. I scared from the distance 2,100. She all the time she racing with mile 1,400. Today I quiet. I stand behind. And thanks God, she coming more better today with the turf, you know.
Yeah, and that was the exciting thing. Mind your back, Mustafa. That was the exciting thing, that you held her back today, and she still found more.
Yeah, because you have to know, Calm, maybe 10, 11 times I ride this filly. She have a little power, like 200, you know, just that. Today, thanks God, I am so happy, and I'm proud, and I say congratulations for the team, because this like my family and energy, the trainer. Thanks God, Calm.
Lovely to see the Al-Anazi name continuing to see success. Well done, enjoy it.
Thank you, my brother, and I hope today and tomorrow, inshallah, more better.
Hopefully.
Well, he's off.
Naif was in a rush, wasn't he?
He was taking Callum with him, wasn't he?
Yeah, Callum's gone. It'd take a while for Callum to get back from there.
Right, from the start then, for the qualifier for the Al Manifa, the win eventually goes the way of Sharaf Al-Hazam. Wasn't an overly strong pace early.
No, it was a relatively steady pace. Obviously, these are Arabians over a 2,100 metre trip, so we weren't expecting breakneck, but it was a relatively slow early pace. Sakran Al-Khaladir took them along.
And the winner's last at this stage.
Yeah, it was way out the back. When we get into the home straight for the second time around, when the final home straight, watch the ride that Naif gives this horse. Again, I don't want to take anything away from Naif, but I do think plenty of luck came into the equation here. But he got a dream run. It was an incredible split for him, but we'll cover that in a second. The winner's actually not in shot still at the moment. the horses at this point that we were looking out for was our selection, Algebra, who ran terribly in the orange and black.
Well, it's got her right there on the outside, about 6 at the moment.
She was the first beat, though.
Yeah.
And just ahead was Wasib, who was Callum's pick, who didn't get, wasn't beaten that far, was thereabouts at the finish. The one in behind on the rail in the green and white in around 6th place, that's Rakud Al-Ansari. She was very unlucky. Again, we'll talk about that when they swing into the home straight again, coming up. She got stuck for room. Just following her through on the rail was the unbeaten Al Nasrallah, who finished 2nd in the end and ran another good race. But both the 3rd, the 2nd and the winner, Shock, have saved ground. They've been on the rail throughout the middle part and the early part of the race, and then they tip out in the home straight to make their challenge.
Now Al-Gabara here, then the orange and black colours, beat at this stage.
Yeah, really bad run. Didn't handle turf, maybe. Oh, well, no, she does.
No, she's won the turf in
Yeah,
France.
it must have been just disappointing first up in Saudi, I guess, but hard to forgive that kind of performance. Watch the horse in green and white in 5th at this stage. That's Rakud Al-Ansari, your international favourite. Gets chopped there. Jockey goes to switch outside. Meanwhile, Naif Al-Anazi gets the dream trip in the turquoise silk.
It's been a beautiful run up the rail.
It is. And then Rakud Al-Ansari here in the green, just absolutely smashed, as is the runner-up, Al Nasrallah. And both of those two horses lose their chance. But if Naif rode that race 10 more times, he wouldn't get that exact perfect dream trip once. It's remarkable how it all panned out for him today.
And stamina was a worry today, albeit the races worked out in February. Maybe she is an improved filly switch to the turf.
Potentially, yeah. She definitely handled the grass.
She's won well. She won with a bit in the locker as well.
She did. I do think that the 2nd and 3rd were unlucky. I'd like to see them all face off again with clean trips. I think the 2nd and 3rd may reverse the form, but she's won well. It's probably a career best from her. And first winner for Naif Al-Anazi since we've been here, 2 weeks. So I'm sure he'll relish lifting this trophy in a second.
And Al Nasrallah comes home in 2nd place. I mean, that loses the unbeaten record, but certainly still on upward curve.
Well, she's the other good filly, 4-year-old filly Arabian horse who's good. Lacey de Violettes, Al Nasrallah, and Raya, who we saw in the last race. They're the 3 best 4-year-old filly Arabians right now in Saudi Arabia. So she's run great. I think she'll be rated probably around 105 to 108 after this performance, despite losing. And I'd like to see those 3 teeing off against each other. I think that'd be a really good contest. But here, Naif Al-Anazi lifting the trophy. What a dream trip, and it's exciting for Connections to have this horse in the Al Manifa.
Well, that is a qualifier. Yeah, Connections on the main stage, way beyond the pre-parade ring here as they collect their prizes, and also that ticket for the Al Manifa. 3 qualifiers have been and gone so far today for the 1351, also for the Neom Turf and for the Manifa. 4 more qualifiers tomorrow. But the rest of today's card, Gareth, focuses on the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation. We've got various Cups races, 6 through 12. Give us the details then for our next.
Yeah, cheers, Martin. Very valuable races as well. Here for race 6, number 1 is Ali Al Zawq with Abdullah Al Khamis. Scratch the 2. Number 3 is Kafu Karim with Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 4 is Fakir Al Anaya, the mount of Fahid Al Faradi. Number 5 is Hasham with Fawas Wanas with Amin Badroum partnering number 6, Ward Al Dahum. Number 7, Hayeb with on board Abdullah Al Saeed. Over the page to number 8, Mohasham with Rayan Al Tuesh, with number 9, Mesbah Al Amal, T Al Kuter on board. Ali Al Mamoni partners at number 10 on the card, Al Motawi, with number 11, Ashjar, the man of Ahmed Al Tayar. Number 12 is Mikdam Al Saad, Ali Al Mutib. Number 13 is Edge Tamay with Khalid Al Shrar on board. Number 14 is Al Nahem, the mount of Adel Al Faradi. 15 is Al Lajwa with Naif Al Anazi. 16, Dayar, Khalid Al Lazmi with 17, Markab Al Ria, Rahid Al Feroz. Number 18 is Tomahawk, Khalid Al Mamoni. Tariq Al Mansour rides number 19, Mako Fakar. And over the page to number 20, Ri Al Majid with Rakan Al Obeid. And number 21, Hambali, and 22, Malafek are non-runners. We have 19 of them because the 2 is out as well. Back to the guys in the studio with more news.
Yeah, we'll hopefully hear from Callum. He can maybe speak to 1 or 2 people about the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation, who do so much good work in many different disciplines. They're sponsoring the next few races. We heard from Prince Mithab yesterday.
We did.
He's put a lot of money into this as well, and it's resulted in a really good turnout. But we can in fact head out and in fact join Callum ahead of race 6.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, if you thought me picking winners was hard in our previous races, well, it's about to get an awful lot harder. This is a really exciting initiative. It is the first time this has been done, and it is the Kil Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup races. It's a cup race series. It represents all those trainers and owners and connections who are not quite at the top table, not quite the princes and kings who are involved in our racing over here, and gives them a chance to have a win on a very big day for some really serious prize money, 100,000 SAR to the winner. But what's most important is the colours that you'll see. Each of the jockeys you'll see behind me are in the block-coloured jerseys. So you've got jockeys in red, jockeys in light blue, jockeys in orange. All of those colours represent a different region here in Saudi Arabia. They're racing for their local regions, and that is why they'll be in these block colours. So for the first time, I will tell you, do not focus on what the stable grooms are wearing in behind, because those colours will not match the colours that you'll see the jockeys wearing. So keep an eye out, keep an eye on the numbers. The number cloth will be your friend here, team. Let me show you a couple that have caught my eye. The first one, just behind me, Mustafa. This is number 4, just coming towards me. Fakar Al-Naya, just coming towards us now, walking out in really good style. A nice-looking individual here that's certainly built into the frame. Comes here with a rating apparently of 60, but remember, these horses have been running at local provincial racetracks as well as race courses like King Abdulaziz and King Fahad. So please do not take these racings as gold, but I will say, having a good look at them in the parade ring, the 4 is certainly an eye-catcher. We'll drop back to the 5 as well, Hasham Sham, who we're just seeing now. This is a lovely type as well, looks really well in the coat, a strong individual, nicely put together, maybe just a little high in the withers. I think FW, mean Fawaz Wanas, will probably be doing the steering on board this one as well. Just looking down as we'll look at the rest of them coming through here. In fact, it is definitely Fawaz Wanas that rides that one. Let's have a look who else is an eye catcher. The 8 has got the cheek pieces on here. This is Mohasham, who's just coming towards me now. This is a nice top. It's got a lovely walk to it, really enjoying it. That's a bonny little individual. Strong, muscular build as well. Probably another one that you want to keep on the right side of. And finally, we'll come to some a little bit lower down the order. The 13's quite a strapping type. I'm getting Mustafa to run all over the place. A big chestnut, the 13 over here. This is Ejtamay, I should say, the 13 coming towards us now. Really nice type. The only thing I would be concerned about is a little bit of a woolly belly underneath there, maybe carrying a little bit of condition. But if I had to pick one here, the 8 jumped out to me. Now you're looking for really bright green colours on that one. That's the 8, Mohasham.
Yeah, thanks, Callum, and thanks for the rundown of the colours as well. A little bit different then for races 6 and 7. And of all of these King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup races, the last 2 for the 3-year-olds are probably the 2 quality contests.
Yeah, it definitely gets easier for us in the studio as we go through these races, because we don't have much form for the next 2 contests, and then we get more and more form as we go on.
So we go up into high. So we've got the colts and geldings, then the fillies.
Yeah.
Then 2 more races, colts and geldings, fillies, but at a higher grade.
Exactly. Yeah. Horses that we've seen here before, rather than just those that run at provincial tracks. I'll be straight up and honest with you. I found this and the next race both impossible when it comes to form study. I obviously write the race comments for these, and if you happen to see them on a website, you will realise they are very vague and generic, because there isn't enough for me to go on.
You mean in general or for this race?
This and the next race, not in general. Don't you start. But yeah, this is tough. So we are going to try and find the winner between us 3, myself, Martin, and Callum. But yeah, we are using a lot of guesswork in this race. Obviously, this is going to mean a lot to connections if they can win. But the key here is that obviously they're representing their region of Saudi, but also no international riders can ride in any of these remaining races on the card, and also no royal stables can be represented either. So this is a great opportunity for some of the lesser known riders and also lesser known stables to get a winner on the board.
Okay, well let's go through this maybe on a ratings basis, and topping the ratings probably is number 22 Malafek off a mark of 91, but the best horse in the field.
Yes, a mark of 91, as you say. Let me just find the horse on the race
card.
Number
22.
Is a scratch.
There's a scratch as well?
Yeah, reserved, yeah. Unfortunately doesn't get in. So I think horse number 16 tops it with a mark of 89.
That'd be right, yeah.
Daya. This horse was not disgraced in a competitive open at this venue last season. So on that form alone, you'd suggest he's got a good chance of winning, because most of these wouldn't have the ability to run in an open. However, he needs to break well from a middle gate in 12, and last time he refused to run, which is always a negative.
Okay, that's number 16. Also up there on the official figures, number 14, Alnahem. If we pick back through the form, he's a local Group 3 winner over 2,000 metres 4 years ago, back in 2021.
Yeah, Group 3 winner running in this kind of contest. Surely the 14 is the horse to beat. More on that horse in a second after we speak to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yeah, I found another Paddock eye catcher, and I found the Paddock eye catcher here. It's the 3, Cafu Kareem, Nayef Al-Mudiani on board in the plate, looking very prepared and very ready to go. This horse has got a little bit warm in the prelims, but just stands out a little bit. A tall individual, but not leggy. Certainly got plenty of bone. The only concern would be the sweat, but he's actually handled things quite well. We mentioned a few times in recent episodes of this show, horses that are a little bit upright. He's still a little bit upright at the knee. He's got very little flexibility in his knee there, but he's certainly a big strapping individual, and maybe a horse who can put his best foot forward here. He at least has one win in Jcsa company as well, Cafu Kareem. So hopefully he can get his best foot forward here and run a big race. He is the new Paddock pick.
In stall 15, there's 17 heading down to the start. Another one who's up there on the official ratings, but also drawn wide. This is Markab Al-Ri, 83, but drawn out in stall 18.
Looks a 1,200 metre specialist as well, Markab Al-Ri, and now stepped up to 1,800, so not ideal.
You bring out little chocolates. You've got one for the team as well, or just yourself?
Whoever wins this race can have it. Let's go with that. If you don't get the winner, I'm having it.
I'm not going to get the winner of this. This is,
Can I talk about number 14 again? That just before I threw, that's where we were going.
Yes, 85, local Group 3 winner
Yes.
previously.
Alnahem.
10th at Tive back in August.
Yeah, former Group 3 winner, and any Group 3 winner in this contest, despite the fact this horse is now 9 and quite clearly regressing, has to be the horse to beat because they've got the best form in the book. By Premium Tap, was bred by the White Stable, so lovely pedigree as well. Middle draw, okay, he is definitely on the back burner now. He's a veteran at the age of 9. My one angle with the majority of these contests to end the card, considering you can't have international riders, surely Adel Al-Faradi gets the choice on the majority of these, does he not? And if that's the case, he's chosen the 14 here. I think that's a big tick in the box. You've got the previous form horse, and you've got the best jockey on board. I'll take Alnahem as my pick, but obviously this is a wide open race where we're kind of guessing a little bit.
Okay, others to mention maybe would be the 9 and the 10, both carrying the same colours. 9 and 10, the white silks with the yellow sleeves of the Hafa al-Batin region. Just give us a quick word on those two, Tom, rated 83 and 85. Mesbah al-Almal. Horse is probably best over a bit further.
Yeah, I quite like this horse to hit the frame here. Mesbah al-Almal is a strong stayer at the trip. Was last seen finishing second of 18 in a 2,400 metre open. I think that horse will stay on strongly, and he could be the main danger to the 14 Alnahem. That being said, I don't know this jockey. I've never seen him ride before, so yeah, that's a big question mark. But the 9 I had as my second in. The 10, Al Matawi, was a 2-time handicap winner, but that was in 2021. He's not been seen at a top-tier track in 3 years, and he wouldn't be for me.
Yeah, been beaten on his last couple of starts. Okay, it's a bit of a guess. I might just take 9 against you then, just as a head-to-head.
Yep, that's fair. I don't know what the rider's capable of, but yeah, I'd say he's probably the main danger to the 14 based on the small amount of form we can see for these horses today.
And a quick word on the 1 as well. I know rated 72, 1 win from 18 starts. That was a sole win coming in a Tive maiden 2 seasons back.
Yeah, July 2023, easily dismissed in my opinion based on recent efforts. I can't have the 1. I think Callum changed his paddock pick to either the 3 or the 4, I can't remember which one, but he originally had the 8, Mahasham, as his paddock pick. That horse is interesting. He's by Premium Tap, was also bred by the White Stable, draws inside. I would be interested in Mahasham, the Dam as well, won 6 of her 17 starts. So there's pedigree. To be honest, the race card doesn't say this horse has had a run, which is obviously not correct, but
You'd imagine as a 6-year-old, he's been out somewhere.
Yeah, definitely at the lesser tier tracks, which means we don't get the form. But there are several positives for the 8. Gets a good rider as well. So I wouldn't be dismissive of that one. My top 3, take these with a pinch of salt in this race and the next when I give my top 3. 14, 9, 8.
14, 9 and 8. I'll go 9 against you. 14 is your pick. No international prices for this race, by the way. We do pick up the international prices again for race 7 onwards, but we can't guide you as regards the international market for this our 6th race, which is going to be over the 1,800 metres. This for 4-year-olds and older for the local bred horses. So Callum's got a bit scattergun again, is he? I
don't know which one he ended up with. He originally definitely said the 8, but then I remember when we last heard from Callum, he said Paddock pick was changed. Going to have to rely on the producer. It's the 3.
3 I'm hearing, yeah.
Cafu Kareem. Noah Famodiani on board. He rides a little bit for Jimmy Durkins, so I suppose that's a positive. But
the birthday boy?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm 9. Well, I'm not. I'm far older than that, unfortunately. But I'm going to go with the 9. You're with?
The 14.
The 14. Callum, confirm your selection, and any sign of those Vespers been given away yet? I know we're looking forward to getting you on one of those today.
Oh, don't you worry about that, Martin. I will be getting on the back of a Vespa as soon as I can. I'll also be announcing when these draws are meant to be taking place. But there's 72 draws on course today, so there'll be plenty of opportunities for people to win one of the many Vespers and 4 cars that are on offer at King Abdulaziz Racecourse today. All again thanks to the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation. And it's my job on course to talk to everyone who speaks English and doesn't speak any Arabic and guide them through what's going on as well. So it will be a busy afternoon and evening for Callum, but I will keep you updated with the movements and shakers in the Vespers and the cars that are available. In this race, I am going to pick the 3, Cafu Kareem. A very late eye catch. It probably got a bit warm in the prelims, but there's a lot to like. Nayef Mudiani in the saddle is a very talented rider. Obviously, as Tom mentioned, has ridden for Jimmy Jerkins in the past. This horse has smatterings of form here, there and everywhere. And is just for me, just really caught the eye. Looked quite a good physical specimen. So looking forward to this race. I did notice that the 8 is the sole representative from that one's province. So keep an eye on it. If the 8 was to win, that's a big result. Most of the other provinces are represented by 2 runners. So just keep an eye out on those. Looks like we've got a slight delay, but it looks like we are going to start loading as soon as possible. So they are loading straight away. And I will hand over to Gareth. Gareth, best of luck with this one, mate. It's all about the saddlecloth.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, I thought Enzo was the team competition commentator, but there we are, drafted in for this afternoon. And yeah, it's definitely something different. Good initiative, isn't it, to just put these slightly smaller stables, if you like, these slightly less not lesser names, but names that we don't hear at the top table necessarily, to put them into the spotlight here. And they are valuable prizes as well, these King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup races. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on this big field, see how they go. A reminder again that 2:21 and 22, they are out. Still leaves us with a big field. And yeah, the silks of the owners, they're not carried here. They have different sets of colours depending on where they are coming from. So in they head. They are correct in at the race card. You might notice if you're looking at the race card and watching our pictures that there are many cap alterations, so we'll do our best to keep you guided there. Dayar is heading forward now with Khalid Al-Azmi on board and will be one of the last. So we're just about set to go. And Gelding's only in this lineup, and they are away, off and racing. And in the all-red, Mako Fakar, one of the greys, is away well. Al-Majid is over towards the inside with Ali Al-Zout from stall 1. And wider out on the track and crossing over now from deeper out is Edge to Me to show up prominently as they settle themselves down, and Markab Al-Ri as well up towards the wide outside. So it is Markab Al-Ri who now crosses over to show in front by a couple of lengths from Edge to Me, who's not too far off the speed in an orange-coloured jacket. And then working out a bit wider in the yellow is Ashjar, with over towards the inside, not too far off them either in these early stages, Hayeb, and they're being followed towards the end of the back straight by Dayar. and then a little break to the others, headed off by Almo Tawi, and out a bit wider Mako Fakar as they leave the back straight behind them. Markab Al-Ri and Rahid Al-Fayroz are showing out in front by around about a length and a half, with Giving Chase edge to May in the orange jacket and Ashjar around the outside. They are the first three. Fourth is held by Dayar, and back in behind those Almo Tawi, yellow sleeves, blue cap, still travelling all right as they're swinging on in. Moshe Ham is working very hard back in behind those. They're racing into the home straight, and up front, Markab Al-Ri is now pressed for the lead by Ashjar, who strikes the front. Ashjar goes on from Markab Al-Ri in second, with in behind them Almo Tawi staying on. Down the wide outside, Ri Al-Majid is also picking up in the red-coloured jacket as they race into the concluding stages. Ashjar has the advantage by around about 3 lengths or so as they race down towards the finish. Almo Tawi will be battling out second with Ri Al-Majid, but up towards the line they come. Ashjar's done enough to win. From Almo Tawi in second, Ri Al-Majid back in third, and it's probably best left to the judge for fourth and fifth. That got mighty close in the end. Ahmed Al-Tayar and Ashjar nicely positioned throughout, took it up, turning into the home straight, and in the end have won comfortably enough, and in a time of 1 minute 54.77 seconds, with Almo Tawi, who travelled up strongly in the home straight entrance, but has just struggled to get to Ashjar, beaten 3 1/4 lengths in the end. Ri Al-Majid was back in third, and Dayar was best of the remainder in fourth place. But it is Ashjar who has gone on to win this King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup for the Colts and Geldings, and has done it well, pulling just over 3 lengths ahead of the line.
Okay, we have our cup races now. The King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation do so much good work. They're supporting the back end of the card. As you can see, a healthy crowd here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. As regards the capacity, a sellout and a maximum capacity crowd for today.
Yeah, I was interested about that because usually, obviously Friday's the most popular day when it comes to the week, the 3-day week that we have here racing. But
day one of the weekend, I suppose. Here.
Yeah, it is exactly. I was surprised that it was a sellout though. It's great to see so many people turn up and want to watch the racing.
There's Ashjar coming back in under Ahmed Al-Tayar. This horse, sub prominent, was never worse than probably second or third on the run round.
Yeah, it was drawn in stall 20. That was the only thing that put me off. The widest gate possible. However, and I know it's easy to say after the event, but these were my comments before. This horse won an 1800-metre maiden for the White Stable back in 2023. We haven't seen the horse on a top track since, so I'm not sure what's happened since 2023, but this horse had pedigree and also was previously with the leading owners here. So
it's massive as well.
Yeah, there was a tick in the box for him. It's taken a big blow there, but yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that King Abdullah obviously sponsors this race by the Humanitarian Foundation, and this horse was bred by King Abdullah and his sons.
And there he is coming back in, getting Sel taken off. Al Mutawi and Ali Al Quaz have finished behind in the minor placings. This was the Colts and Geldings race. The fillies equivalent to come as our next race. A couple more races of a similar equivalence, but of a higher level, and 2 3-year-old races to round off the card as well. Don't forget the chance to see the replay. It'd be fascinating to see how he's got across from 20 to sit handy.
Yeah, it would be nice to see that for sure.
But we've got other things happening, haven't we? Here we've got Vespers and cars and all sorts to give away.
Hopefully more from Callum on that as well, after we see some replays. This is kind of the race is won at this point, isn't it?
It's catch me if you can, wasn't it?
Ashton's out in front in the blue blinkers with the noseband, and
with the tail going, well, the tail going like a propeller on the horse on the inside.
17, yeah, Mark Cabarria eventually is eased down against the fence and finishes just ahead of 2 horses. But yeah, Astra's always up with the speed. It's, as I keep mentioning, it's always good to be on the speed on the dirt track, or at least sitting close. And not only has he dwarfed his rivals in terms of talent today, but in terms of size as well. He's massive compared to the remainder. 1 horse stayed on. That was the 3, I think. Maybe it might have been the 1, Ali Al Zouk. Stayed on powerfully. Yeah, it was the 1.
Yeah.
Stayed on powerfully.
Hit the
5th.
frame.
Yeah, that horse is interesting for maybe next time if we see him back on this track. But it's a race that's pretty hard to assess pre-race and after the race. I mean, we can give a positive to the winner, but yeah, difficult to find. Take it from the start here. The winner's on the outside. Jordan Stall 20, Yellow Silks. Just in behind the pace right now, probably in around 8th, 9th position, but it's going to move up as they go into the turn and get into a prominent slot, which is a massive advantage on this dirt track. Any horse midfield or worse at this stage was just not going to get involved, and they were wide. There was wide margin from first to last as well. They were really spread out.
From a very early stage.
They were. Astra right now is moving up into that prominent slot. He's currently in 3rd on the outside in the yellow silks, and his rider's about to try and take him into 2nd to save ground. And from here all the way to around the 200-metre pole, he travels really well, and then just gets tired late on.
The horse who weakens back into the field, the 17 leads them at this stage. 17, 11, 16 was also quite handy as well. De Gea at one stage, he's up there as they leave the back stretch. And the eventual winners looming up large up on the outside. Would you mark this up given it's been 20 come across and then sat a couple wide for the run?
I suppose, yeah, the rail's definitely a better place to be than 3 or 4 wide, that's for sure. However, he has always been up with the speed, which has been the prevailing bias over the last 2 weeks or so. So, you know, he's had that go his way. At this point of the race, it was just whether there was going to be a closer, and there wasn't any. These are relatively limited horses, you know, they're rated 70, 60. A couple of horses rated in the 80s, but I don't think that was really reflective of their current ability, more so on what they've shown in the past. So it wasn't the best of contests, and when that happens, it's very hard to make up ground because these horses just generally don't have a turn of foot. Therefore, the quickest horse usually wins, and Astra was the quickest horse today.
And goes away to win by a couple of lengths in the end. So that was race 6. Race 7 is the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup for fillies. So the equivalent race for the girls upcoming as our next race is race 7. So equivalent races 8 and 9 at a higher level. And then 2 races to round off for the 3-year-olds ahead of an action-packed Saturday. And if you are watching on YouTube today, you're more than welcome to get in touch with us. Any comments or selections? We'd love to hear from you. And any questions for you, Tom, as well? We could pin you down with questions.
Hopefully good questions. Ahead of tomorrow as well. I mean, it's probably the best card I've seen since I've been here in Saudi. So any questions about any of those races, if you've had a look at them, you could ask whether I like a horse or who's going to win which race, get involved and we'll answer as many as we can.
And Joel Rosario and Mike Smith riding here. Oh, they've ridden here today. They're back again tomorrow. James Doyle, who's often a regular here, he's back as well from the UK. Tom Marquand has his first rides outside of the Saudi Cup. Night to Mikel Barcelona who's been a dominant force here for 10, 11, 12 years. Has had winners this season. He's also back again tomorrow. The Frenchman who just missed out on being champion jockey for the second time in France this year. And Alberto Sanna back as well from Qatar, but the Italian-born rider also got chances tomorrow on a 12-race card. Still 5 more to come today. Race 7, the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup for Fillies, is our next race. Again for the 4-year-olds. So we're working through our card. We've had the 3 qualifiers so far today. We know that we've got 3 horses qualified so far today. We'll have a chat on those as we wrap up the programme a little bit later on. But in the meantime, let's see what Callum's doing out and about here at King Abdulaziz.
Thank you very much, team. Well, you said you needed to get me on a Vespa. I had to get on a Vespa. These are some of the prizes that are available thanks to the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation. They're offering bikes and cars. I thought I'd get on the bike with the plastic wrap still on. I'm not going to try and get into the car when they've still got the wraps over the front of it. I don't want any of that. That's my major concern. So I'm going to stick with the bikes here. I must admit, I'm no Vespa expert, so I couldn't tell you whether you're getting a great prize or a bad prize. But for me, it seems pretty comfortable. It feels good between my thighs. I'm happy enough to give it a spin. So if anyone does win this and they need it to be test driven, I am more than happy to do the test driving. So like I said, plenty of prizes to be won. The raffle takes place on the big screen behind me. It gets called up in numbers. There's an app that you can get involved in. Once you get your ticket on that app, you're able to be in the draw to win anything from a car to a Vespa, right through to coupons and vouchers throughout use in Saudi Arabia. So a huge amount to be won here. All thanks again to the King Abdullah Foundation. What an exciting race day we've had so far. Looking forward to the second round of King Abdullah Cup races too. We're going to get our teeth stuck into that. Well done to everyone from the Al Zufili province who were the winners of our last contest. They were wild celebrations in the winners enclosure on that occasion, and hopefully we will get some more celebrations after our next race. That next race will have a big field, and there's only one man who can take us through that big field. It is Mr. Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Callum. Race 7 on the way, and here are the runners and riders. 1 is Alpha Haya with Mohammed Al Bail with Abdulaziz Al Musa on. Number 2, Shakra Al with number 3, FIFA Al Ria Abdullah Al Credis. Number 4 is Scratched. At number 5, Nakra Al Sayed with Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride. Number 6 is Al Sayyuf with Muhammad Al Nassar, and Abdullah Al Fairuz on number 7, Marbobat Allah. Over the page to horse number 8, Talreya Khalid Al Shran. 9 is Mabrakat Najid with Amin Badru. Number 10, Mazoon Al Matar with T Al Qudair on board. Number 11 is Agli Kasida Thab Al Timyat with number 12, Mirat Al Nofud with Adel Al Faradi. 13 is Aishan Jod with Rahid Al Fayroz. Over the page to 14, Bordat Always with Naif Al Anazi looking for a double. 15, Barik Amal, Fahed Al Faradi. 16, Izat Watan, Yasser Al Bakawi. With number 17, Bint Mohajda with Nema Al Mokanat taking the ride. Number 18 is Azalni with Naif Al Mudiani taking the ride. 19, Jodi, quite well fancied this one, Tariq Al Mansour. And over the page to number 20, Shayam with Abdul Ella Al Hussein in the take out numbers 4, 21 and 22. All of the others go. It's a big field. It's back to the guys in the studio to take a closer look.
Okay, we have another one of these King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation races. This is a cup race for fillies. If you want to check out the website and have a look at what the King Abdullah Foundation do, kahf.org.sa, involved with education, social development, investing in technical and human resources around the globe. It's not just an initiative, a charitable initiative here in Saudi Arabia. They've got a global reach dedicated to people and their growth. Do check out what they're involved in. It's a wide-ranging portfolio. They've got kahf.org.sa, not just Vespas for Callum to sit on outside the grandstand.
No, exactly. Yeah, definitely go and check that out. And, you learn plenty from it.
And what a great way to raise awareness of what they're doing by sponsoring here today, giving away the prizes, and being rewarded with such a healthy crowd.
Really good prize money as well. It's not just like their sponsoring and there's prizes for the crowd. The prize for the horses and the connections is huge. For example, in this race coming up, race 7, again, these are horses that have been running in different provinces and regions in Saudi Arabia. 100,000 Saudi riyal to the winner. I'm sure you could tally numerous victories at these second-tier venues and not get up to that amount of prize money. So this is huge and big for some of these trainers and jockeys that wouldn't otherwise have runners here. And
the final 2 races, they're 500,000 SAR races worth 250,000 SAR to the winner.
Yeah, again, same point there. That it just presents a fantastic opportunity for some faces that wouldn't otherwise be in the winner's circle to get there and take home a huge check. It's just a really good day. Look, it's fun. The racing, in terms of quality, may not be the best. Tomorrow,
it improves through the card.
It does. Tomorrow very much is the best, but the fact that King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation is involved with these races is a big tick in the box. And look, if it don't have to be 100 rated horses always, you can still try and find winners.
We can indeed. Well, let's try and find you a winner then of race 7 with more details on this and maybe a little bit of insight as well. Here's Callum.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, first off, a look at Al Faya under Mohammed Al Hubail. He's over the moon to be on board. He'll be happy to be on board this big girl. She's massive. She'd be a good 16.5. She might even be close to 17 hands. She really is a big, big girl. She's only had the 1 run under Jcsa rules, but she's been turned out really well, and hopefully she can run a big, big race for Mohammed Al Hubail. Will be a good jockey booking too. Now, the next ones are coming all through. I'll just give you a line on a couple of them because we'll have to wait until the next eye catchers come. Now, if you can just stay here and let them come past you, but just be careful. That's the main thing. A couple of these that just come through now. The horse that's just coming past me now, the 7, was just getting a little bit worked at. That's Mambubat Allah, just having a big old wiggle around and getting a little bit concerned. We're getting towards the next ones that I'm keen on. The first being Mazoom Al Mata, just coming towards us now. That's the 10. Just the next horse that we'll see here. Big strapping filly as well. She catches the eye. She's just got a bit of a loose move. Here's one that looked great in the coat, the 11, Algi Kathida. That's a really nice type. Probably would be the pick of the yard so far for Saab Al Timya. Here's Naif Al Anazi. He's on board. Wadat Always, who's just a little bit foot off. Just look down at the bottom there with Wadat Always. Just a little bit of string foot there at the back. As you see the outside, the hock nearest to us, just swinging out towards us. That would be a slight concern for me. And then finally, we've got some of the others coming through. The 16 has got very, very warm. The 17 looks good in the coat. That was another one we liked. Bint Mahajda with another nice one. And the 18 also looks good. Avali. But probably the pick for me would be Saab's mount. I think that was horse number 11, if I remember correctly. Yes, horse number 11 is the pick of the yard.
Can you back up his assertion with horse 11 in this as a player in this? But it's a big price.
Obviously, Callum's going off looks and I go off form generally. But there isn't much form to be had here. The 11, from what I can tell, hasn't had a race on a top-tier venue, so it's very hard to make an assessment. She's 25 to 1 in the international market. We do have prices for this race. She's drawn in 12. I can't really provide too much, I have to admit. The pedigree isn't great. The jockey, Thab Al Timyat, had a place earlier on today, but he's not necessarily the most prolific. So I'm going to err on the side of no.
Let's check out the international market for this and see if we can get any clues from the horse that does top the international market. It's horse number 19, Jodea, who is the international favourite for this. Good jockey booking.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how the traders have come down on the market on this race, to be honest with you, because there's so little information. Jodea, good jockey booking, as you say. Tariq Al Mansour rides, but draws 19. Unplaced in 4 handicaps this season. Official figures give her a chance. She's rated 71, but from this post, she's going to have to be way the best to win. I don't like Jodea. She wasn't in my top 4.
Second favourite to number 12, Amarat Al Nafud. This is another one towards the head of the market. Ardel Al Faredi on board. So you can see why the traders might put this one in short.
Yeah, this is my 4th pick, or my pick 2 finished 4th. Leading rider is a clear positive. The draw is good. Rated 64, so is relatively highly rated for this race. If you go back in time, go back to 2023, this horse finished runner-up behind a really nice horse in a 1,600-metre maiden. So there are signs with the 12. I can certainly see why she is relatively short in the market.
And also short of the market at 4 to 1 is As Halni, which is horse number 18. One win from 11 starts today. Posted wide today in 20, but we saw the boys equivalent. It's no barrier to success in a race like this.
Yeah, the favourite and the third favourite in this race are drawn 19 and 20. I don't love wide draws at all. I would generally try to overlook those horses, but she has some form. She's rated 68. She won a 1600-metre maiden. That was 12 months ago. We don't know what she's done since. But I suppose on that evidence alone, then she has to be a player.
Who's your top three for this?
Number one is horse number 9, who I do want to talk about actually. That is Mabrukat Najd. We see this mare quite often here. She's another that is drawn wide. She's drawn in 18. And I know nothing about the rider at all. However, her form is relatively strong for this level. She finished 4th of 18 in a 1600-metre 0 to 65 handicap in December. 0 to 65 handicap. If you go through all of these horses, only 2 of them, I believe, go above the 65 barrier. 3 of them go above the 65 barrier when it comes to rating. So the fact she finished 4th in that grade suggests she should go close here. And the fact that we've actually seen her on this track recently is a big positive. So the 9's on top. In second, I've got the 14. In third, I have got the 5. And in fourth, I've got the 12.
Okay, so you've gone 9. I'm going to go 12 against you, purely on the fact that... Jockey, 64, one of the better ratings in the field. Well-drawn 5.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
tick,
I can
tick,
see
tick.
it. I can see it for sure. I think she deserves to be favourite at the 12 rather than... Who have they got, the 20? The 19? No. I think the 12 deserves to be favourite in here.
Okay, arriving down at the start then. Race 7 of the night. Still 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12 still to come. It says confirming Tom's with a 9 on top. I've gone with a 12. Amarat Al Nafud. We've stalled a bit. We had done quite well early on. I think we found the first
4 winners, was it, between us?
Yeah, first 4.
Yeah, but we weren't expecting winners of races 6 and 7, to be honest, just due to the lack of information. We'll pick it back up from race 8 onwards, that's for sure.
Okay, 19 heads the market, 12 the second best. That's currently 100 to 30. Callum, what have you got then? We've got Tom with the 9 and with the 12. On top you have...
I've got the 11, Al-Gili Kathida. That represents Hafa Al-Bitin district, but if you do like the 12, that's Al-Zufli, who have just had the winner of our previous race. So that district, only with 1 runner here, but they've got Al-Zufai, Amirat Al-Nafud is their representative, so the only one of theirs. The same can be said for the 9, that represents Al-Hassa. Al-Hassa do have 2 runners in here. They have the 8 Tereya. They've got a pair in this contest, and Al-Ghali Kathida is one of 2 representing Hafa Al-Bitin district. Another team with just the 1 runner is Hale. They have Aishin Jude, the 13, unlucky for some. That's their sole representative in this, and everybody else is represented by a pair, apart from a couple of others, including Azat Watan, who's represented Al Karayat. That's the light blue colours. They will have a chance here. Yasser Al Bakawi in the saddle. They've not heard that name for a while. He was a bigger jockey in Taif last season, but it's been a bit quiet so far here in Riyadh. So it'd be nice to see him getting his head back in front. Rayan Al Farouz is a rider here. He rides Ashin Jude, the 13. Del Al Faradi is on the 12, and Mira Al Nafud, which is why I'm sure there's plenty of support there. And like I said, Saab Al Timyat's on my selection. And Ahmed Badroun is on the 9, Mabrukat Najd. Now, Mabrukat Najd is a horse we know plenty about and should have enough ability to be up there in the vanguard here. But the opposite can be said for the jockey, who I don't know too much about at all. Of the ones trailing in towards the bottom, no one really to mention. Naif Amudiani's got another ride here on Al-Zalani, the 18. That'll probably be the only one of note. But the selection from the team are the 9 for Tom, the 11 for me, and the 12 for Martin. Gareth, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Runners heading into the stalls then. Another really big field for the fillies equivalent of the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup. Plenty of them out of line, and still 1 or 2 just being seen to with some late assistance and adjustments down at the start. Joe Deere, who is one of the fancy contenders on the international betting market, currently at 11 to 4 favourite, is still one of those out of line, with Shakra Al-Badar about to head forward as well. And I'm also seeing Barik Amal, another out of line. And the 7 horse, Mabobat Allah, to head in as well. So still about half the field to load up here. Another open-looking contest and not a great deal of form to go on. And again, quality-wise, not the strongest of races, but what a wonderful opportunity for the connections of these horses. And a real good prize here with 100,000 Saudi Riyal on offer to the winner. The final few heading in, Mahbub Allah is among them. And also out of line is Shakra Al-Bada coming forward now, just under the camera. Noseband and white face. Won't miss that one in the run. Just about ready then. The 7th race on this Friday card. Best of luck, set, and they're racing. Jumping away, and one of the first ones to show, well, up towards the outside, Al-Zani broke out well. He's going to race up with the pace, but now just in behind, Aishan Jod, who got an even better start, and in that orange-coloured jacket, races away with a clear lead. From in second then, Azalni, and they're being pursued closely by Nakra Al Sayed in the black with the white cap, and then a little wider out on the cross is Tareya, the dark green with the grey cap. Also racing a bit wider out in a dark green coloured jacket is Mabrakat Najid. Couple in front of that one at the moment include Jodia, and right down along the inside, Mirad Al Nafud as they head towards the end of the back straight. Fifal Ri as well, blue sleeves, red cap. In the second half of the field at the moment, Mababat Allah, who's down along the inside. Wardat Always is also in the second half with Bint Mohajda as well. And as they leave the far straight behind them, it up ahead continues to be Aishan Jod and Rahid Al Fayroz, another front-running ride here for this rider, and showing by 2 lengths or so. Giving chase in a second is Azalni. They've pretty much been the leading pair throughout. Still travelling all right up in behind them is Nakra Al Sayed in the black jacket as they race back for home. Tareya is in fourth. Not much has got into this yet from in behind, as Aishan Jod, who's shown good blistering early speed from the get-go, straightens up with a 2-length advantage over Nakra Al Sayed, who now moves into second place, or a dispute of it, down along the inside, with Azalni trying hard to box on. Staying on well, Jodia down the wide outside in the red jacket, coming close home, and up ahead, Nakra Al Sayed is now pressing for the lead as Aishan Jod begins to look a little vulnerable. It's these two as they head down towards the line. Aishan Jod showing great tenacity, but on the near side, it's going to be very close. Maybe Nakra Al Sayed just getting there. It's very tight. It will be over to the judge to confirm. Not beaten too far, Jodia back in behind them. Picking up late in the play was Bint Mohajda, but it's going to go to the judge between Aishan Jod, who battled on all the way towards the inside of Nakra Al Sayed. Nakra Al Sayed on the left, on the right, Aishan Jod. And we're hearing that Nakra Al Sayed has just got up to win down the near side in that black jacket with the white cap. Double on the card for Abdullah Al Saidi. But my word, really had to fight and pull out all the stops. Aishan Jod has fought on all the way, but beaten a nose in the end. They've both gone past in a time of 1 minute 57.08 seconds. What a terrific finish. What a really good battle it was between the pair. Neither flinched an inch there inside the latter stages, and trying to close them down on the outside in that red colour jacket. Jodia, who I think went off as the international market favourite, wasn't beaten too far. A length and a quarter back in third. There was the print. Home in fourth in the end was Al Siyuf, who's run on strongly from a fair way back. But Nakra Al Sayed and Aishan Jod, 2 horses who were well positioned throughout, they fought out the closest finish of the day, possibly the entire week here in Riyadh.
Abdullah Al-Saidi is your winning rider once again as he lands the double aboard Nakra Al-Sayed in an absolute humdinger of a finish. And I tell you what, there'll be plenty of people from Al Majmar who are here today because they tore the roof off this place when this horse came across the line, right at the line, and got there in a thrilling finish behind your eventual runner-up, the 13, Aishan Jod, who was the sole representative from Hale, but did Hale proud with a stunning effort from the front, nearly taking it all the way. A little bit more controlled here in the parade ring on this occasion, with a few less people in the winner's enclosure, but plenty enough to keep everyone excited. And as you can see, everyone trying to make sure that the King Abdullah saddle cloth is handled correctly and brought across the right connection, then everyone can get that shot there. King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation. Your man in the with the 2 reef bags, haven't got a clue he's blocking the picture there, but he is. There we go. Now we're getting it. There we go. Great work from the entire team. But yes, it was a thrilling finish. And Abdullah Al-Saidi, who has been in fine form all season, has another winner on the board for this very, very talented young man. He has guided this horse to victory, and you would say timed it to absolute perfection.
Hassan Jcsa, it looked for much of the way that the orange colours of number 13, who had led the field, was just going to hold on, but a double up for the jockey as he weighs in at 58.8. Just gets Nakra Al-Sayed home in front. To our surprise, watching them cross the line first time, I thought that Aishan Jord had just held on.
I did too. I didn't think the 5 wanted to go by. It looked like she came alongside and then she kind of hung fire a touch. But she managed to put her nose down the line and it was all irrelevant in the end. Her form figures aren't overly appealing, but I did have a third in, my third pick in this race. I had to read back my comments just to find out why, but she wasn't beaten all that far in a 0 to 55 handicap in October at this venue over course and distance. So she ticked a couple of boxes, albeit that was in a much weaker race than supposedly this was. She had outside claims. She was 10 to 1 in the market, and she's managed to put her nose down. She was far easier to pick than the 13, who eventually finishes second. Aishan Jod, who had no form. She was tailed off in 2 runs at Taif in September. That horse has definitely performed but much better today. However, of course, Aishan Jod rode the bias and being up front the whole way. So when a horse can get onto the front end, they're very hard to reel in regardless of ability.
We can see already at this early stage, I mean, it's got a 3 or 4 length break on the field.
Yeah, having the early speed is such a big advantage. The eventual winner, I think, is currently in 4th, black with the white cap. So even the winner wasn't too far away. The runner-up's in the lead. The horse that finished 3rd was Joda, who is on the outside of the field in about 7th right now. So again, not too far off the pace. It's just impossible to come from way out of it, regardless of trip, but especially over sprints. But even this 1,800-metre trip. And those up front have dominated once again.
And a double up for the rider as well, of course, won the Arabian Horses Handicap early on aboard Rhea. So a good day's work for him, collecting 67,000 for the win there, and then 100,000 Rial for the win in this.
Yeah, he was the person I thought was the best young apprentice in the country, Abdullah Al-Saidi. And then he's had a bit of a dry spell for the last 4 or so weeks, 5 weeks. But he's picked up today with a couple of winners, and hopefully he can get back on the bandwagon.
Well, here's the orange colours starting to streak clear. It's hard to believe it's got beaten, but even allowing for that pace advantage, had them all at full stretch. And I just thought down the home run was just gonna hold on quite nicely as well.
Yeah, Nakra Al-Sayed does make a bid here, gets within a length, and you're thinking the 5's going to just fly on by, half a length, quarter of a length neck, and then
doesn't.
Just stalls alongside. And I don't know whether it was the 5 not wanting to win or the 13 fighting back. I think it was probably the former. But the 13's come so close to getting her nose back in front and winning this contest. But unfortunately, it's just been done on the line.
It was hard to see from the side on, but from that shot, the horse in the black did probably hold the advantage for most of the last half furlong.
Absolutely. Went ahead, but didn't really surge clear, just stuck the head in front and then was a little bit reluctant to fully go through there. The horse on the rail in the black silks, way back in the pack, that is the 6, Al Sayouf, eventually finishes 4th. That is the only horse to make up any considerable ground from the back of the pack. She was 66 to 1 and she's rated 39. And she is the only horse to make up ground. So maybe you want to keep an eye on her for next time, but she doesn't have much ability. Regardless, she's done the best of those who were held up.
But it's Nakra Al-Sayed who wins again. Abdullah Al Saidi doubling up on the day, a second win and just denies in the closing stages. The front-running Aishan Jod into second place. That was race number 7, another one of the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup races. Do say check them out online if you want to find out more about the good work they do, not just here in Saudi Arabia, but around the world. And we still have lots more to come. Races 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12 to bring you. Race 8, we've got another one for the Colts and the Geldings. We go back to the fillies for race 9. The King. We've got more of those to come tomorrow. A star-studded day of 12 races for the bigger guns here in Saudi Arabia over the course of the rest of the evening here with the King Abdullah Foundation Cup races. That humanitarian foundation doing so much good work globally, supporting communities. And they've put a lot into today. Prince Mitab, certainly part of the whole setup with the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation here today. And there's the winning rider. Double up on the day. He collects his prize for his win in race number 7. So 100,000 Riyadh been on offer to the winner for the last couple of races. That jumps for our next couple. And there's a prize for the groom as well. 500 SAR. Sorry, 5,000 SAR. About £1,000 or about $1,200 US for the winner. And we move up again in the prize money stakes, Tom, for the next couple of races to 125,000.
Yeah, total prize fund of 250,000 SAR in the next contest. 125 to the winner, 50 for the runner-up, and it goes down from there. This is a good race, and thankfully we've got a lot more form for the remainder of the card. So I'm looking forward to getting involved after we speak to Callum.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I thought I'd find myself in a little bit of luxury here down in the Lucid car prize section. Now, Lucid sponsored some of the cards a couple of weeks ago. They sponsored a few races, and we got a bit of a brief look on the outside of the Lucid, but we didn't get a chance to get inside and give it the old Top Gear test drive. So this is the Lucid. All entirely electric vehicle, very Tesla-like, I must admit, with your interactive screens here, which will give you all the various devices on there. Just as a little selling point for Lucid, you can run in 3 different modes: Sprint, Swift, or Smooth. Now, I'm not quite sure what the difference between Sprint and Swift is, but you can certainly use those modes, and don't worry, it's not just down here. You've also got a display up here where you've got your typical entertainment factors, including a sat-nav and some little entertainment sections as well. I'm praying that it doesn't turn on. It's not connected to my Bluetooth, so we'll be absolutely fine. Now, on this main section here, you've also got your augmented display too, which means you can see how fast you're going as the speed cameras catch you every single way you go. Not that I'm speaking from experience, obviously, a very responsible driver. Now, finally, the final section we have, again, all beautiful touchscreen, all available, easy to find, is your climate control, where you can control your heating, your air conditioning, and your charge as well. Just to tell you how quick that aircon was, I just flicked it on and I immediately got blown in the face, so it clearly works well. You've got all your various other gadgets and device. You can sit in at least 5 in here. If you had a small member of the family, I reckon you could squeeze 6 in, no problem whatsoever. All the various glove compartments and extra storage as well. Completely comes with the car. I don't think this is even the top of the range model. This is just a view, and then look at what you get on top here. Beautiful interior here. Lads, I'm not going to lie, I'm probably going to stay in here for the rest of the evening because I'm hoping you guys can all worry about winning a Vespa. I'm going to be going home in a Lucid.
Who needs Matt Watson when you've got Callum Helliwell? This is the 8th race on the card. Number 1, Abu Jana with Fahed Al Faradi. Now, Mohammed Saeed comes in for the ride on number 2, Al Masloof, with number 3, Al Sharid, Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 4, Dadan, Fawaz Wanas. Number 5 is Dazmal with Abdullah Al Odib. Number 6 is Iajabi with Salman Al Rashid on board. Now, over the page to find horse number 7, Fanar, with on board AM Al Musa with scratch the 8 horse here, half off does not go. 9 is Interjim with Naif Al Nazi. Number 10 is Jawar Al Riyadh, Mohammed Al Hubail. 11 is Loejan with Mohammed Al Nassar, scratch the 12. Number 13, Roland, now partnered by Ali Al Mamoni. Mohammed Al Yami takes the ride on number 14, Salam Al Ayes, with 15, Sultan Al Anaya, with Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board. Horse number 16, Tayal Al-Kir with Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 17, Thalik Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 18 is Wafi Al-Ayers with Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 19 is Wesh Al-Wala with Adel Al-Faradi. Number 20 is Saif Al-Hijaz with Abdullah Al-Credis taking the ride. Number 21 is Mawala with treble-seeking Abdullah Al-Saidi on board. And Mohammed Al-Habib steps in for the ride on number 22, Aldars. So we have 23 and 24 out, along with 12 and 8, 4 nons. The rest go back to the guys in the studio.
Well, we have our next race then, as the runners start to filter through into the paddock for the next. And the international favourite for this, we're back with the Colton Geldings at a higher class than we've been for the last couple of races, because the international market leader here, Tom, is rated 90. It's the 11-4 market leader, and it's Abo Jana, who's had just the one win from 18 starts. We actually see this horse in a little bit of form as well, because ran second here last week.
Yeah, he's rounding back into form after a long spell in the doldrums. He was a long time since his maiden victory. He's a 5-year-old now. But this is a better effort. You can see him finishing second. He's hard under pressure at this stage. He's against the rail, so you could suggest he's riding the bias, but he finishes a good second to a horse called Almabir, who is super talented, rated 104, I think, and runs again tomorrow in the Custodian of Two Holy Mosques. So this is good form, especially when you're thinking about the opposition he faces today. If he can repeat this, then he's got a leading chance. The one problem is he doesn't win very often. He's just won from 18 and he's drawn wide.
Yeah, second last week, had been third on the start prior to that. The last couple of runs have been over 2,000. He's a horse who stays well, so he's going to need a proper pace to him out here.
Yeah, and there were several horses in behind him that day as well that reopposed. This that we're watching right now is Jawhar Al Riyadh, horse number 10 on the card, 130 in the international market. Ended a long losing sequence when successful on the penultimate outing. Last time he was against better horses than when he won, and I thought he shaped well here, finishing third. Stuck out the trip nicely. He seems to be a horse who's bang on top of his game right now. He's rated 93, which suggests maybe he's the horse to beat.
I think it probably is as well.
After a long spell without ever really showing his best. He's the horse I've got second in, so I have one to beat 9 as my top 2 here. He's 5-1 for a reason. He's more than capable of winning when he's at his best. He draws nicely inside, and that run last time, he finished second to a horse called Abu Sheikha, who has subsequently come out and won last week. So, yeah, I think Intergene's a major player. The one negative for Intergene is that he wants 2,400 metres, and this is only 1,800. So he'll be staying on late, but how much ground will Naif Al-Nazi have to try and make up?
And what about Dasmal, that horse rated 91? Dasmal, another one in with a bit of a chance as we head back to Callum.
Thanks, team. Yeah, the horses are heading their way out the parade ring. We'll start with Darden. Big, strong, imposing individual. Fawaz Wanas on board here. He's the jockey who's in fine form at the moment. He'll be looking for another success today. This horse just catches the eye all the time, doesn't he? He's a gorgeous, gorgeous individual, but needs to bounce back from a poor run last time. We'll drop back to the 7. The next horse we'll look at is 7 Fanar. He's a really nice type here. Just look at the back end of Fanar. He's built really impressively and has been slowly improving with each start here. He's a really well put together individual. Certainly doesn't look like he's built for the 1800, built more like a sprinter, but he's a gorgeous mover. Looking at the way he uses his fronts, and he's certainly a horse that I'm really keen on here. Abdullah Musa is on board, which would probably not be a jockey booking that everybody knows, but the horse does look in great shape. And now Af will just hold up a little bit here, and we will drop our way back to Roland, number 13, a horse that we know very well on this channel, a horse that I've struggled to love on this channel. He made such a bright start to his career, but just struggled afterwards there. He's a lovely looking type, but he needs to bounce back to form. The Red Stable have returned him to his original home, and hopefully Ali Al-Mamoni will be able to guide him to success here, but he does need to show some more form. One horse that doesn't need to show any more form is the 14, just in behind me here, Salam Alays. The next horse is we're going to look at. This horse just here to my right, Salam Alays, has been in splendid form, but it's just really, really slow. Muhammad Al-Yami will have to be at his best to get this horse over the line in front. But despite all his racing, he looks in great nick, boys.
And the jockeys then getting mounted and heading out onto the track for the next. And thanks to Callum for his input there. You've got the 1 on top, and I'd probably put the 10 on top against you, I think.
Yeah, I don't really have a serious problem with that, but I think they're closely matched. Those two are the 2 horses to beat for sure. They're both drawn wide. They've both got similar claims on ratings, and actually their recent efforts have been quite similar as well. I am just siding with the 1, but I fully understand anyone that would prefer the 10 over Abu Jana. Yeah, it should be close between the 2.
Any chance for the 11? Sorry, yeah, the 11, who's been easy enough to back. 6-1 up to 13-2, rated 90. 11's got a bit of a squeak. We've also got in there a similar sort of price to 3. Now let's talk about the 3. Al Sharid, who is a 3 times winner, was twice over the 2,000 metres, dropped down to the 1,200 last time out.
Yeah, he's a deep closer. 3 wins from 31 starts. Best form's come over 1,600, so this trip is slight negative, but he will be finishing well at the end of his race. He's drawn out an 18. Again, much like the last race, albeit we've got a lot more form here, all the leading players are drawn wide. The only one that isn't is Intergene.
Joel Al Riyadh coming from 15.
Yep. Abu Jana 16. Al Rashid 18. Lawejan 20. Salam Alays, who we haven't talked about just yet, but we can move on to 11. They're all drawn wide.
Well, give us a word on Salam Alays, currently around 16-1 on the international markets.
This horse is a 10-race maiden, so that's obviously the negative. Not yet got a victory to his name, but he's been running over 2,400 metres against good horses, and he's not been disgraced. He's now drops down in trip, which probably isn't a positive, but he is facing weaker opposition, which is a positive. And again, it wouldn't be a surprise at all to me if Salam Alays won this. I've got him 4th in, he's 16-1. He's a good each-way play, but the likes of Abu Jana are obviously more attractive from a winning perspective.
Yeah, and that good recent run at it was the final race last Saturday, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
With Almabir coming back to form. Big horse who ran away to beat Abu Jana by 6 lengths in the end. Abu Jana the 5-2 market leader. They'll make their way down to the starts. Joel Al Riyadh at 3-1, 9-2, 4.5-1 for number 9. Intergene. Dasmal number 5 at 11-2. Away Jan's 13-2. Al Rashid 11-1 on the international markets. Same price as number 6. Ejabi 12-1 for Salmayes. Just been attracting a little bit of money. It was 16s early on today, but the international market in favour of the 14. Fanar at 18s. 25-1 at big. And there are the trophies for race 8. This King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup for the Colts and the Geldings. That prize for the groom as well. 5,000 SAR. And this race worth 125,000 SAR to the winner. So we're going head-to-head once again as regards the studio tipping competition. You're on 6, I've got 5. We stalled, really. We started so well.
Yep, but there's still 5 races left today, races 8 through 12. And last week, we ended with 9, I had 9, you had 7, and we're already on 6 and 5 this week. So it's already a better showing, I think, in terms of averages.
Is it this race or the next race we give Callum a bit of a treat?
The next.
I think.
Yeah, I think we give him. Let me have a look at the next. Yeah. Oh no.
Should we do it this race?
Let's do it this race. Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to go 1 each. I'm going to go the 10.
I'm with the 1.
You're with the 1. So that's 1 point each. Yesterday, Callum, late on, we gave you 2 selections in one race, but they're only worth half a point. We'll do the same again now. You can have 2 selections, both worth half a point. So if either one of the 2 win, you manage to get up to a whole point. So give us your 2.
I don't want your pity to start with. I don't want it. I'm out here on my own and I'm fighting. I'm going to find you winners. I'm going to find you winners from the paddock. And the way I'm going here is with Salam Alays as the paddock pick. Sorry, no, it wasn't Salam Alays. I apologise. It was Fanar who was the paddock pick, the 7. That was the one that certainly caught my eye the most. You've not got the strongest of jockeys on board. That would be a slight concern for me. But if I was judging it by how they looked in the parade ring, it had to be Fanar. Really, really good-looking individual. Like I said when I saw him, he doesn't quite strike you as your typical 1,800-metre horse. He's a much more of a sort of rotund, strongly built sprinter type. But clearly, he seems to be finding his way in around this distance, finishing in the money. in 3 of his last 5 starts. I think he's got every opportunity to do the business here. Look, there's no doubt he has to find plenty according to ratings, but some of these horses with high ratings have been battered recently and have not been showing too much form. So I'm hoping that Fanar, jumping out of a low draw in 3, can give me a good run for my money. Credit must go, though, to the connections of Salam Alays, who has been turned out incredibly well despite being regularly raced for the last few weeks, and still looks in really good shape. My concern with that one just might not have the speed for 1800 metres, but beware, Salam Alays will be coming home late. So fascinating contest, really looking forward to it. Fanar is the pick for me. Jcsa is the other one that's well fancied. Obviously the same owners that have a very good local horse whose name has completely slipped my mind. But they wouldn't have too many, and the ones they do have tend to have plenty of ability. I thought Dardan was shaping really well in the parade ring. Maybe almost too big, carrying just a little bit of condition, but certainly a lovely horse nonetheless. Al Mashlouf looks really well as well. The grey, really interesting looking individual who marched out with a lot of authority. So keep an eye on that one too. Of the other ones that were paddock eye catchers, I'll be intrigued to see how Roland does get on. Coming out of stall 19, this will be hard, but this will be the easiest race Roland has faced in a while. A horse that has so much promise. I know if Rory Delaghi's watching, he'll be throwing things at the television because he loves this horse, and I'm not really his biggest fan, but there's clearly ability there. He was purchased by the Red Stable, so clearly King Prince Faisal clearly thought there was something to play with there. So he's no slouch, but he needs to find his form all over again. But the selection for me will be just the one selection, and it'll be number 7, Fanar.
Runners are circling down at the 1800 metre start, and they'll be heading behind the stalls shortly here. Abo Jana, the 5-2 favourite on the international betting market, with Johar Al Riyadh in at 3-1, Intergene at 9-2. It is 6-1 Dasmal, with Loajan at 7-1, Al Sharid at 11-1, with Asia B similarly priced, and Salam Al Ayers at 12s, and 18-1 and upwards at the other runners, as the loading up process now gets underway for what is the 8th race on the card. And we can just see the 13 heading forward there, Roland, into an outside stall, pitched wide here in 19. Again, a big field here in the absence of numbers 8, 12, 23 and 24. Still leaves 20 of them. 21 and 22 horses both that get a run. And as we say, the loading up process underway. This is Abo Jana now, the red number cloth, stepping forward. Race favourite Fahed Al Faredi is taking the ride. And Abo Jana, one of a few here, arriving in fairly good form. It's been placed the last twice. But again, drawn pretty wide here in stall 16 as they continue to slot in one by one. Might just want a good gallop to aim at here. Moala heading in, and also slotting forward is Salam Al Ayers with Mohammed Al Yami in the saddle. Right down the middle there in stall number 11. Still a few out of line, and they include Al Mashlouf, who's about to head forward now. And there aren't too many more to head into the stalls here. Aldhars is about to head forward, and we are almost set to go as the last one heads forward. Dadan, it looks like, into stall 8, and we're just about ready. Lined up, valuable prize here, and out they come. Stepping away, and one of the first ones to show, well, Moala's not too far off the pace in the early stages. Aldhars right down along the inside rails is prominent, and also Tayal Al-Kir in the green and white, and out a little bit wider, Saif Al-Hijaz is now moving through to almost dispute the running. Back in behind the leading few, Dasmal in 2 shades of green, and working out wider, Al Sharid crossing over from a wide draw. That one being tracked through by Johar Al Riyadh, and then over to the inside, Sultan Al Anaya, as they continue their forward progress going down the far side of the course. And as they do so, up at the head of affairs, Aldhars and Saif Al Hijaz are the leading pair. They're being followed towards the end of the back straight by Joha Al Riyadh, who's coming up around the outside in those vivid blue sleeves, with also racing handily Tail Al Kir, who's never been too far away as they're making the run left-handed back towards the straight. And as they do so, it is up along the inside Saif Al Hijaz, who has a narrow lead over Taif Al Kir in second position, with Al Rashid in the firing line as well. Still travelling powerfully is Joha Al Riyadh up towards the outside as they're now swinging back towards the entrance to the home straight. And in behind them then Wesh Awala, another one who's trying hard to pick up. But as they gallop on down the home straight, it is Tail Al Kir and Nawaf Al Mudiani who have taken over. Now produced down the outside is Joha Al Riyadh, but a bigger danger is coming from Thalik right down the centre of the track, and Abu Jana staying on well in behind them. But it's Thalik who's gone to the front from Tail Al Kir. Abu Jana running on all the time, diving over to the inside though, and Thalik has that one's measure. Thalik is a length and a half. Abu Jana through for second. It was tight for third, with Wafi Al Ayers running on strongly down the outside. Third place best left for the judge. Thalik and Tariq Al Mansour in front and running perhaps a little straighter to the line than Abu Jana. Abu Jana, who came with a strong late challenge but darted over towards the inside running rails, and Thalik clocking a time of 1 minute 54.97 seconds. Favourite home in second place, Abu Jana, beaten a length and 3/4 in the end, and in turn was a little way on from Tail Al Kir, who was prominent throughout and has run third. Very tight for fourth. Wafi Al Ayers catching the eye with a strong late run down the outside, and indeed has got through to finish in fourth, just in front of Salam Al Ayers, who was a further head behind in fifth. But it's Thalik who's come from off the pace to strike.
For a long time, tried in some really tough contests of late, and has gone and won here under Tariq Al Mansour, who will be over the moon with that success. In connection with Thalik will be over the moon. A 5th career win on the 60th career start for a horse who very often runs more good races than bad, and has run a very good race here today. Look at what it means to connections. Plenty of them here celebrating, and so they should. 125,000 Riyal to the winning connections here as well. So lovely to see. Great work all round, and as you can see here, this is just it's a real special moment to everyone involved, but you just have to be careful because there is a horse behind you all, so let's all just be as calm as possible because there is a multiple ton animal just behind. There we go, well done team. That's a bit better, let's all relax, well done. Someone took charge there, which I really enjoyed. The gentleman there, just 4 from the left, took charge and just told everyone to be quiet. I don't even speak Arabic, but I even knew what that one meant. And it was just to make sure everyone stayed calm, because remember, it is still a horse in front of you, and they can be very dangerous animals. So, well done to everyone involved here with Salik's victory. Congratulations, and well done to young Tariq Al Mansour, who has got himself another winner. Hasn't quite had the same form as last year, but certainly is a jockey not to ignore.
'Cause I don't know what to do. 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 I don't know
Yeah, well done. Another big price winner. Thalik at around 33 to 1 has taken the win here in race 8. Another one of these King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation races. Takes the win, and it's a 5th career win for this 6-year-old who's had plenty of experience through his career. Won his fair share as well, and rewards connections with a nice prize.
Yeah, impossible to find, but has done the job well. This is a race where the pace has just completely collapsed. The first time we've actually seen that today. My selection, Abu Jana, finished second. I thought he ran great, considering he looked done on the top of the turn. However, Abu Jana beat Thalik last time out, earlier this month in the 2,000-metre cup contest. So I don't know where this form reversal's come from. But yeah, they finished 1-2, so that was obviously the key piece of form. We'll take it from the start here. Thalik is in the white with the blue silks and white spots, just middle of the racetrack right now in around 8th place. Just going to drift back a touch at this point in the race, but they go too hard up front. All the front runners capitulate in the closing stages, and they're just not able to sustain their efforts, whereas the closers are ridden far more efficiently. Thalik's just at the bottom of your screen now, blue with the white spots. That's the eventual winner. The eventual runner-up was Abu Jana, who is even further back at this stage from his wide gate. And those two end up fighting out the finish and drawing clear of the 16, who finished 3rd, Tayel Al-Khair, ahead of Wafay Al-Azim back in 4th. So this is a race where this front group have all come back to the closers. Thalik is just making his move alongside Abu Jana, the first and second.
Right to the bottom of the picture.
They're the first and second, just wide on the track. They're starting to move up now. At this point of the race, it did look like Joel Rosario was going the best in the white, blue and red, 4 wide, but he unfortunately tires in the latter part of the race, and yeah, and soon you'll see the second wave of horses come through.
Well, there's the first wave coming into the home stretch. I was getting quite excited. I thought that Joel Al-Riyadh, who we can see there, the blue sleeves and the red cap, he travelled well into the closing stage, but just couldn't quite get his head in front.
Yeah, all of these forwardly placed horses are just paying for the exertions. Thalik's about to make the front now, coming down the outside, followed through by Abu Jana, who was briefly outpaced by Thalik actually around in the home turn, who eventually finishes second, Abu Jana. Farhad Afridi on the runner-up here switches his whip. Watch, just a right-hander.
Off to the left we
Yeah,
go.
that was not a good idea. The 3rd place finisher is currently 3rd in the green silks. That was the horse that actually did best of those up front. You can see green with the white V, currently in the first line. That was Tayel Al-Khair. You can give that horse a boost in the form purely because he's done best of the forwardly placed runners, whereas all the others have faded. But both the 4th and the 5th, as well as the 1st and 2nd, have come from way off the speed, and he's the only one that's kept going from up with the pace.
So it's a form boost of sorts for Al-Mabir, who runs tomorrow, the custodian?
Of sorts, yeah.
It's not a massive boost, but it's not been let down, has it?
No, it hasn't been let down at all. Thalik and Abu Jana were both behind Al-Mabir last time. This is obviously a much weaker race than Al-Mabir will be running in tomorrow. Much, much, much weaker. But, you know, it shows the form was worth something, at least.
Yeah. Well, 4 more still to come. Race 9, we've got another one of these King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation races. This time for the fillies. Before we get there, though, let's head back out to Callum.
Thank you very much, Martin, here at the Kinza stand with a huge crowd of people all looking forward to having some Kinza. So I'm going to do my best Oprah impression. Who wants a Kinza? There we go. You get a Kinza. 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 Don't worry, I've got more. You get a Kinza. You get a Kinza. You get some Kinzas. More Kinzas. More Kinzas. Now, I'm already being told by my team I have to taste it myself. Wait for a second. Oh, that does sound good, doesn't it? Oh, that's lemon. That's lemon, that's divine. Tell you what, there'll be more on offer. You get a Kinza. You get a Kinza. You get a Kinza. Now, Kinza are a sponsor here as well at Saudi Arabia. They are one of the key sponsors here. They sponsored races for the last 2 days of the last 2 big meetings here in Saudi Arabia. A huge range of flavors from loads of different things that range from cocktail all the way through to orange, all the way through to lemon, and they're absolutely delicious. I, for one, am a huge fan. I've been drinking it like it's water. It's fantastic, and everyone around here is scrambling to get themselves some free Kinza. I can't wait to keep handing out some more. One more time, are you ready? You get a Kinza! You get a Kinza! You get a Kinza!
There must be a lot of sugar in it. The runners are on screen now for race 9. We go without number 1. Number 2 is Oral with Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 3 is Bariat Aloha with Tariq Al Mansour. 4 is Bint Always with Abdullah Al Credis. Number 5 is Jada Al Khair with Adel Al Faradi. 6 is Lama Al Zulfi with Ali Al Mutib. Turkey Alofi rides number 7, Mawakit. Over the page to horse number 8, Moatessamar with Mohammed Al Yami taking the ride. Number 9 is Monteka Bar with Naif Al Nazi. Number 10 is Nadirat Al Maidan with Hab Al Timyat. Number 11, Korbar, Fahad Al Faradi. Number 12 is Tarahar with Muhammad Al Daham and Muhammad Al Nassar, partners at number 13 at Tenol. Number 14 is Urjuwanaya with Azil Al Zahani. Number 15 is Al Daflar with Nawaf Al Mudiani. 16, Barker Al Johara, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 17, Bidawar with Salman Al Rashid. Number 18 is Hayna Al Jud with Rayan Al Tuesh. Number 19 is a non-runner. 20 is Tayaji with Khalid Al Mamoni. Over the page to the final couple of runners here. 21 to Hardy, now with Abdullah Al Odib taking the ride. And number 22, Tatul Al Game with Abdulaziz Al Musa. They go without 23 and 24, along with numbers 1 and 19. That still leaves us 20. It's back to the guys in the studio.
Did you bring a spatula with you today, Tom?
I didn't. Why?
We might need to scrape Callum off the ceiling by the time he's finished with his Kinzas.
He's given more Kinzas away than I've ever seen before. I reckon he's gone around the crowd there and literally dragged people to be putting their arms up in front of him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that would have been a terrible segment. So he must have done it.
Where's our Kinza?
Well, that's the main point. I had one earlier, to be fair. It's really nice. But where's your Kinza, guys?
Where's my Kinza?
Come on, Callum, bring us a Kinza.
Where is it? Can we see it from here?
He's probably still giving away.
It's there without. It's Kinzaless. It's Kinzaless in the paddock. Right, race 9, King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup for fillies. Let's have a look at some form in this. We can have a look at the odds-on favourite Korbar. First off, she's 4 to 6 on the international markets. She's 2 from 12 so far and was a good second last time out. And has been highly tried through a career as well.
A repeat of this effort will win today. That's my best piece of analysis for Korbar. This is a big bounce back in the right direction for her. Her previous efforts hadn't been as good, but she rallies well against the fence this day to eventually finish second, beaten by a nice one of the white stables. This is, as I say, a career best from her. She's rated 95, and this proved that she is a 95 rated mare. If she replicates this, she will win.
Yeah, it goes down by a diminishing neck in the closing stages. That was a local Group 2. She was over the 1400 before that. She's quite versatile as regards trip.
She is, and she's very talented. She handles Taif and Riyadh as well.
Well, she's odds on 4 to 6 on the international market. Number 9 is second best in. Montakib Bar.
Seeing her right now as well, Montakiba.
Yep.
And screen right now. She's another deep closer, but she's more of a deep closer than Korbar. She'll be way out the back early. She's drawn in 7, which is good for her. She's drawn inside. But she's heavily raced. She's had 54 starts. She regularly finds one to beat her. Again, she'll probably be placed, but she's not a placed price at 11 to 4. I'd much prefer Korbar of the two.
Yeah, that was her finishing third to Paradise Row here last Saturday over the 1600 metres. Stretches back up in distance as well. But yeah, Callum, let's head back out to you. We're still waiting for our little cans of pop to arrive as well. So whenever you're ready.
Firstly, it's called Kinza, team. Secondly, if you saw what I was seeing out there, there will be no Kinza left by the end of this race. It was a mad scrum for the stuff. It is delicious, though. Almost as delicious as Bint Always, who's a really good-looking prospect here. Lovely, lovely individual who was a really impressive winner 2 starts ago. Wasn't quite able to double up last time out and struggled a little bit, but it still looks in really good shape, and she certainly can't be discounted. Big, strapping filly. In behind, the filly who I adore, Jadel Care. Haven't seen this one in a while here. Lovely to see Jadel Care back on a racetrack. She looks in great nick. Really lovely looking individual. She's always been well touted and she's been highly tried. She's very much like Salik in our previous contest. A horse that's had plenty of opportunities and not too many victories, but it would be a surprise if she wasn't up there in the finish towards the end of things here. She is lovely and she's walking around and handling herself absolutely beautifully. She's a good-looking girl, and hopefully she can run a big race. Let's drop back a few more now, all the way back to a couple of these later round ones here, who I'm really looking forward to. We'll start with horse number 9, the first one we'll look at. This is Montekiba, who we know plenty about. This is the 55th career start. She's got beautiful quarter marks on the hind quarters. Check her out, she looks stunning, and she's really, really well put together. She's been running really well recently as well, and she has to make the shortlist. Montekiba, all ticks for me here. She's a gorgeous, gorgeous individual. We'll drop back past 10 and on to 11. Corba, who's the next one we'll focus on. Corba is this dashing grey filly coming towards me now. She is lovely as well. She's a really lightly built type. She's one I'd probably take home. Plenty of dappling on. Look at her. She's not carrying a lick of condition. She is red hot fit and ready to go. You'll just see if you get a real close look on her hip. She bumped herself at a stable door recently, but that shouldn't be enough to hold her back. She came second last time out. She'll be hoping to go one place better today. And finally, we'll go to the 12, who is Taraha, who's just coming towards us now, just slightly turning into that winter coat. You can just see on her belly there, she's just a little bit woolly underneath. That wouldn't be enough to put me off. She's another who just clipped her hip on a stable door in time. I think she's done it twice, because that looks like an old scar, but she's recut again. So if I had to pick from the paddock, it would go to horse number 9, Montekiba.
Well, good luck to you, Callum. Rated 65 in that good run to be third here last week. Especially number 12 in shot. More of the international market outsiders in this. We touched on the top 2 in the international market, 11 and 9. Number 5 is third best in. This is Jadiel Kia, rated 80. So one of the leading chances on the figures. 2 wins from 25 career starts, and has had decent form here. I know 7th last time out. That was an open company.
Yes, has been finding opens too tough generally of late. However, this horse has won over course and distance. That came back in 2023. This marks a drop down in the grade for Jadiel Care from Open Company. I know it's a cup race, which is generally considered better than Opens, but this isn't the best of cup races, of course, just for the local breds and without any royal stables represented. So this is a winnable opportunity for her. Crucially, she draws inside and she gets Del Alfaredi. Jadiel Care was my pick for second in this spot, just behind Corba.
Now, Corba's so far clear on the figures. There's 3 fancied on the international market, 11, 9 and 5.
Yeah.
The 4th best is number 3, Barit at Al Job. But that horse has got, what, £25 to find with Corba?
Yeah, and both her career victories have come on the deeper track in Taif, and she just doesn't have the gears to compete here. I don't like her at all. As you say, 3 at the top of the market, I think are the clear 3 standouts. I like 11 to beat 5 to beat 9. And then when you come to a 4 selection, I don't have one, because I was going to put the 1 in 4th, but the 1's been scratched. So is there such a big gulf between these top 3 horses and the remainder of the field that it's very difficult to find a bigger price outside play if you're looking for like an each way selection. But you never know. There's always shocks here in these big field contests, and there could be another one today.
But we're both in agreement, 11 wins?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, just looks way head and shoulders above the remainder of the field. We do have those qualifiers, 4 more of them to come tomorrow. We've had 3 so far today. A little bit earlier on we saw for the 1351 Milan qualifier there. That horse goes forward to the turf sprint. We also had a qualifier for the Neom Turf. That went to Belaid Porto. And the qualifier for the Almanifa, that went to Shafa Al-Azam. There's racing over at Meydan today. It's going to have impact on the Saudi Cup and the Saudi Cup fields as well. Laurel River, who this week was announced as the joint top-rated horse in the world alongside City of Troy at a big ceremony in London. He's been turned over, dropped back down to the mile on his comeback for Bupat Simart. He did what he likes to do, Tom. He's led the field, but he started to paddle in the closing stages. He's been picked off by a rag, the 50-1 outside of the field from France.
Makes those world rankings look a bit rubbish, doesn't it?
Well, maybe he's in need of the run over a trip short of his best.
He's not the best horse in the world.
Joint best horse in the world.
He's not that either. Not even close. On his best, he's talented, but he needs a track bias, and he needs the others to just not finish. He's not for me. I don't like him. Yeah.
Well, Bupat was saying he needed the run today to bring him on. Then the aim is to come across here for the Saudi Cup.
Such a weak field, though, wasn't it? Compared to what he'd see in the Saudi Cup, that was ridiculously weak today. And the rag, the eventual winner, was it King's Gold? If he ran in the Saudi Cup, he'd be last.
Oh, the field today was weak.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
But he did beat the Saudi Cup winner last year in the Dubai World Cup.
He did, but that was a Laurel River we've not seen before, and we won't see again, I don't think.
Well, he's been turned over. We've got more clues to come from Meydan as well. Factor Cheval, he goes on the dirt a little bit later on from France. He goes in the Maktoum Challenge. And we also have another clue of sorts, Romantic Warrior, who's been...
Looking forward to him.
Yeah, he's just a superstar over in Hong Kong. J-Mac, who rides him, has already had a winner. James McDonald over at Meydan today. That's a nice sighter for him. And he's also due to come to the Saudi Cup. Warming up, though, on turf today at the Jebel Hatta. Some more clues for the Saudi Cup here on the 22nd of February to come over at Meydan. And, of course, so many clues here tomorrow. 4 more qualifiers, including the International Group 3, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. 2 American runners in that. And if you are joining us on YouTube tomorrow, do tune in early because we've got a whole host of star jockeys taking on the local stars as well. Mike Smith and Joel Rosario have been here today with a couple of rides. James Doyle, Tom Arcand, Mikel Barcelona, all heading across from Dubai where they're riding today, and Alberto Sanna as well, who's been with us today, back again tomorrow as well. So much to look for. Every single race tomorrow it could headline a normal meeting here.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Well, apart from the first. But I've got an interesting point on the first tomorrow, and I'll say it now rather than on the broadcast tomorrow, or maybe both. The first race tomorrow is the only non-open or cup race on the card. It's a 0 to 80 handicap. Did you know only £2 separates 20 runners in that contest? That must be the most competitive 0 to 80 handicap ever run for a 20-runner field, surely. £2. Remarkable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
It is
it's
true.
true. What the card
How are we supposed to find the winner there? They're all exactly the same horse, virtually.
Well, that's your task.
Yeah, I'll
and I'll be leaning on you heavily to find it as well. So we get underway with that handicap. We've got the Mishrif bin Motlaq bin Shan Cup as our second race. We then get into the... we've got a local bred open as the third. The Riyadh Dirt Sprint qualifier. We've got a qualifier for the Saudi Derby as well. We've got the 2,000 and 1,000 guineas on the card. The 2,000 have been the qualifier for the Derby. We've got a qualifier for the Abaya as well. Big field for that. Now we get down to the custodian races towards the back end of the card. The custodian, the 2 holy mosques for the apprentice jockeys. Got a local Group 1. We then have the qualifier for the Saudi Cup. And we round out with 2 races worth 5 million SAR each. The King Abdulaziz Cups. 1 for the 3-year-olds, thoroughbreds, and 1 for the Arabian horses as well. And you'll see it all live with us tomorrow here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel.
Tomorrow's going to be a good day for the White Stable, putting it out there. I think they're going to have 3 or 4 winners, definitely in the last race, and probably the 2,000 guineas as well.
Okay.
Last race is my favourite horse in Saudi Arabia right now, apart from Weight to Excel. Mota the better, I think she's a good thing, albeit she's drawn wide. And Falcaire runs for them in the 2,000 guineas. He looks like a absolute superstar in making right now. And then they've got plenty of chances, of course, in the custodian, the 2 holy mosques. The apprentice race, I think they've got the 3 top horses in there. The White Stable could have a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, and Tom Arcand rides for the White Stable tomorrow. He's on board Carmel Road in the qualifier, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques 4, and the big race itself on the 22nd of February. Right, we'll keep you updated with what's happening over at Meydan, Romantic Warrior, and also Factor Cheval to come. Meanwhile, we're down at the start here. Let's just remind ourselves of selections. 11 on top.
Yeah, Corba on top. There's no real point discussing some of these long shots in here. This race should be dominated by those towards the top of the market. I'm going to be with Corba. To be fair, I'll give you a quick line on a couple of the long shots that I thought were maybe slightly interesting, as we've still got a couple of minutes to fill before they load up. The 6, Lama Al Zulfi, probably won't stay in this contest, but has at least been consistent prior to the latest effort. Mawakit, the 7, was a maiden winner over the 1,600 here in December, not disgracing 2 handicaps since, probably has each way claims at a big price. The 8 is just hard to trust. The 10, Nadirat Al Maidan, hasn't been suited by sprinting recently, but remains unexposed after just 4 outings. Horses 12 through 17, impossible to really make strong claims for. The 17 Bidawar did catch the eye when finishing 4th from off the pace in the course and distance race last week. But these are all no-hopers, really. I like Corba on top. The biggest danger is the 5, Jadale Care.
Okay, I'm with you as well. 11 on top. Good luck to Mohammed, who's got in touch to go with the 5, Jadiel Kier, as we get to Callum's selection as they begin to load.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, just a final reminder of my play here. Going to go for the 9, Montekiba, who I just think is a really, really nice type. Looking forward to seeing how she runs. I thought that last run was quite eye-catching in 3rd. She continues to perform well without winning too much, and this is start number 55, but I think this is an opportunity for her. Obviously, the remote, you'd say Corba's slightly unexposed, but she's not really. She's had the 26 starts, so Corba certainly showed her plenty of ability last time out with that fast finishing 2nd. She will be one to watch, but for me, I'm going to be sticking with Montekiba. She is the best looker in here. Naif Alanazi, could he get a big day double? That would be lovely to see, wouldn't it? Naif, he's been such a huge factor for our channel. He is one to watch. The other ones who caught the eye were Bintalways and Jada Lecare. Hopefully they all run a big race and come home safely. Gareth, it's all yours.
Yeah, Corbar odds on here. The international betting market favourite at 8 to 13. And yeah, she does look quite some way ahead of her rivals here in terms of her rating, and her recent form hasn't been bad either. Her latest run was good. Montekiba is in at 11 to 4 against, with Jadiel Care at 130. And then we're looking at sort of 16 to 1 bar those. So even though we have a big field here, it might not necessarily be a true reflection of how competitive this contest actually is. And the runners very shortly will be heading into the stalls. Just standing nicely there, the 7, which is Mawakit. Turkey Alofi taking the ride on that one. And the loading up now begins. Barker Al-Johara heading forward under Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. Also about to slot forward 10-0, Muhammad Al-Nassar now booked for the ride. And drawn low here in 22. The 22 horse here, Tatul Al-Game, as I say, drawn low. And Abdulaziz Al-Musa comes in for the ride on this one. This is one of the reserves who got in. Still a fair few of them out of line, loading up nearly halfway there now. Bariat Aloha about to head forward, along with Teajib, with Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride. Green cap drawn in the middle there in stall number 12. And once again, the loading up process is here very swift, very efficient. Horses obviously well trained back at home, and obviously we're dealing with generally quite experienced runners here, but there we are. For a 20-runner load, it doesn't get much faster or much more efficient, does it? Superb stuff. We're just about ready to go then. Philly's version of the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup are under orders and they're away. And one of the first ones to show to an advance, Riyadh Al Maidan, is leading with, or was, but now just settling back in behind Bariat Aloha, who's up towards the outside. And racing prominently as well is Hainer Al Jude in the early stages, spot the black cap. And over towards the inside is Tatul Al Game as they cover the opening quarter of a mile. Tenol is a grey, maroon-coloured jacket, not too far off the speed, with working out a little bit wider on the track at this point Aldafla, who's another of the greys, and wider still to in the green sleeves Oral as they continue their progress going down the side of the track. Jadiel Care is over towards the inside as they now make their way on towards the end of the back straight. Corba spot the striped sleeves up towards the outside of the runner in red, Bint Always, as they make the run back towards home. About 9th or 10th at the moment, Corba the favourite, but it is Bariat Aloha and a double-seeking Tariq Al Mansour bringing them back towards home. Just over a length in front of Hainer Al Jude working away in second as they're coming around the home turn. Mawakit is going off in pursuit as well, now goes into second place and trying to hunt this Bariat Aloha down, with in behind them up into third now Jadiel Care. Corbar on the move is now into fourth place. Bit of work to do though. furlong and a half to get there. Up ahead as they race down to the final furlong, Mawakit with into the clear, Jadael Care, Corbar one from the left and Oral on the wide outside, but now Corbar begins to kick in the afterburners and moves away. Corbar quickening on into a 2 to 3 length lead over Oral in second place. No more from Mawakit. This will go comfortably enough to Corbar, beating Oral by around about 3 lengths at the line. Mawakit is through in third, and they were followed home by Montakiba, who's run on strongly down the outside to get the fourth. Corbar's home, a winning favourite, Farhed Al Faradi on board, and this individual, this mare, she was just rated here by some way, wasn't she? She looked to have plenty going for her, and she's a mare who comes from off the pace. She's done so here. She wasn't right out the back. She quickly worked away at midfield, but is a 3 1/4 length winner. And the guys in the studio, no doubt jubilant. Corbar home in front in a time of 1 minute 55.49 seconds. Oral is in second, Mawakit at back in third, and Montakiba stayed on quite well for fourth. But none of them any match for Corbar, expected to go in, and is duly obliged.
Corbar is your winner of the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup for fillies, and she's won it well, hasn't she? Farhed Al Faradi on board, never really in danger. Everyone just probably wants to calm down here then. Whoa, 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 steady, steady, steady. That's just not going to work, people. Let's all just be a little bit more sensible now when it comes to lining up next to a horse. Corbar looked great in the parade ring. A really, really good-looking individual. She caught the eye, and she caught the eye on her form that she showed last time out as well. She's a really nice-looking individual, and the jockey on board is having an almightily good season. And well done to all connections involved. Great work with the prize money again for the King Abdullah Foundation, 125,000 Saudi Riyal on offer here. Photos all around, bless her. She's just getting a little bit worked up in here, but Fahed's just done the right thing, just jumped off. And again, now we just need to make sure that not everybody crowds her. Just gives her a bit of space. Some of these mares can be a little bit moody, and Corbar will be no different. But she's run plenty of times, and she had finally got the head in front once again. That was the 6th career win from 26 starts. Not a bad strike rate, is it now, let's be honest. And she is a good filly. Just making sure. Nawaf, just move out the way there. My goodness. Craziness. I want to make sure my cameraman is the only one that doesn't get hurt here. And she'll get the saddle cloth put on, which is loaded to see. And again, we'll just I tell you what, there's been really good work from the people from the Jcsa and medical crews all here in the parade ring. They've been really on it, making sure, because there's lots of children in here, just making sure that everyone stays as safe as possible. Well done, boys in the studio as well. I know this one was well found, so well done, lads. Another winner for you.
Oh, you're so generous, Callum. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But to be fair, it wasn't easy to find.
Yeah, it was quite easy to find.
So it was easy to find, not wasn't easy to find.
Yeah, there was...
Simples.
There was never really a moment's doubt with her, to be honest. I know she was back in the pack and generally you wanted to be on the speed, but the speed was never going to hold up. They were going very hard. The first 3 furlong sectionals were under 12 seconds, including an 11.22. And for horses of this calibre, over 1800, they're just not going to be able to sustain that. Maliki actually ran really well to finish third, considering she was on the pace. And I gave her a little shout out before the offer an each way contender, so maybe someone listened to me out there about her. But the form filly, the best filly in the race on ratings, has come out on top by a big margin, really. You can see Corba in the middle of shot, grey with the white kind of Y on her jersey. She's in around 10th place at this stage, right in the middle of your shot towards the bottom of the screen now. And she's going to opt to go towards the inside as they come down the back straight and going into the turn. Once they go into the turn, she starts to move up and she's able to find a clear run. I feel like I've lost my presenter, so I'm going to throw it to him now while he's cackling.
I'm here.
Okay, good for you.
Totally composed.
Yeah, and Corbin makes a move up the field and runs into the home straight with a big chance of winning. She just has to tip out, and once she does, she manages to power clear. She's just much the best.
And she maybe didn't get the ideal run through, but when she switches out wide, it was a matter of how far.
Yeah, exactly. She was always kind of ridden confidently in this contest. By far had Alfredi, and there was never really a moment where you were doubting she was going to get on top. Right now, she's just at the bottom of the screen, one off the rail. She just needs a bit of a clear run with Jade Al-Khair in front of her. But fortunately, that opens up in a second. She's able to follow through Adele Alfredi on Jade Al-Khair and tip out in the home straight, 4 wide. And from there, considering we saw the footage of how strong she was at the finish last time in a cup race, a better cup race than this, we knew she was always going to outstay them. She tips 4 wide here in 4th place, picks up instantly under pressure and powers clear. The horse to follow her through on the outside is Oral, horse number 2. She's only rated 69, so that's a career best from her. Under Abdullah Al-Saidi, he's already had a winner on the card today.
£26 behind?
Yeah, she's either run very well or Corba's run below par. I'd suggest Aura's run better than we expect. But that being said, Malakit was 3rd, rated 66, so maybe Corba just didn't need to go anywhere near her 95 rating today to win.
Well, she's been highly tried in the past, Corba. She was down in grade today, and she lands a 6th career win. I mean, the runs to win strike rate not bad, is it? 6 wins from 27 starts?
Yeah, not bad at all. And she's been plying her trade at high levels as well, generally. So she's
Open
very capable.
races, cup races.
Yeah, very capable. She's generally better over 2,000, but obviously handles the 1,800 today.
Corba lands short odds to take out race number 9. Another nice prize for connections. Once again, many thanks to the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation for their generous sponsorship here today. £125,000 heading the way of the winner. Still 3 more to come. We'll move on to race 10 in a moment or two. The King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup. This time dropping in trip are over the 1,600 metres for the local breds. 4-year-olds and older in action before our 2 3-year-old races to round off the cards. We've had our 3 qualifiers so far today, 4 more qualifiers tomorrow. Clues over in Maidan today as well. Laurel River, the world's joint highest rated horse, turned over on his comeback, dropped in distance in the fire break. He's got the Saudi Cup as his big aim, and still we've got Saudi Cup contenders. In fact, the Cheval, they're saying top 3 finish over there today in the Maktoum Challenge would book his slot in the Saudi Cup on the 22nd of January. And also on that card, we'll see how Romantic Warrior gets on. He should be, I think he's more deserving of a tag of the world's highest rated horse than Laurel River.
Completely agree with
on
that.
His whole profile.
Completely agree. And he should win today. He's got £7 in hand on measured time. He was a Grade 1 winner in his own right, but Romantic Warrior is a different gear.
Different class. It's like, you're almost comparing like Group 1 to Group 2 with those two.
Yeah. Hopefully he wins and then we get to see him on dirt next time.
It'd be brilliant to see him here in King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh in a few weeks' time. Next up, though, we can head back to Gareth, who can furnish us with details of race 10. All's yours, Gareth.
Cheers, Martin. Number 1 is Abu Khalaf, the Mount of Thab al Timyat. Number 2, Doctory, Ayad al Tarisi. Number 3 is Heshan with Ahmed al Tayar. Number 4 is Inbaha with Naif al Anazi. Number 5 is Laith al Hami with Abdul Ella al Hussein. Number 6 is Lethlaf with Abdullah al Fayrouz on board. Over the page to number 7, Makam Al-Sad with Rayan Al-Tuesh, with number 8, Moltoem with Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 9, Marano Abdullah Al-Odi, with number 10, Motakir Mohammed Al-Daham. Mohammed Al-Yami on board number 11, Riyadh, with number 12, Sania Al-Bazma Mohammed Al-Nassar takes the ride. Over the page to number 13, Taze White Ali Al-Mutib, number 14, Wakil Al-Lanaya Abdullah Al-Lofi. 15, Aishan Noura Mohammed Al-Abib. Number 16 is Alhaz Al-Karim Adel Al-Faradi. Number 17, Asoon with Abdullah Al-Saidi taking the ride. Number 18 is Maror with Nawaf Al-Fayrouz. Number 19, Rashakar Mohammed Al-Hussein. Those are the runners. All of the others scratched, and it's back to Callum. Where are you about, Callum, at the moment?
Yeah, thank you very much, Gareth. It just came down to get a little bit of culture down here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, mainly to go into this stunning gallery where you can see some beautiful artwork all the way around this beautiful racecourse, which you can see from inside here. We've got some stunning pictures of all the roars from the King Abdullah Foundation, and you imagine these are all tried towards King Abdullah and some of the family members as well. But what I've really been taken aback by is just some of the trophies that are on show here today. There are some absolutely gorgeous bronze busts that are available here and have been seen all the way through, and it just gets great to get down here. You might remember where I was yesterday, and I came into this space before they brought all the artwork in, and I said it's such a cozy sort of space away from the hustle and bustle of a racecourse. Well, if you thought it was cozy then, you should see it now. It's utterly stunning down here, a real beautiful sense of atmosphere. There's something quite warming and homely about it as you're down here. Now we move on from some of our bronze busts to something just a little bit more blingy just over here. We've got some more diamante, I imagine, covered ones, and some gold as well. And then if we sneak all the way around, we can see some of these stunning images as well behind me. Just make sure my cameraman doesn't knock the whole place down while we start. But I just thought some of these paintings are absolutely stunning, and the fact that they're all here for public consumption, you can get really up close and personal to the art. More pictures around as well, more of King Abdullah as well. This is old pictures of the racecourse as well. This is here at the racecourse. You remember this is the lounge, which is just across from us from our presenting position. Some beautiful trophies as well that match what you see in the pictures here, and obviously some great stuff with Prince Mitab and Prince Abdullah here as well. It's lovely to see some of the older White Stable legends, some of the horses that have run for the White Stable in the past. Getting nice and close, we can see so much. Look at that. That's Mr. Frankie Dettori just down there. There's wonderful scenes as well. Plenty to enjoy, and obviously just a rich history of racing excellence here from Prince Mitab and everybody involved with the White Stable. And it's just great to get a slice of it down here on the racecourse, which he has called his home for so long. So lads, as we warm up to the next contest, let's remember how we got here and where we came from, and just how important King Abdullah and now Prince Mitab is to racing here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, instrumental. And of course, the whole hierarchy here getting involved. Mohammed bin Salman always here for the Saudi Cup. Prince Bandar's been a big driving force behind the racing here as well. And the internationalisation of Saudi Arabia. And across the Gulf as well, the harmonisation between here and Bahrain and Qatar and Dubai. And the fact that the Saudi Cup came along, Tom, and you've even got the likes of the Dubai Racing Club, the Emirates Racing Authority adjusting their calendar, putting on Fashion Friday today as a lead-in for the Saudi Cup. Rather than jurisdictions competing, they're doing it for the good of the region.
Yeah, absolutely. And this race is only going to get bigger and bigger as we kind of go through the years. I'm sure there's going to be more challenge from the US, more challenge from Japan, and it's already one of the best races on the calendar, so that's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, Forever Young, of course, coming back for Yoshito Yahagi, has got the form here, and for him to go across to America this year as well. I mean, you as a fan, it's America racing, for Forever Young to go across, run such a big race in the Kentucky Derby, big race in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, should have won in the Derby. I bet him in the Breeders' Cup as well in the international market, and I feel like he was the best horse in that race as well. So, He's very talented. He's probably the leading light of Japanese racing that I know of. I'm not a huge Japanese racing aficionado by any means, but he is going to be a massive player here. He's already got course form, and that's not the same for the likes of Sierra Leone, Romantic Warrior, etc.
And Yashuto Yahagi, I think one of the...
Unique character.
A unique character, a brilliant trader, but he offers so much as well. He brings his own identity with him.
You looking forward to the press conference with him?
Yeah.
You are?
I got a jacket off him last year.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, have you still got that?
Of course I have.
Oh, wish I got one.
It was a Forever Young one.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, might have to try and...
Well, because I do the job here and I do stuff for Dubai, the last few seasons I've had to interview an awful lot.
Yeah, sure.
And we kept badgering him. I kept badgering him for a jacket for about a year. And we had a press conference here. I think it was one of the morning press conferences last year, building up to Saudi Cup night. And he spoke through a translator through the press conference. And at the end of it, as we sort of finished, he sort of stopped and spoke in English as though, my wife has a present for you. And from the audience comes his wife with a Yahagi branded bag.
No way.
And in it, a Forever Young jacket, a Continuar baseball cap, and another baseball cap as well.
Oh, I'm very jealous of that. I wonder if he's got more gifts this time around. I'll be here for the first time.
Well, I did ask him for a... I was asking for a Panthalassa jacket, maybe.
Everything you've got, basically, is what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I would do the same.
And I said, I'm your good luck charm, basically. But it took about a year to come, so I'm not
Right.
rushing it. He's so cool, though. There's a lady we work with called Mariko, who's one of the Japanese journalists who does a lot of translations. She sent me a screenshot of a chat with him, and he's got, and I lost on my WhatsApps, he's got his own sticker of him with his hat, like it's a thumbs up.
Oh, really?
So she texted him Japanese, said, "Where's Martin's jacket?" And I got a thumbs up.
That is superb.
But how amazing that he flies 2 or 3 horses
Yeah.
across here to run at the Saudi Cup meeting, but still remembers something that is so inconsequential to him.
Yeah, it's incredible. And also the fact that he flies his horses across the world anyway is a huge bonus just for racing fans. Some trainers and owners are scared of doing it, but he's not.
And we look forward to welcoming Mr. Yahagi back in a few weeks' time. OK, let's move on then and have a look a bit more in detail at race 10. This King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation race over the 1600. We're dropping in distance here. 4, 9, 11 stand out on the figures. Who have you got on top this time around?
Horse number 4 in Baha is going to be my pick in this race, getting it out there nice and early. I think it was 5 to 1 on the international market, which is a reasonable price. Naif Al-Anazi's already had a winner on the card. He takes the mount on in Baha. This horse completely lost his form at the end of last season, just completely. He was solid for a period of time, and then I don't know what happened, but he looked gone at the game. He actually picked up where he left off at the start of this campaign in the summer as well at Taif with just some terrible efforts, but then he suddenly bounced back with 2 good runs. His recent efforts haven't been good either, but he's got more than enough ability to get the job done in this contest. If he's at his best, he draws inside in stall 2. I like him Baha. Not with too much confidence because this is a wide open race, but he's going to be my pick anyway.
He's around 5 to 1 on the international markets. A winner of an open race here a couple of starts back has got that course and distance form. The market headed, though, by horse number 9. This is Murano, who's got a mark of 85. So joint top rated in the field, is a 4-time winner. But the recent form figures, 0, 0, 0, was last of 20 behind Final Destination here in December.
I've actually got this horse second in, which is remarkable. How? I know, without prices as well. So I can't even remember why I've got this horse second in. My notes say...
It's that compelling.
Yeah. My notes say, distanced by the remainder of the field in the Golf Cup last time, this is much easier and figures suggest he's the horse to beat, but he hasn't run a good race in 2 years. I mean, it's not exactly a strong case.
And he's second in.
Yeah, behind Baha. I think it's more that he's the class act and just hasn't performed. It's a question of whether you think he's still capable of running to 85 or if you think he's just completely lost the plot at the age of 9. If it's the latter, then you can't have him at all. Even if it's the former, I don't think you could bet him at 9 to 4. That's too short.
No. Well, Baha has been a mover on the markets, 4 to 1 from 5 to 1 on the international plays. I thought the 11 Riyadh might have a bit of a chance, 17 to 2 for the 11. Also rated 85, a 6 times winner. Another one whose overall form figures aren't brilliant, but was 8th here over a little bit further back in December.
Is this going to be your pick?
Yeah.
It is? Ooh, I'm about to try and put you off now. He's 10 years old. He was a good horse in 2021 and 2022, but what has he done since? I can't find... Well, I suppose that third place run. But, I mean, other than that, in the last 3 or 4 years, I couldn't find any form on him. He's basically Murano, the 9-horse, but with no kind of form. Murano at least has been running in better races, so you could suggest he's in over his head. I think they're similar types. Maybe at least you'll get a price on Riyadh, whereas you're not on Murano, but you're just kind of hoping with both horses, I think.
What about the 12 then? Asania Al Basmar, who's rated 70, so stone below those two, 3 times winner, but did win 2 back.
But he's also a 12-year-old. This is why I've got Murano second in, because I couldn't make a strong case for any of the others. I did have Sanea Al Basmar as my 3rd pick, but I don't like the draw, I don't like the age of the horse, I don't like his strike rate. The one positive for him is that he returned off the layoff to win a 0-65 handicap 2 runs back. That's a much weaker contest than this. But he is 3rd up off the layoff, which is what Jimmy was talking about right at the top of the show, is a good angle in terms of fitness for a horse. I don't like the 12 to win, but I thought he had place claims.
Well, what about then if you're looking for a younger horse who's less exposed to 14, Wakil Alanaya, who's only had 10 runs and was a winner 4 back?
Yeah, I've got him 4th in. This horse was bred and owned by Tariq Anaya, by Commend, like most of Tariq's horses. From a form perspective, he was successful in an 1,800-metre maiden here last January, but he's 12 months without a victory. Just 3 appearances since. 1 of those has come this year, and he performed terribly. He should relish the drop in trip down to 1,600, but he's hard to make claims for as well. I mean, I'm not beating around the bush here, and I'm obviously very trying to make all these races interesting. This one isn't interesting. This is a very poor race. One horse will have to go in and produce a better performance. I think it might be in Baha, the 4, but there would be no shock with any of these winning because they're all pretty laboured.
Well, the next 2 races, 11 and 12, of the 3-year-olds, we've got some more exciting prospects. Horses have got a bit of a future. We're looking at horses maybe at the back end of their careers for this. 4-year-olds and older over the 1,600 metres. So give us your 1, 2, 3 once again.
4 to beat 9, 12 and 14.
And I'm going to go with the old boy, the 10-year-old, Riyadh, whose last couple of runs, 12th over the 1,400 here a couple of weeks ago, 8th over the 1,800 back in December, and did run a 3rd 4 starts back, drawn in stall 8. In Baha's got to come from stall 2 towards the inside, and winner 3 starts back here in open company, 4-1 currently. Murano, the 9-4 market leader. The runners are arriving down at the starts. See 9 there as well. Murano, slightly different colours that I've got. I've got light blue is in dark blue there with the grey stripe down the centre. And there is 12, Sanea Al Basmar, this 12-year-old looking for a 4th career win.
Do you think we can go to Callum early on this race? We haven't heard his paddock pick because obviously he was doing his feature. We'd have no idea who Callum likes.
No. I can't believe he doesn't understand the reason why we gave him 2 selections in the previous race was to get rid of the half point.
Yeah, we're trying to get rid of that half.
That's why we gave him. That's why we gave you 2, Callum. We gave you 2 selections to get you the half point to get you to 1. So I'm going to go 11 Riyadh. Tom confirming
4 in Baha.
So come on, Callum. 2 shots here. Take the half point. Try and get to a round number here.
Before, I'll say it again. I don't want your pity. I don't want it. I'm only going to stick with 1 selection. This one is not a paddock pick, I can't lie, but Adel Al-Faradi's on a horse here who's relatively unexposed, who won 3 starts ago. The 16, Azar Al-Kraim, for me, makes sense on paper, so that's the way I'm going to go. The only thing I'm concerned about is the draw out in the car park. But you've got a mile to hopefully Adel to get this horse across, and all fingers crossed, he'll be able to win, but it is going to be very tight. But for me, yeah, I thought unexposed type, Adel on board, has managed to win a race in the past. Enough to like about it, so that's why I'm going to be sticking with that one. I can't give you many notes on how everything else looked in the parade ring, and I got caught down in that stunning gallery. If you are at the racecourse tomorrow, please do check it out. It's right down the bottom, just beyond the kids' play area, but it's a hugely beautiful place, and I could have been in there for hours. I must admit, if you are not an Arabic speaker, take your little translator app, because all the information is in Arabic, but there are some stunning pictures there, and obviously some of those great white stable images there. Frankie Dettori story, front and centre in one of them as well. Stunning, absolutely stunning. So it's just another example of how wonderful it's all been here today at King Abdulaziz Racecourse and how exciting it will be tomorrow. It's not been easy finding winners apparently, but the boys have done a good job, haven't they? So certainly wouldn't put Tom Collins off or Martin from having another winner today. I'll tell you what, if I've managed to find a winner and it's because I've not been in the paddock, I think we know where my future lies. Outside of the parade ring, maybe. So keeping all fingers crossed that Adele can get his winner. He's not had a winner today. Very quiet for Adele. His brother Farhad has got a winner for the family, which is good. And it was lovely to see Naif Al-Anazi ride a winner for an Al-Anazi that isn't his brother. His brother does train, but the Al-Anazi that he rode for was just a member of the Al-Anazi family, so not quite a close relation, but still a hugely important win for Naif. Still just seeing the on-course raffle going on here, which is for those prizes that we mentioned earlier, the scooters, the cars and the vouchers that are on offer as well. They're currently offering a motorcycle and the racecourse has never been so quiet. Everyone checking their tickets to see whether they are M219113. And I'm yet to hear, it's not like a British raffle where someone starts yelling out when they've won. It's all very quiet, so you don't quite know who's got the winning ticket. But hopefully someone has, and they've walked away with a little scooter. So well done to them. Tom's selection in Baha will be looking to give Naif a double on the day as well. And hopefully that horse can run a big race. Obviously, with a rating of 80, can't be denied. Very good catching up with Sam earlier on, the handicapper, because he was able to explain a little more about ratings. So hopefully we can have a sit down with him later on this season when it all comes down post-Saudi Cup to discuss ratings, because that's a man who's got a really, really difficult job. Remember, they'd only brought in handicaps in Saudi Arabia only about 4 or 5 years ago, so it's still quite a new thing. So it's still taking some getting used to, and obviously Sam's fighting against a barrage of tradition and how people think the game should be played, and unfortunately it's just taking a little bit of time to bed in, but hopefully he can get some more success, and they seem to be really building that team. There was a nice young man who he was with who's a work experience gentleman who they're looking to add to the team, a Saudi local, which is great to see. So yeah, continuing to build inside out, as you would say. They're doing it in veterinary and now they're doing it in the handicapping department as well. Looking forward to seeing how we get on. Oh, my goodness, I've just found out my cameraman's won the raffle. My cameraman has won the raffle. He's won a motorcycle, am I right? He's won a motorbike. Unbelievable scenes down here. Lads, they're still circling down at the start. We're going to celebrate down here. Gareth, it's over to you. We've just won a bike.
Superb stuff. The runners shortly then will be heading into the stalls. They continue just to mill around behind the starting gates here, but the stalls handlers are all in position and ready to bring the runners forward. I can tell you that Murano, the 9-4 favourite here on the international betting market, with Inbaha, who Tom quite liked, that one in at 4-1. Riyadh, who I think was Martin's fancy, at 8-1, with Sania Al-Basmar at 8-1 as well, and Wakil Alanea same. 12-1 Lethlath and Makam Al Saad, and 14-1 and upwards the other runners. That's a rough guide of the betting on the international markets as they head into the stalls. We see them from bird's eye view here. This is Lethlath heading forward into stall 6, slots in nicely. Next to head forward will be Wakil Alanea into stall number 15. Number 14 on the race card. As you can see, the vast majority of the field still out of line. This race to be run over 1,600 metres and 200,000 SAR on offer here in win and place prize money. So again, a prize well worth winning. And as they continue to head behind in Baha, I think about to head forward now. That was Tom's pick. Naif Al-Anazi on board looking for a double on the card. So the loading up process continues, and we are down to the final few to head forward here. Makam Al Saad is heading in Baha, just being swirled around here to have another try. But we are now down to the final handful of runners. Abu Khalaf is out of line, and just a couple more as well, including Aishan Noura, and we're nearly set to go. So best of luck here. This is race 10. Oh, have we got one that's just broken through the front there? Lethlath. Lethlath has broken through the front of the stalls. And the outrider quickly on the case, manages to get a hold of Lethlarth, and well done to Abdullah Al Fayrouz, the jockey, as well, quickly managing to pull Lethlarth up and get Lethlarth back around behind the starting stalls. And we'll see whether or not he's allowed to take his chance. All of the others waiting patiently and waiting well in the starting stalls. Lethlarth, not sure what caused that, whether the gate just opened, whether it was triggered by Lethlarth being a little enthusiastic. He did look quite keen to get on with it. So Lethlarth back behind the starting stalls. All of the other runners stand. And Lethlarth, who, let's face it, hasn't taken anything out of himself, seemingly. And, yeah, allowed to load back up, which I think is probably a common sense approach, really. Lethlarth, who is due to head back into stall number 9, is about to be loaded. He's just got a little bit jittery down at the start, just backing away. As I say, all of the others standing perfectly well. And it looks like the blind has now gone on Lethlarth for stalls entry. Slots in, and we are now set to go. Lined up then, big field. 19 of them, and they're away, off and racing. And in the early part of the contest, away well is A Soon in the black jacket up to the outside of In Baha, who's also flashing early speed. And they are a couple of lengths ahead in the early stages, with Lethlarth, who broke through the stalls just prior to the off, not too far away, as they make the run going down the back. Sania Al-Basma is running in 4th position, and they're being chased by Marur, who's over inside, with in behind runners out a little bit wider, Motakem and Taze White, as they make their run towards the end of the far straight. And as they do so, it is A Soon together with In Baha, the leading pair, with wider out of them and looking to make an impact here. Sania Al-Basma in the red-coloured jacket, with poised up in behind them Motakem, who's coming into it quite well around the outside, with Laith Al-Hami now being pushed along over towards the inner next, as they're galloping back towards the entrance to the home run. And as they do so, Sania Al-Basma goes for home, but is quickly pounced upon by Motakem, who's travelled very strongly throughout and takes over going well. Taze White is up into 3rd place as they swing on into the home straight, and up ahead and cruising here, it is Motakem. Mohammed Al-Daham shakes the reins just outside the 200, surely has this in safekeeping, with Taze White into 2nd position. They're bunching up for the minor honours in behind. This is Motakem coming home for a facile victory here, travelled so strongly throughout, ridden out towards the finish, wins it easily. Taze White is going to finish in 2nd place, with Abu Khalaf late on the premises to just about snatch 3rd. It might have been Marur in 4th, although it was close. Close for the minors, no doubting our winner, Motakem, and you could have called this one the winner. I think 600 metres from home, travelled supremely well in the hands of Mohammed Al-Daham, who just had to ride Motakem out towards the line, just keep the revs up, and Motakem has taken this field apart and wins in a time of 1 minute 42.07 seconds, tongue lolling out to one side, but comfortably accounting for Taze White, who's home in 2nd. Abu Khalaf, who has run home strongly from a long way back, gets into 3rd, and Marur was indeed 4th. The winner scoring by 2 3/4 lengths, and comfortably so. Motakem wins race 10.
It's a win for Motakem, who came from stall 19 to win under an almost motionless Mohamed Al-Daham. You could spot him as the winner from a long, long way out, travelled supremely well into the race and ended up defeating the 13 Taze White, who finished off quite strongly. Abu Khalif was there in third, Maror in fourth, Morano in fifth, and Azar Al-Kraim there in sixth. So the wide draws are actually not doing too badly in this race, and a good performance, and great to see Mohamed Al-Daham amongst the winners. I spoke to him earlier and said, we need a winner, Mohamed. You've been quite quiet today. Well, he's got a winner now, and he's got a good one. And really, that was Mohamed at his sparkling best. A patient, gentle ride, was always in the right position, and when you saw how well he was travelling, he didn't overcomplicate things. He got past tired horses quickly and took advantage. What's lovely here is we've not got the biggest of crowds joining these winning connections, so this is a little bit more relaxing for myself. A few more people joining in late, but what we're lacking in small children, we're making up for in grown adults, all rocking various different types of coats and gilets as well. Loving the fashion trends we're getting now the sun's gone in. And we'll just make sure we can get a good old shot of the exercise sheet here, the Khalid Abdullah Foundation Cup. Just make sure we're safe enough there. Oh, come on, fella, get in the photo. Don't block the sign. There we go. There we go. Just making sure we got all the right shots. And then when Mohamed weighs in, we'll walk and talk with him round to the winning podium, because obviously we won't be allowed to hang around forever. And this is when the authorities are very good. They get things done very quickly and ensure the show rolls on. See the gentleman in the grey here. He's in charge. This man is in charge, and he will make sure that Mohamed does not hang about. So we will walk and talk with him. But that smile, that's $1 million smile, and that's a winning ride. He's happy. We'll walk and talk to you. We'll walk with you. Don't worry, Mohamed. Well done. He's only going to go this way. We know what to do. Well done.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. First, thanks to the God and the owner, the trainer. Alhamdulillah. He's a nice horse. Come very good. Alhamdulillah, he break good and he take a good position and he go with me very good like machine, mashallah.
We thought the same thing. He did it so easily.
Yeah. He's very good today. Very good form. And today, alhamdulillah, this is chance for all the owner know before win. This is race, but alhamdulillah, I win this race.
And it must be lovely to ride for those owners who don't often get those winners, and you are a successful rider.
Yeah, inshallah, I hope this. And anytime, thanks to the God for alhamdulillah, come very good, and I win too many races.
Well done. The man behind us is getting very angry, so you rush along in front. Go ahead. Well done.
Thank you.
Callum, that was race number 10, still 2 more to come. And this time around, it's another one on the international market at a big price. These races have been quite hard to find winners of. And we have Motakem, who was around 25 to 1 on the international markets, has charged clear down the stretch, lands a 4th career win. Beats into second place number 13. Number 1 was back in 3rd, and number 18 was back in 4th place. But 2 3/4 lengths and 2.5 lengths were the winning margins. And this horse, with tongue lolling out, Tom, has landed a 4th career win from stall 19. Another winner that's come from stall from a wide draw.
Yeah, but another winner that's been on the front. It seems like the wide draws are okay over these longer trips because there's such a long run to that first turn. They come out the chute, as you can see there, join the main track proper, and that just allows the horses a lot of time to get across as the fields string out. The winner's in 5th or 6th on the outside in the white silks blue cap at this stage, forwardly placed. The front runners have gone pretty hard up front, and Mohamed Al-Daham's just going to slot into a lovely stalking role. He does move up quite early in this contest, but the horse is by Take Charge Indy. He's got plenty of stamina. He came into this race with very little to support him in terms of recent form. His last 5 runs, his only 5 runs this term, have been bleak. But last year, he did win a 0 to 70 handicap, so there was some winning form there. At this point, he's moving up to 4th on the outside, about to take 3rd and 2nd, and then hit the front and go clear. Very tough horse to find, Martin, and yeah, you'd have needed to give me 10 picks to find this one.
But we thought it was right for an upset because those who had the big figures, I mean, unfortunately, we lost the 11 came down. Thankfully, horse and jockey have galloped away fine there as well. But those were the bigger ratings, were the back end of their careers with a little bit to prove.
Yeah, exactly. The majority of these had big question marks. Well, not the majority, all of them had big question marks hanging over their head. The Instant Regard in the 11 took out half the field not insofar as those jockeys being unseated or the horses falling, but just trying to avoid the incident. So maybe a few out the back you can put the line through their efforts. The 10 ended up beating the 13 by 2 3/4 lengths. Abu Khalaf was in third. Marul was fifth. The international favourite Morano finished in fifth. Sorry, Marul was fourth. So the favourite was beaten around 7 lengths.
And several of those have been pushed out wide and almost been pulled. We're just hearing from the stewards as well. There's a delay to giving the all clear for this race. Stewards looking to multiple matters. So I'd imagine that involves all sorts of stuff back on the turn where the horse came down. Thanks to the stewards letting us know. So a delay to all clear here. Stewards looking to multiple matters in race 10, which has gone the way of Motakem. Wins nicely in the end. In race number 10, the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup over the 1,600 metres. I mean, effectively, given you've got so many of these easing up towards the back of the field, you've only had about 6 or 7 finishes.
Yeah, exactly.
6 or 7 riding out to the line, given the interference.
Precisely, yeah. The race was kind of ruined a touch by the incident. Fortunately, the jockey and the horse are okay. It's just not very good form moving forward. What's going to happen is this horse, Motakem's going to have a cup victory next to his name, and he's going to be overrated moving forward. He is a 9-year-old, and it's highly unlikely that he's going to produce something like this again against a better field next time.
Well, he's beaten 73 and 68 rated horses, so the handicapper can't do much with it because the fancied horses have just been, well, not the fancied horses, the horses with the bigger ratings have just been down the field.
Yeah, because they're all older types who just haven't been treated leniently by the handicapper, and they're just not able to win off their marks. So he's beating horses that are still kind of running at that level of 67 to 75-ish. Technically, what he's done is he's won a 0 to 75 handicap, and it's going to be treated as a cup victory on his resume. So you need to treat him with caution next time.
Okay, well, we'll keep you abreast of developments here, but a delay to all clear or to wade in. You can, of course, keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. Do get your comments in if you've got anything to say about what you've seen so far today, or horses you fancy in the last couple of races. Just to keep you abreast of what's happening across in Dubai today. Walk of Stars. Big Batsima saw Laurel River turned over a little bit earlier on in the fire break, but it's Walk of Stars has won the Maktoum Challenge. He was impressive last time out in listed company, and of course he carries colours very familiar to those who watch racing here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I think he's rated 117, sorry, so he is a top-rated horse.
He got bumped 8 for the win last time.
Yeah, and he's won again. He did ride the speed buys today over at Meydan, but he's owned by Athbar Racing Stable, who have lots of horses over here, usually with Lucas Gaitan. So they're going to be fortunate enough to have a run in the Saudi Cup by the looks of things.
Yeah, well, on 117, he's well qualified for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if he gets 2 or 3 for today, 119 is going to put him right up there on the top figures.
Yeah, it's hard to quantify what the American horses and Japanese horses are worth when it comes to handicap figures. But yeah, I imagine around 120 it's going to take to win the race, so he's not far off.
And Factor Cheval was on the dirt for the first time, not bred for it by Ribchester for Jérôme Renier, the French trainer. And Mikel Barcelona, who we'll see here tomorrow, he was on board. And he's picked up quite nicely from off the pace.
Did he finish fourth?
I think third in the
end.
Third?
Yeah, not a terrible run then by any means. Still kind of has to prove that he likes the surface. I know he's run okay today, but I want to see him again.
He seemed to hang fire when he was pulled out, as if, I don't quite like this, but once he's thought, all right, I can do this, he's gone again.
He was wide on the turn as well, which is a disadvantage, so maybe you can mark him up.
Okay, well, I think Jérôme Renier was talking about top 3 finish. Should be good enough to come here. He said if we're out the 3, we've got to go back onto the turf. So we'll see what connections say about Factor Cheval. And of course, Romantic Warrior still to run over in Meydan today. He goes on the Jebel Hatter ahead of his first try on dirt, ahead of an audacious campaign from Peter Lau, the owner. This horse has won 3 Hong Kong Cups. He's won down in Australia, one in Japan. They've taken him to Dubai today for a run with the aim of coming across here and rolling the dice in the Saudi Cup as well. It's a really exciting weekend, isn't it? With what's happening over in Meydan today, we've had the qualifiers here, and what's to come tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we've had a good day here. The trials for Saudi Cup and everything Saudi Cup day related is tomorrow. That's going to be an amazing day here at this track, and make sure you rejoin us on this broadcast tomorrow. Over in Meydan right now is the stars of the show on Friday, and yeah, Romantic Warrior is the bright shining star amongst them.
Yeah, the Saudi Cup not too far away, is it? Looking forward to what promises to be a top-class day's racing. We've got 2 more races left here today, and next up, race 11. Number 1 is Abu Al Asul with Mohammed Al Yami riding. Number 2 is Aine Zawi with Nawef Al Mudiani. Number 3 is Arab Al Majid, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 4 is Akko Fawa with Khalid Al Mamoni. 5 is Al Mutayib Sweet, Fahid Al Faradi. 6 is Al Nabika with Abdullah Al Credis. Number 7 is Al Thib Garden with Fawaz Wanas. Number 8 is Anna Al Basil with Mohammed Al Daham, now looking for a double. Mohammed Al Abib rides number 9, Bayrak Al Jabriya. Number 10 is Caper Tariq Al Mansour on board. Number 11, Khalido Thab Al Timiat. Number 12 is Mjid Al Anea Adel Al Faradi. 13, Mutarami Azil Al Zahani. Number 14 is Nashwan Joda Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 15 is Robot Mohammed Al Hubail with number 16, Saudi Act under Naif Al Anazi. Number 17, Shadow Mohammed Al Nassar. Number 18 is Sada Al Moakib with Abdullah Al Fairuz on board. Scratch the 19. Number 20 is Taj Al Fahad with Ahmed Al Tayyar, and number 21 Interlac with Rayan Al Tuash. 22, 23 and 24 are also out, so scratch 19, 22, 23, 24. We have a field of 20, and it's back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you, Gareth. Well, I wonder if Callum's still here, or maybe him and his cameraman have ridden off into the night on their Vespa.
I think they're probably gone. He's settling with half a winner and done.
Just confirming all clear from the stewards after they were looking into multiple incidents in race 10, but it's all clear from the stewards. So, oh no, we're hearing more news. Horse 9, placed 5th, has been disqualified. Rider failed to weigh in. So, stewards looking at multiple incidents in race 10. Horse 9 disqualified from 5th place. The rider failed to weigh in. So horse number 16 is now 5th. Alas Al Karim now takes 5th with the disqualification for the 9. Okay, Callum, let's head back up to you ahead of race 11. We've got our 2 feature events. Big prize money here, 500,000 reals on offer.
Thank you very much, team. No, Nawaf and I have not ridden off into the sunset yet. But I tell you what, if we get a paddock pick winner in the next, we will certainly be riding off before the lucky last. One of the ones that have caught my eye here is certainly the 6th. This is Al Nabak. Really, really good-looking individual. Now, I'll be the first to admit, he's got a horrible walk. His hind action is awful, but he looks really good in the coat. He's a strong individual. He looks the type that will continue to improve with age. A lot of these look like quite sharp 2-year-olds that might not develop as they grow older and could be coming towards the end of their tether. I think this is the complete opposite. I think this horse will improve with time and is hugely exciting. Let's pull our way back and take a look at 11 and 12. Khalido and Majid Al Anaya. Khalido in the red and white stripes, very Colgate-like, the silks here on Khalido. Comes through. Now, he's a big, strong type, isn't he? He's still only 3, remember, but look at him. He really does fill the eye. He's a bit of a strange one, though, isn't he? Because he's almost still a big raw type. He's quite plain, quite raw, but hugely interesting in this contest. He's just about to get jocked up with Thab Al Timiat, who'll be looking for another winner today. Let's see how he handles going on. That's all fine. He could be a danger. We'll pull back 1 now. After just 1 more horse to Majid Al Anaya, who is the next horse we're going to look at. This is horse number 12. Just going to make sure that my cameraman can see that. And here he comes. Horse number 12 is the next one we're going to have a look at. This one just coming towards us. Now, Majid Al Anaya. Now, this is the improving one. A really nice type here. He's only had the 3 starts, but improved with each start to win last time out. Does look fantastic. Does look fantastic.
There is a number 15 in the paddock, Robot. He was rated 61. One of the better chances in the race. But it's quite open, this, on the international markets, Tom. 8, 11 and 12, the 5-1 co-favourites of 3. And we can have a look at one of those co-favourites of 3. Horse number 12, Majid Al Anaya. This was a win here last time out on its 3rd outing.
Yeah, broke really well this day, Majid Al-Anaya. You can see in the yellow and blue silks. Bit of interference coming up, shortening up the horse in between the pair. But he fights all the way to the line, and he represents connections in Tariq and Naya, who do very, very well with these young types. All of them seem to wear cheek pieces. I don't know whether that's because all the horses need concentration aids or whether they're just there for show. But this horse has every chance. Gets a Del Alfaredi on board, inside draw. I had the 12 second in here.
Okay, another bit of form as well we can have a look at. This is the top rated in the field of 70. This is Khalidu, who I know you like the chances of.
Yeah, I think Like is probably a little bit too enthusiastic. I think this horse has winning claims, albeit he is 0 from 11 so far. He's just placed a little bit too many times for me to actually be super confident regarding him. However, he is very consistent. He can run in all types of grade. He seems to run to his opposition. He deserves to get off the mark. Today could be his day from a reasonable draw.
Marcus 70, 0 from 11. We were joking early on today that he's a train that often pulls out from the station but never stops at the stop you want him to.
Yeah, he's tough to catch right, isn't he? I'm getting on board for the first time today, actually. But hopefully...
First class, guest class, business class?
Or coach, as per usual.
Well, let's hope he does stop for you and he does deliver. They are two of the leading chances on the international figures. We also have towards the...
So maybe you can forgive him, and maybe the 5 is an each-way player. I had him as my third pick, but he's 16 to 1, I believe, on the international market, which was too big.
And 5 and 6, both by sires, have done well here, Commissioner and Teletext.
Yeah, Commissioner known obviously for Commissioner King a couple of years ago. Teletext more in the local bred contests only. But, you know, Red Stable have quite a few of his progeny. So, yes, the pedigrees are fine on both of those.
So looking through past results of some of the big races tomorrow, I can't remember which race it was, but Teletext won one of the big races tomorrow about 9 years ago.
That must have been before,
I think it was Red Stable, wasn't it, Teletext?
Yeah, it was Red Stable, yeah. I don't know who rode. Who rode?
Doyler.
Really?
James Doyle, yeah. He
Wow.
rode Teletext, one of his big wins.
I didn't know that. That must have been before imported horses became a bigger thing here, I reckon.
Yeah, because he was the preeminent sort of star horse of Saudi Arabia at one time.
Yeah.
Okay, you've spoken, and the market's moved. Khalido to get off the mark at the 12th attempt, 5 to 1 into 4 to 1. Majid Al-Anaya is 5 to 1 into 9 to 2. Anna Al-Basel is at 5 to 1. Caper's at 8 to 1, horse number 10. Quick word on Caper, I've got down best of a shorter.
Yeah, but he's a strong stayer of a shorter, so it's interesting that he's going up in trip here. I wouldn't be completely dismissive of him, albeit it was hard to make a strong case that he was going to stay this distance. He's not in my top 4 here, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ran better than many expect.
Well, we are arriving down at the start. Teletext now, a 14-year-old. Once he was by Empire Maker for the Red Stable. Just see if I can find out which race it was that he won for the Doyle. February 16. Yeah. He won the local Group 1, the Custodian, the 2 Holy Mosques, beating Red Valor by 5.5 lengths, 2016.
Were there any imports in there? Do we know? On brief glance?
Not off the top of my head. Red Valor, what was he? Red Valor Pivotal?
Yeah, maybe then.
So, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, more on that, because, of course, big day tomorrow, and the Doyler's back in town as well, running again for the Red Stable. Selection time, I'm going to go for the 12 Majid Al-Anaya. I thought that was good last time up.
I'm with the 11 Khalido. I just want to give a quick mention to the 15 Robot. Callum spotted him in the paddock, flashy type. He could make all the running from gate 9, so if you want to ride a speed bias, watch out for the 15, but I'll be with the 11 Khalido.
And Callum, just to confirm, we're not giving you pity, or we're not sort of throwing pity on you, we're trying to get rid of the half point. That was the reason of giving you 2 at a half point, was to get you to a big number, not just the half's annoying us on the scoreboard.
Just a reminder, you guys gave me half a point. If you didn't want to be annoyed on the scoreboard, you could have just given me a point. But hey, we make our choices. And we will face the consequences of those choices. So I will remain on half a point, and I will not accept another half point. I will take it for what it is, and I will now, if I do eventually, goodness gracious, it'd be nice to make a change, but if I do eventually have a winner, it'll be 1.5, which will be even more annoying and is the consequence of your own actions. So I will remain on half a point. It's not pity. No, no, no. Now you will be punished for what you have done. But hopefully Majid Al Anaya can end my very barren spell and give me a winner here. The 12, really nice looking type, looks to be on the improve as well. I think there's untapped potential there. The danger is Kalido, isn't it, really? Caper's an interesting one. Both 10, 11 and 12 all interest to me. Caper's probably a horse that will be picking up the paces late on, but last time out was ridden much more prominently, ended up finishing in 4th, but that was a small field contest. One didn't get mentioned, Shadow. That's the horse for Abdullah Manif in the Abdulram Saeed Al Sayed colours, bred and owned by the same people there. So really, really nice horses they've got here in those famous blue colours with the orange star and orange armlets. Really like this horse and looked really well in the parade ring. I would argue maybe just a little bit light of frame. Has to come from stall 18 as well, which isn't ideal, but we have seen wide draws come to the fore here in our last race, so it doesn't make it impossible. However, I think a very good point made by Tom there about Robot, a horse who is arguably a real speed demon and has paid for being a speed demon in the past, but might just get an easy lead here and might be able to just run away from them. But they're loading up. Majid Al Anaya for me. Gareth, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. The loading up process underway for our penultimate race, and a very valuable one as well, with 500,000 Saudi Riyals in win and place prize money. Next couple to head forward, including Sada Al Moakib with Abdullah Al Fayrouz taking the ride. First handful of runners have gone forward. Very wide open betting on the international market, with Kalido currently trading as the 7-2 favourite. But as I say, 7-2 the field, 9-2 Majid Al Anaya, with a 5-1 Anna Al Basel, and it's 15-2 Caper. And bigger prices the other runners as they continue to head behind. Majid Al Anaya about to slot forward, along with Saudi Act. 21 horse Interlac, Rayan Al Tuesh on the outside, about to head into the stalls as well. Down to the final few now. Taj Al Fahad, who's one of the greys, is heading forward and looks well down at the start. Ahmed Al Tayar on the score sheet earlier on in the day, and heading forward now with Arab Al Majid still one of those out of line, just proving a little bit uncooperative at the moment, but now heading in the right direction. Out of line as well, Bayrak Al Jabriya, and also the 15 Robot, who you won't miss in the run, with a big white face. Very flashy looking horse, as Callum was alluding to a few minutes ago. And Robot will be last forward, heading into stall number 9, and will complete the lineup. Just over a minute or so behind the clock here, but the last one now slotting in, and we're set. Best of luck, race 11 at Riyadh. Just about ready, and the starter lets this big field away. They're off and racing. A little bit slow to get going. Bayrak Al Bria is towards the back end of the field, and Abu Al Asul as well on the wide outside missed the break. One of the first ones to show, Anna Al Basel, down along the inside from Aine Zawi, who's close up as well, and in the checkered headgear, Alfib Ghanim is also well to the fore as they run through the opening quarter of a mile or so. Sada Al Moakib is up towards the outside in black sleeves and is racing at this stage in company with Arab Al Majid as they race on down the back straight. Back in behind runners, Robot is on the heels of the leading 7 or 8 as they're now making a left-handed turn. Kalido in red and white diagonal stripes around that one's outside, with a little bit of work to do at this stage. Running back towards home then, and it is Anna Al Basel who shows narrowly in front over Aine Zawi, racing just about in second, but now ridden along with Sadr Al Moakeb looking to step forward up around the outside, and Almiteb Sweet also coming there strongly in that green jacket to now take over off the final part of the corner. With in behind runners Robot trying hard to stay on, and Kalido down the wide outside with Abu Alasul. They make the run down the home straight, furlong and a half to travel. Amitaeb Sweet has gone on here by 2 lengths, now tries to seal the race. Robot is coming off in pursuit, with also running home strongly Mjeed Alanea in the yellow colours. It's getting fairly tight here as they race into the latter stages, trying to dig deep here. Amitaeb Sweet pressed all the way to the line by Mjeed Alanea as they race up towards the finish. Almanakak also getting involved very tight at the line. It's going to go to the jub. And Mjeed Alanea down the outside, involved in a photo with Al Nabka, who at several times was short of racing room and could be described as a little bit unlucky. It's going to go to the judge. Very, very close here. Mjeed Alanea down the outside, I thought may have just had the head down where it mattered. And I think that's been confirmed in a time of 1 minute 43.36 seconds. Martin and Callum both keen on the first past the post, but it has got very close because Al Nabka, in between horses at several points, was short of racing room, and Almataeb Sweet kept to the task along the inside. But as you can see from that bird's eye view, it has got very, very close. Ahead twice the official distances and a dramatic finish. Robot wasn't beaten too far, and that one was down the outside. And finishing off strongly towards the inner was Mutarami from a long way back as well. That's how they've come home across the line. We'll see them in a slow motion replay, but I doubt, guys, this is the last we'll hear of it.
Well, I can't wait for the boys in the studio to have a good old look at this, and I think the stewards will be having a good old look at this as well, because Mjeed Alanaya has passed the post first. That is the main thing, and Del Alvaredi has his winner. Wonderful to see the Tariq Mohammed and Naya team getting themselves a winner on this big day, a team who breed, own and race their own and always have such lovely horses. And this is a really exciting horse to have. But I think if you like the 6 out in the back, another Paddock pick by the way, that horse has been given no chance, really. Absolutely crushed between Mjeed Al-Naya and Mutarami, I think it was, who ended up finishing 4th. Almataeb Sweet there in 3rd as well. The boys will be able to digest it far better than I can, but it's fantastic to see these winning connections. I will grab a word with some of the winning connections because I do know some speak English, but I'll just wait until the pitch. Mind ourselves here, just mind our backs, but we are going to try and grab the trainer here. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks God. The horse ran good, and thanks the owner, Dr. Tariq. He breed the horse.
Oh, fantastic! You breed and own as well.
Yes, we are the breed and own. This is why we're so.
Oh, fantastic!
Thank you very much.
It must be a wonderful feeling being able to breed something and then winning such a valuable race and doing it all your own way. And your horses are always so well turned out, so well trained, and so well bred.
It's a program that you have to build. We invested a lot of time and effort and money into this, and we have a complete program. Every year we produce about 15 horses, and then we select the best one. We try to race them, and it's a program that we have to build from the day of breeding till the day it falls, till the day it races, and this is how it should be, and this is what we're planning to do and continue doing in the race.
And you must be so proud with that success, because we've seen you, and you're not afraid to have these horses running in Taif either. There's always certainly horses for different courses, and you really are pushing out all the way through.
Again, this is horse racing, and you have to try everything. It's testing and tryouts and all of that stuff. And I'm glad that I have a very good team with me, in the breeding farm or in the stables. We understand each other very well. Sometimes we do good, sometimes we do bad. This is racing.
It is racing, but it's great when it does well, isn't it?
It really feels good, especially when you breed the horse, when you do things like runs.
Go and enjoy the trophy.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, good to hear from Winning Connections. A busy finish. 3 horses passing the post together. The eventual win goes the way of Majid Al Anaya, but it's got tight in between them as well. We've got the 6 horse in between, and also the 5 over the far sides. Al Mateb Sweets as well. The stewards, I'm sure, will have a look at this, but it's more the damage has come from the inside, watching the head on there.
Yeah, I think Al Mateb Sweet has caused the interference. Farhad Al Faradi leaning out. If I'm being honest, I think Al Nabak is very unlucky because he was meeting the sandwich both ways. Adele's leaning in, Farhad's leaning out, Al Nabak's taking bumps on each side, and the riders had a word with both brothers there. But yeah, Al Nabak's been unlucky, but very well done. You picked the winner in Majid Al Anaya.
So did Callum.
Well, he's off the mark, off the half. He's now up to 1.5.
He's got a full point, yeah.
I feel like we've got to give him 2.
No.
Well, Callum, this is my, I know you're listening to me, this is my bid to try and give you 2, and Martin Kelly has turned me down, so you are still on 1.5. Nevertheless, you got a winner on the board. And
did he or not have 2 selections in the race where he got half?
He did, yeah. Technically, he had 2 in this because he said Al Nabak was a paddock pick as well, but there you go.
Well, let's make it very fair. We'll scratch half and make it 1.
No, can't do that. Yes, this horse was on the rail, was always well positioned on the rail in behind the leaders. There are 6 across the track at this point up front, and Majid Al Anaya is just in behind. He's got the perfect toe in. He does look a little bit tap for toe, turning for home, which is kind of what he's done in the past in his 3 runs, and then he picks up late in the day. But he just grinds out success. I do think the major eye catcher was the 4th place finisher in here, and that was Mutarami, who was 33 to 1. But only had the 5 outings. It was rated 51, but finished so well up the inside. You can just see at the bottom of your screen in the white and the burgundy kind of strip. He'll duck to the inside, and he finishes off best of all in 4th, and maybe is the one to take out of things. But this is where we get the real scrimmaging between the top 3 in here. Al Mateb Sweet drifts out badly.
He's just got away from the whip, hasn't he?
Yeah, hampers all those 3 horses, Majid Al Anaya, Al Nabak and Robot, and then again Al Mateb Sweet hangs out. Meanwhile, Adele Al Faradi's just riding. I mean,
Adele's had to get himself reorganised almost, given what's happened.
Look at the 4th, by the way, unbelievable finish.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Adele got a day as well, but it wasn't his fault that the interference occurred. That was Farhad on Al Mateb Sweet.
Well, it's a win for Majid Al Anaya. That makes it 2 from 4. Objection has been lodged 2nd against 1st.
The problem with this is there is interference between the 2nd and 1st.
But it's not caused by the 1st, it's caused by the 3rd.
No, it is caused by the 1st, but that's not what's costing the race. The thing that's costing the race is the interference from the 3rd. If we could watch it...
Well, you can see that, but it's more the jockey on the 2nd more looks across to the 3rd. He has a quick look at Ardell, then he goes to the inside to say, hang on a minute.
Exactly, yeah. Farhad has caused the main interference on Al Nabak Sweet, the horse in the green with the white cap. However, I'll talk as we're watching the pictures. The interference is about to occur. Horse in green drifts across, hampers Al Nabak, hampers Majid Al Anaya, hampers Robot. Then Farhad straightens up the horse in green. As he does that and uses the whip again, he hangs across again. But Adele, on the eventual winner in the yellow, is also leaning in, and the 3 strides before the line, you can see from the drone shot that they were veering left, which was Adele pushing across. In my opinion, there will be no... Look, this is perfect. Right. Watch the... I don't know where we are in the home straight.
But Adele's had to pull his stick through because it's getting so tight he can't use it on his inside.
Yeah,
so
there's
no to the right-hand side.
No interference from Adele at that point of the race. Oh, we didn't get to see the main bit. But Farhad leans out on the horse in green, and then 3 strides before the line, the eventual winner leans in. But I don't think that changed the result. I think the result will stay as is.
Yeah, I agree as well. I don't think Ardell's to blame, although the damage came from the inside, that everything else was consequential to that. But Callum, back to you.
Thank you very much, team. I completely disagree with Martin here. Adele is as much to blame as anybody else in that situation. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's got the bump from the left, he's got the bump from his left, and he immediately pulls left. So he's been bumped as he comes across, and he immediately closes the gap. They know the best horse in this race is out on the back, who's come through the middle and is going best of everyone. There's a squeeze. But Adele, those close-up head-on shots that we get are superb. And you can physically see him left hand down, knee out, MotoGP style, leaning in on the eventual runner-up. Now, obviously, if you are connected as the runner-up, you can't object against a horse that you finished ahead of, so you have to object against the eventual winner. And I think they've got quite a good case, because arguably, the best horse in the race has finished second.
Yeah, but... maybe so, but given the interference came from the horse who was third, that's it. Nothing can be done.
I feel like I'm the middle ground between you two right now. Callum's adamant that Adele caused interference. You don't think he caused any. I think he caused a bit, but not enough.
But if I come and push you, and you're wanting to keep a straight line, automatically you want to try and come back to where you've started from. So that's all he's done.
Yeah, correct.
He's tried to correct himself, having been pushed out.
That is correct, but he has still caused interference in the final 3 strides. But the main interference had already occurred, which cost the second the victory. So,
but his interference as such is caused by it's a chain reaction.
Let's see it again if we possibly can, and then we can talk through it. Hopefully, the team in the gallery can line this one up for us. But it's an interesting finish, isn't it? It's a good talking point between 3 horses that have been very closely matched. I personally think there is interference from both sides. I don't think the stewards will reverse the result. However...
But if the interference hadn't come from the inside, the interference wouldn't have come from the outside.
But I don't think they're related as such.
I do.
I know you do. Well, let's see it here. So I can't remember where we are. I think we're just about to have the interference from the inside. Almatab Sweet in the green drifts across, you can see. Hampers the 2 in second and third at this stage in the yellow and the blue. Now Adele is riding and leaning on his left. And then watch the head of the eventual winner, Majid Adanaya. You can see he's drifting left under pressure, and squeezing up out and back as they go towards the line. Again, there's not enough interference there for me to reverse the form.
But I'm watching the track lines on the track.
Yeah.
And he's pretty much kept straight.
No, he hasn't.
He's not gone that far left.
Not that far, but he has moved in a little bit. But he's not moved in enough to warrant.
But he's had to pull his stick. He tried to stick on the left-hand side. It's got so tight, he's had to pull his stick through. So the automatic momentum of the horse has got to be to go slightly away from the stick towards the inside.
I disagree, but I also agree. So I agree with you that the results shouldn't change because I don't think the interference is enough. But I do think there was interference. He's leaning in. The main interference came from the horse in green who finished third, and therefore he cannot be disqualified because the second's already finished ahead of him, as Callum's already explained.
But the idea of knee-out MotoGP style is just fanciful because there's no room. It's hard against the horse on his inside.
What about all the room to the right?
No, but the argument from our esteemed colleague outside
sure.
is knee-out on the inside, but it's not got a room to do that.
Understand that. I do think the best horse finished second in out and back, but I don't think there'll be a reversal of form. Reversal of results, sorry.
Okay, well...
We get to see the instant again. Out and back Sweet drifts out here, the green horse. Badly hampers the others. That's the main piece.
But he's been taking 2 strides to his right.
Correct, but this now, the Farhad straightened up the horse in green, so that's one incident. Now we're moving to a second instant. The horse in green moves across again. Not as bad. Then they're all straightened up. Now the third instant, which you can't see from this angle, is Adele moves in slightly on the horse in yellow, which hampers out and back just before the line.
It's fractional compared to what had gone before.
Correct, but they're not related.
Well, there you go. This is what we'll see.
Yeah, so that's the main piece of interference right there. Farhad.
So he's gone probably 2 or 3 strides to his left, Adele.
Correct. That's the main piece of interference. But Farhad's now about to straighten up the horse in green. Okay, so that's episode number 1. Episode number 2.
Because it's so tight on the inside.
That was episode number 2 there. Horse in green drifts out. And now this is the finale. See Adele leaning in, head in, and they all bump towards the line because he's drifting in to the left.
Okay, results.
Yeah.
Coming through. And placing stand.
Yeah, correct decision.
Yeah.
Correct decision.
And it was never going to be anything else but.
No, it wasn't. But there was still interference. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Adele got a day ban because of it, and Farhad will get more than that for that interference there, which was quite drastic on the third. But yeah, I mean, it's a tight finish. I think the right result has... The stewards have made the right decision there not to chuck out the winner. The actual interference 3 yards 5 yards before the line wouldn't have changed the result.
And I think as well that the seconds got pretty... anyway, it's very tight, very congested. There wasn't a lot of room for anybody.
Yes, correct.
And the main protagonist was on the left-hand side. Anyway, correct. Stewards have left the decision as it was, appeal dismissed. And one more race to come, Gareth. That was good fun.
That's one word for it. Our 12th race, our final race. Let's hope this is a little less controversial. Number 1, Ablik, Mohamed Al Ubail. 2 is Ace Al Jirdan with Mohamed Al Daham. 3 is Agira, Mohamed Al Nassar with number 4, Damana, Mohamed Al Yami. 5 is Dalman with Abdullah Al Credis. Number 6 is Gaymat Al Layred with Abdulaziz Al Musa. 7, Lamait Saha with Abdul Ella Al Hussein. We're over the page here. Number 8 is Aeon Ayers with Nawef Al-Mudiani now taking the ride. Number 9 is Motawalia with Naif Al-Nazi. 10 is Nayara, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 11, Nakadar, Fahid Al-Faradi. Number 12 is Oqsaham with Abdullah Al-Saidi. Over the page to number 13, Oyun Shama, Abdullah Al-Odib on board. 14, Rayat Al-Fuz with Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Number 15 is Shaya Adel Al-Faradi. 16 is Sayakar Ayad Al-Tarisi. Number 17 is Taraf Al-Riyad Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. Number 18 is Tessaleh with Rayan Al-Tuesh on board. Over the page to number 19, Thran Najid, Fawas Wanas, and 20, Zursale Abdullah Al-Lawfi. A full field of 20 to contest our final race, and it's back to Callum, who has more.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, looking forward to this lucky last here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and what's been a really fun evening of racing for the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cups. This is the fillies contest, and this is the one. Ablik, she's a big girl, isn't she? My goodness, has had the 5 starts, won one of them, but she will do better with time. She's a hugely interesting filly for the future. Looking forward to see what she does. I think she'll find it tough today, but wow, she certainly won for the notebook. Let's pull back to horse number 3. Agira is the next one we'll look at. She's just coming towards us now. She's a really nice looker. She's got a beautiful shine to the coat. She's got plenty of fitness on side, no condition whatsoever. She's handling the prelims. Yes, she's got a bit of a wall eye and she's having a bit of a look around, aren't you, girl? But that's fine. You can see the tongue hanging out there. That's just because the tongue strap's in, and she probably is just a bit anxious. So you want her just to calm down when the jockey gets aboard, but she's just having a look at us with the camera. But my mother always said, never trust a horse with a wall eye. So that would put me off just slightly. Let's go back to one who we really do like. This is the 6. This is Gaymat Al-Red, who we're just going to see come towards us now. Just to make sure we give the 5 a little bit of space. The 6 coming towards us. She is really, really good looking. She's a well put together type. She's had the 5 starts, is yet to win. But I must admit, wow, she has really caught my eye here. She's been immaculately turned out, and she's a really good-looking sort. And I'm looking forward to seeing how she gets on. You'll see she's got the 2 hind bandages on. Nothing too serious, but certainly one to watch. I'd say she might be carrying just a wee bit of condition and could be one to look forward to down the line rather than tonight. Let's just pull back again. We're going to look at horse number 11. I think the next one we're going to have a look at. Just coming towards us now. This is this bay just coming towards. Really gorgeous head on her. This is Nikita. She was a winner last time out, and she looks the type that can keep on improving. I quite like her here, Nikita. Wouldn't be surprised if she's well fancied in the market, and if you do like her, she would certainly be one for your shortlist, and I've got no negatives in the parade ring. Yes, she's a bit jig-joggy, but I'd argue she's handling things better than the 3. And finally, the last one we'll look at is the 14. Rayat Al-Fawz, Abdulaziz Abdullah Al-Faruz on board in the saddle, just walking out really nicely. She's a very mature looking filly. I'd argue she's quite colty the way she's handling herself. She's a big strong girl, built strongly in front, maybe just lacking a little bit in the hindquarters. She's not quite roached back, but she's not got the nicest of conformations. I'd argue that she's probably not the pick of the paddock for me, but she looks in great shape and certainly can't be ignored for these well-regarded connections. The pick for me though has to be Gaymat Al-Red, horse number 6.
Okay, thank you, Cal. Someone spoke to me as he gave us his selection. I'm not sure what it was then.
I also wasn't listening, unfortunately. Can we hear producer? Sorry, Callum. What was Callum's pick?
I wanted to write down his pick, but I got spoken to and I didn't hear it. Can we confirm?
Horse number 6.
Okay.
Gamat Alared. Shall I have a quick word, really brief word on that horse number 6? Close from off the speed to finish second in a course and distance maiden in October. Disappointed since, but drops down in trip. Callum's hope will be that she comes from last to first.
Okay, rated 65. Let's have a look at a couple of these. And we can start off with a horse that I think might win. The international market thinks might win as well. This is horse number 10, who's been over the course and distance on the last couple of starts and got beat by a horse you're a big fan of who runs tomorrow.
Is this your pick in this race?
Yeah.
Ooh, you could go ahead in the studio competition here. You're on a short price favourite. I'm not. Okay. So it's currently.
You sound surprised I'm on a short price favourite.
Well, no, I'm not surprised about that. I'm surprised you could take the lead. It's currently 7-7 for those interested in the studio comp.
And 1.5.
Yes. Okay, here's the form of this this filly. She's in the blue with the white sleeves and the yellow. Is that bridle or is that cheek pieces? Cheek pieces. Yeah, she's top rated. She's rated 80 against horses that are generally rated in the 60s. I thought she finished extremely tamely this day, but crucially, it was a Group 1, and this isn't a Group 1. So there is strong reason to believe that she's more than capable of beating this group today. She's got the best form in the book based on this effort. In my opinion, she has to prove she gets home because I'm unsure about the trip. However,
she has been second over the course and distance on more than one occasion.
She has. I just thought she was a little bit laboured late, but she could have the race won by that point. I prefer this filly. She's going to be my pick. Jcsa, horse number 15. She finished second. It was a good effort. She draws wide today. She's yet to win, which is the problem. She's 0 from 7, but she finishes her race off strongly, and that's the big advantage for her.
Okay, so we've gone head-to-head with 7 apiece. Callum's on 1.5, and we're going with the... well, I've got the international favourite. You've got the second favourite currently at 9-2. It is attracting support. Quick word on the 1. Who's a mark of 66. Course and distance maiden winner.
Yes, made all the running as well in that victory. She's got early speed and she draws inside, so maybe she can do the same thing again. I had her 4th in my list, but my top 4 in order are 15, 11, who we haven't talked about but is unexposed and won last time, 10 and 1.
Okay, I'm 10.
15.
Tom's 15. Callum, your chance here to redeem yourself with another winner. What are you liking? Well, I think you did tell us what you like. Just confirm your selection for us.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Gamat Alared is going to be the pick for me. Just one coming out the parade ring a little bit late. That's the 15, Jcsa, under Adel Al-Faradi, who I imagine may have been a little bit late because he was talking to the stewards around that objection that came through just before with last contest. Horse has just had the earplugs removed and is moving down to post fine. We're looking forward to this final contest. 3-year-old fillies on show, and I love watching these 3-year-old filly races because some of them are so developed totally differently compared to others. You've got some that are very precocious types that were winners early on in their career, maybe even in Type and have struggled since. You've got some that are clearly quite backwards. I think the horse like Oblique, the fact that this horse managed to win on second career start is a near miracle because it's built like a giraffe. So well done to connections of Oblique who've got that one to win. Mohamed Al Hibel on board will be looking for a second victory. It was really interesting. I was down here just catching up with a few jockeys trying to find out about the last race, and Naif Al-Anadi, who was brought down earlier on in the card today, he said everyone is just riding far too aggressively. He says it's the big prize money, people want to win, but it's getting scary out there. So I do hope that the tempers are just cooled a little bit before this lucky last, because although prize money is great, that's not an excuse to put your fellow colleagues in danger, and I think that is hugely important. So hopefully we can have a nice clean race here and end on a high on what's been a really lovely day of action. I must admit, I very much enjoyed what we've seen today, and there's been some good displays all the way through. Most notably, I think, in those qualifiers. It's really interesting to see what those horses will do in the future. I think Camilo's mount, Boldi Porto, is certainly one I can't wait to see in the Neom Turf Cup. I think that horse is really unexposed on turf, incredibly unexposed on turf. In fact, coming from France, a winner in listed and I think maybe even placed in group company out in France as well. So hopefully that horse will run a big race. Disappointing in that race, I thought, was Bon Viagogo. Bon Viaggio, I should say. That horse was quite disappointing, so hopefully we'll see more from that. Probably the better dirt performer than he is on turf. Blehan was hugely impressive in our second race on the card when we had that fast start from Ricardo Sosa Ferreira and Samir Al-Dahani. They've not had any success since then, but they're certainly a pair to keep on the right side of. And they started their day off with the victory for Mailen, who was really impressive in our first contest, continuing his really good run of form at the moment. That 5 wins on the spin for Mailen, and he qualifies for the 13.51 on Saudi Cup night. So that is what we've got to look forward to. The selection for me is the 6 in this race. Hopefully it can end on a high. Gareth, it's been a pleasure, as per usual. Call them home for one last time.
Cheers, Callum. Just a minute from post time then for our final race of 12 here in Riyadh this evening. They're about to head behind the stalls. Nayara is the favourite on the international market and is in at even money with at 4-1 Shy, with Oblique at 7s, Nakada at 8-1, and then we're looking at Yun Shama, who's in at 14-1, 16-1, and upwards at the other runners here as they're about to head on in. They're down at the 1 mile start, 1600 metre start for this closing race on the card. And as I say, it won't be too much longer before they are heading behind. The 17 just kept a little way from the others at the moment. Taraf Al Riyadh with Abdulaziz Al Faradi in the saddle. Nayara then the market leader, pretty short at price at even money. Khalid Al Mamoni taking the ride. Comes into the race in fair form, not a bad effort last time out. This race is for the fillies only, and they're about to take up position in the starting stalls. The 7 in shot there is Lamayat Saha with Abdel El Al Hussein taking the ride. As the runners now head into the stalls, the 12 heading in, that's Okt Saham with Abdullah Al Sayedi. He's enjoyed a good day with already 2 winners on the card. The 2 horse is Ace Algirdan with Mohammed Aldaham, who won a race a little earlier on in the afternoon and about to slot forward shortly. Quite well berthed here in stall number 2. Just going through shot, there is the 4, that's Dermana, who gets the plum draw here to run from stall 1 with Mohammed Al Yami in the plate. But not many of these necessarily arriving in good form. It's similar to a couple of our earlier races. We've got a big field, but realistically, in terms of win purposes, there's only 3, maybe 4 that you could properly consider here. So they continue to head behind. This is the final race on the card. We've got a big day of racing back here in Riyadh tomorrow. Hope you'll be able to rejoin us for the action. We've got plenty of Saudi Cup night clues here tomorrow. Looking forward to that. And talking of Saudi Cup night, if you get a chance, have a little look at the Meydan race that Romantic Warrior contested around about 20 minutes or so ago. Absolutely bolted up, and is going to come here to Riyadh in a few weeks' time as a very, very strong contender, one would imagine. Great performance from a true great at Romantic Warrior. Anyway, we digress. The final couple heading in here. Aeones is about to head in with Nawef Al-Mudiani now booked for the ride, and will be the last to slot forward for this King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation Cup. Fillies are in the gate and ready to go. And they're away, off and racing. And in the early stages, one of the first ones to show to advantage. Well, Oblique is stepping in behind the leaders, but prominent is Nakada down along the inside, with Aeones coming through from out a bit wider to now show in front. Aeones with a Yun Shama, the grey for company, taking her on for the lead and now goes to the front, crosses over rather sharply. Down along the inside rails, Nakada, the light blue jacket, white cap, is racing together with Okt Saham, who's out a little deeper on the course as they continue their run over in the back. Nayara's not a million miles off the pace, and wider out his game at Red in a red-coloured jacket as they now begin this left-handed run back towards home. Tessale is following runners out a bit wider on the course and over towards the inside Agira. But galloping back towards the straight, Aeones in the noseband has been prominent throughout. now has Nakada, who's got a dream run through along the rails to worry about. They're followed by Nayara, who's now pushed along in third as they make the journey back on into the home straight. Oyun Shama quickly drops away, and it's Nayara and Khalid Al-Mamoni striking for home and booting on by 2 lengths here. To in second position, Leones, who's trying hard to battle on with Nakada against the fence as they make the run down the home straight. This looks one-way traffic here as Nayara pulls right away in the closing stages. Finishing off very strongly down the outside is Shea from a long way back, but surely has got too much ground to make up. Nayara from Shea. Shea is closing the gap all the way to the line. Nayara in the end is crying out for the line as Shea comes with a late thrust. Not quite though, and Nayara lost it out from Shea, who made it really exciting towards the finish. Ace Algierdam was running on well with Game at Alley Red up towards the outside. It got closer than it looked like it would, but Nayara in the hands of Khalid Al-Mamoni scrapes in our final race on the card and holding off the late thrust of Shea, who threw down the gauntlet in the final 50 yards.
It looked as though the international favourite was going to win in handsome... It looked like the international favourite was going to win in handsome style and kicked 4 of 5 clear. But Tom Collins' selection, Shea, has come charging late.
No
Probably
worries,
gets within a short
all
head
the
of it.
best.
It's heartbreak. It's absolute heartbreak in the dying strides. A big winner for you in the studio competition, that's for sure. You lead now 8-7 going into the final day. Saturday, obviously, full of great action. That contest there, I did say she was going to weaken tamely, but unfortunately, she had a 5-6 length of lead coming for home, so I couldn't get there, unfortunately.
Yeah, nice performance, and international favourite wins in our final race on what's been a really good day. We've had 3 qualifiers for Saudi Cup Day, 4 more to come tomorrow. We'll touch on that in a second, but we had a qualifier for the Manifa. Early on, that went the way of Sharifa Al-Azam. We had a qualifier for the Neom Turf as well. But maybe the most significant clue, Tom, came at our first race, the qualifier for the 1351.
Yeah, my highlight of the day was Malyan in the first race today. I thought this was the best ride, which is why I put him down as my highlight. Ricardo Souza Ferreira was phenomenal, saving ground just in behind horses, making sure that he didn't go too hard in the early part of the race. On a horse who has been forwardly placed in the past, just kicking at the top of the turn and booting clear. It's the difference between Ricardo Souza Ferreira to the other riders on turf, in my opinion. I think he's a league above. And this horse has won 5 straight for the informed trainer right now in Thamar Al-Dahani.
He has indeed, and for whatever reason, he's kept on improving. The form figures suggest that, and again, it was a career best again today that propels him into the mix for the 1351.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on when it comes to Saudi Cup night. He's going to have to improve again for sure, because he's going to be meeting European opposition who are used to the turf. But yeah, he's only going up and up right now, and he's a very progressive type.
And we heard Jimmy Jerkins talking to you, Callum, saying that Damer's horses, they're hard to run down at the minute. They keep on going from the front, and they're very hard to get past again.
They certainly do keep on going from the front, and they keep repelling those challenges. Make sure everyone's still okay behind me. Keep repelling those challenges, and they do really, really well. And I think what's becoming very clear is he's picking out his horses in the best style. He knows where he's sending them. There's clearly a plan. I think we could say the same about the horse that won our penultimate contest as well with the Al Naya horses. They're very planned out routes. It seems to make sense what they're doing. They're not just firing darts, which we've seen with some horses. I mean, Salam Alays today, a horse that's probably just had 1 too many runs, and they've been firing darts trying to get this horse to win a race. Just relax, go back to a maiden and try and pick one up there.
Well, the King Abdullah Foundation, the heritage charity that supported the back end of the card, have done phenomenally well, attracted a massive crowd here today. But I say the main clues were early on the card, and Al-Dahani went to the double as well with Baylan in the second race. Only rated 58, but a horse on the improve.
But this is a perfect point for what Callum was just saying there about how well he places his horses. He had 17 to 20 pounds to find on his market leaders, but equally he was put in that race because Tharma wanted to increase his handicap rating to then run in better races in the future. He's just so good at placing his horses in the right spots, and he did it with Blayhan and Malyan actually.
And Ricardo Souza Ferreira, 100 up for the career here in Saudi Arabia yesterday. Took it up to 102 today with those first 2 wins. A quick word, Callum, on Belaid Porto as well, who booked his spot in the Neom Turf. Camilo Ospina, he was really emotional. You could see the delight, the raw delight displayed after the race.
Proper underrated horse, I think, especially on turf. Totally unexposed on Saudi turf, I think this horse is. His best form was on turf in Europe. Came over, actually did quite well on dirt here initially. Then it's all gone horribly wrong. You've heard from Connections that there was definitely some problems at home. But for this horse to win, and so important for Connections on this special day, for them, Prince Mitab to have the winner as well. Hugely exciting, and what a horse and a proper good ride. In my opinion, one of the better rides of today.
And the King Abdullah Humanitarian Foundation giving away all sorts of prizes today. Your cameraman getting a scooter.
Nawaf behind the camera has won himself a scooter. He's got the worst haircut in Saudi Arabia, but now he's got a bike to go home with.
Well, it won't matter. He'll have his helmet on all the time. Then you won't see it. Well, thanks for joining us today. We've got so much to look forward to tomorrow. Today's been good. Well, tomorrow tops it by all accounts. It's the best day's racing outside of the Saudi Cup. We've got all sorts of big-name jockeys rocking up tomorrow.
Yeah, Mikel Barcelona, Mike Smith and Joel Rosario are back. James Doyle is coming over from Dubai as well. Tom Marquand's here riding Didan and a couple as well. So it will be really fantastic to see all 5 of those jockeys facing off against the locals.
Yeah, 4 qualifiers. Callum, look forward to you digging out the information beforehand.
I'm not digging out any winners, I'll tell you that.
More winners, surely.
I'll dig out the information.
Well, you took out 1.5, so you're doing
okay. We're flying. We're absolutely flying.
Thanks to Callum for his efforts. He'll be back out tomorrow speaking to Connections before and after the races. So much to look forward to. Huge prize money, 4 qualifiers. Tomorrow, it's all about the custodians of the 2 holy mosques.
شوط سمين